"We ought to turn back now," Gerd insisted, his voice low as the shadows deepened among the trees. "The wildlings are gone? Does the idea of the dead unsettle you?" Sir Waymar Royce inquired, a faint, mocking smile touching his lips. Gerd ignored the provocation. He was a man well past 50, having watched many a young lord come and go through the years. "Dead is dead," he stated flatly. "Our duty lies elsewhere. Are you certain they are dead?" Royce pressed, his tone deceptively soft. "What evidence do we truly possess?" "Will saw their bodies," Gerd countered. "If Will says they're dead, I'll take his word for it." Will had known this debate would eventually pull him in. He'd hoped for a little more time. "My mother always said dead men tell no tales," he offered, trying to sound helpful. "My own nurse said much the same, Will," Royce replied, his voice ringing too loudly in the quiet, dusky woods. "Never put your faith in stories heard at a woman's breast. Even the dead can teach us lessons." He shifted in his saddle, the ringmail whispering. "We face a long journey back," Gerd pointed out, practical as ever. 8 days, perhaps 9, and darkness is coming on. Sir Waymar Royce cast a bored glance at the darkening sky. "It tends to do that at this hour. Has the dark unmanned you, Gerd?" Will saw the hard line of Gerd's mouth, the anger simmering in his eyes beneath his heavy hood. Gerd had given 40 years to the Night's Watch, and he wasn't used to being mocked. But it was more than wounded pride. Beneath it, Will could detect a thread of something else, a sharp, nervous tension that bordered on fear. He felt it himself. He'd served 4 years on the wall. His first ranging beyond it had flooded him with every old nightmare, turning his guts to liquid. He'd laughed about it later. By now, he was a veteran of 100 patrols, and the vast, dark woods that Southerners called the Haunted Forest held no special terror for him. Until tonight. Tonight felt different. There was a sharpness to the darkness that set his nerves on edge. For 9 days they had ridden north, then northwest, then north again, pushing farther from the safety of the wall, doggedly following the trail of wildling raiders. Each day had felt grimmer than the last. Today was the worst. An icy wind sighed from the north, making the trees murmur like whispering voices. All day Will had felt watched by something cold and pitiless, something that wished him ill. Gerd had sensed it too. Will's deepest desire was to wheel his garron and race headlong for the wall, but that was not a sentiment you confessed to your commander. Especially not a commander like Sir Waymar Royce. Royce was a youngest son from an ancient family with too many heirs to count. At 18, he was handsome, with gray eyes and a slender, knife-like grace. Astride his massive black warhorse, he loomed over Will and Gerd on their shaggy garrons. He was dressed head to toe in black, leather boots, woolen breeches, moleskin gloves, and a coat of gleaming ringmail over layers of wool and boiled leather. He'd been a sworn brother for less than half a year, yet no one could accuse him of being unprepared for the role, at least where his attire was concerned. His cloak was his masterpiece, thick, black sable, soft as a shadow. Bet he wrung their necks himself, our mighty warrior did. Gerd had grumbled over wine in the barracks. Twisted their little heads right off. They'd all had a good laugh then. It's difficult to respect orders from a man you've ridiculed in your cups, Will thought, shivering atop his horse. Gerd surely felt the same. Lord Commander Mormont ordered us to track them, and we have, Gerd said now, his voice tight. They're dead. They won't be a problem anymore. The words sounded hollow in the growing chill. A statement of hope more than fact. We've got a long, rough ride ahead. This weather doesn't sit right with me. If snow starts falling, we could be stuck out here for 2 weeks trying to get back, and honestly, snow would be a blessing. Have you ever witnessed a true ice storm, my lord? The young nobleman appeared not to listen. He gazed into the gathering dusk with that familiar, detached boredom. Having traveled with the night for some time, Will knew better than to speak when he wore that distant expression. Describe it to me once more, Will. Every single detail. Omit nothing. Before taking the black, Will had been a hunter, or more accurately, a poacher. Free riders in the service of House Mallister had caught him skinning a buck in their private forest, and his options had been simple: join the Night's Watch or lose a hand. No one could slip through the trees as quietly as Will. and his brothers on the wall had quickly recognized his skill. "The camp is another 2 miles ahead, just past that ridge, right next to a stream," Will explained. "I got as close as I dared. There are 8 of them, men and women, no children that I saw. They'd built a shelter against a rock face. The snow has mostly buried it, but the outline was still visible. No fire was lit, though the pit was clear to see. Nothing was moving. I watched for a long while. No living person holds that kind of stillness." "Was there any blood?" "None that I saw," Will confessed. "What about weapons?" "A few swords, some bows. One man had an axe. Looked heavy, double-bladed, a nasty bit of work. It was on the ground right next to his hand." "Did you observe how the bodies were placed?" Will gave a slight shrug. "A couple are propped against the rock. Most are just sprawled on the ground, like they dropped where they stood."
"Or were sleeping," Sir Waymar offered.
"They fell," Will insisted, a new edge to his voice. "There's a woman up in an ironwood, partly hidden in the branches. A lookout, I'd guess." He allowed a thin smile. "I made sure she never spotted me, but when I moved nearer I saw she wasn't moving either." He couldn't suppress a shiver. "Are you cold?" Royce inquired. "A bit," Will muttered. "It's the wind, my lord." The knight turned his attention to his weathered man-at-arms. Dry leaves, brittle with frost, skittered around them, and Royce's warhorse shifted uneasily. "What do you suppose killed these people, Gerd?" Sir Waymar asked, his tone almost conversational as he adjusted the fold of his luxurious sable cloak. "The cold," Gerd stated with absolute conviction. "I watched men freeze to death last winter, and the winter before that when I was just a lad. Folks go on about snowdrifts 40 feet high and the wind howling down from the north, but the true killer is the cold itself. It creeps up on you quieter than even Will here. First, you shiver. Your teeth chatter. You stamp your feet and dream of spiced wine and a roaring hearth. It burns. It truly does. Nothing burns quite like the cold. But that's only for a time. Then it gets inside you, starts filling you up, and after a while, you haven't got the strength left to fight it. It's easier just to sit down, or to sleep. They say you don't feel any pain at the end. You just go weak and drowsy, everything starts to fade, and then it's like sinking into a sea of warm milk, peaceful like." "Such poetry, Gerd," Sir Waymar remarked, a hint of mockery in his voice. "I never imagined you had such a gift for words." "I've had the cold in me too, lordling," Gerd shot back, yanking back his hood to reveal the ragged scars where his ears had been. 2 ears, 3 toes, and the little finger off my left hand. I got off easy. We found my brother frozen at his post with a smile on his face." Sir Waymar merely shrugged. "You should dress more warmly, Gerd." Gerd fixed the young lord with a glare, the scarred flesh around his ears flushing dark with anger. A lasting reminder of Maester Aemon's knife. "We'll see how warm you can dress when true winter finds you," he grumbled, pulling his hood up and hunching sullenly over his garron. "If Gerd says it was the cold," Will began tentatively. "Have you stood any watches this past week, Will?" Sir Waymar interrupted. "Yes, my lord," Will replied, a flicker of frustration crossing his mind. There was never a week where he didn't pull a dozen miserable watches. What was the man getting at? "What was your impression of the wall's condition?" Sir Waymar inquired. "It was weeping," Will replied, his brow furrowed as the observation clicked into place. "If the wall was weeping, they couldn't have frozen. The cold wasn't nearly severe enough." Royce gave an approving nod. "Exactly. We've had only mild frosts recently, maybe a dusting of snow here and there. Nothing capable of killing 8 grown men dressed in furs and leathers, with shelter available and the means to build a fire." A confident, almost arrogant smile played on the knight's lips. "Take us to them, Will. I need to see these bodies for myself." Resistance was futile. The command had been issued, and their duty demanded obedience. Will took the lead, his shaggy garron picking a cautious path through the dense underbrush. A thin layer of snow from the previous night concealed treacherous footing. Loose stones, gnarled roots, and hidden hollows lay in wait for the incautious. Sir Waymar Royce followed, his imposing black destrier snorting with restless energy. It was entirely the wrong horse for scouting these woods, but the young lordling would hear no arguments. Gerd brought up the rear, the veteran man-at-arms grumbling quietly to himself as he rode. Dusk deepened around them. The clear sky shifted to a profound bruised purple before fading into utter blackness, punctuated by the emergence of stars and the ascent of a pale half-moon. Will was thankful for its faint light. "Surely we can move faster than this," Royce declared once the moon had fully risen. "Not with this terrain and this horse," Will shot back, his fear making him bold. "Perhaps my lord would prefer to take the lead?" Sir Waymar offered no reply, his silence a weapon of its own. Somewhere in the forest depths, a lone wolf howled. Will guided his Garin under the twisted branches of an ancient ironwood and swung down from the saddle. "Why are we stopping?" Sir Waymar demanded. "We should proceed on foot from here, m'lord. The place is just beyond that ridge." Royce hesitated, his gaze distant and thoughtful as a chill wind sighed through the trees, causing his luxurious sable cloak to stir like a living shadow. "Something isn't right here," Gerd muttered. The young knight offered a scornful smile. "Is that so?" "Can't you sense it?" Gerd pressed, his voice low. "Just listen to the quiet." Will could feel it too, a creeping dread that his 4 years on the wall had never prepared him for. What was out there? "I hear wind. Rustling leaves." "A wolf?" "Which sound is it that frightens you so, Gerd?" When the old guardsman remained silent, Royce dismounted with fluid grace. He secured his destrier to a low branch, well apart from the other horses, and drew his longsword. Jewels sparkled in its hilt, and moonlight glinted along the pristine, castle-forged steel. It was a magnificent weapon, and Will suspected it had never been used in true combat. "The trees are very thick here, Lord," Will cautioned. "That sword will catch on everything. A knife would serve you better." "I will ask for advice if I require it," the lordling said coldly. "Gerd, remain here and guard the horses." Gerd climbed down from his saddle. "We should build a fire. I'll get one started." "Are you truly such a fool? If there are foes in these woods, a fire would be the worst possible choice." "Some foes," Gerd countered stubbornly, "are kept at bay by flame. Bears, dire wolves, and other things." Sir Waymar's mouth tightened into a severe line. No fire. Gerd's hood hid his face, but Will caught the dangerous glint in his eyes as he stared at the knight. For a tense moment, Will feared the older man would reach for his own blade, a short, well-worn sword with a sweat-stained grip and a nicked edge, a tool far more lethal in practiced hands than the lordling's ornamental weapon. Finally, Gerd looked down. "No fire," he muttered, the words barely audible. Taking this as submission, Royce turned away. "Lead on," he ordered Will. Will began weaving through a dense thicket, then started the climb up the slope toward the low ridge, where he had kept his watch, hidden beneath the boughs of a sentinel tree. Beneath the shallow layer of snow, the earth was a treacherous mix of wet mud and slickness, littered with unseen stones and roots waiting to snag a boot. Will ascended in utter silence. From behind, he caught the faint, metallic whisper of the young knight's chainmail, the crunch of frozen leaves, and the muffled swearing as low-hanging branches snagged his fine black cloak and the longsword at his hip. The massive sentinel pine stood exactly where Will expected, at the crest of the rise, its lowest boughs just inches above the ground. He slid beneath them, pressing himself flat into the cold mud and snow, and peered down at the clearing. His breath caught. For a long moment he was afraid to draw another. The moonlight painted the scene below, the cold ashes of the fire pit, the snow-dusted lean-to, the large rock, the partly frozen creek. Everything was exactly as he'd left it hours before, yet they were gone. Every single body had vanished. "By the gods," came a voice from behind him. The sound of a sword hacking at a branch announced Sir Waymar Royce's arrival at the ridge. He stood tall beside the sentinel, his cloak lifting in a sudden gust, his figure etched dramatically against the starry sky for anyone to spot. "Get down!" Will hissed, panic tightening his throat. "Something isn't right." Royce didn't budge. He gazed at the empty clearing and let out a short, derisive laugh. "It appears your corpses have decided to relocate, Will." Words failed Will. His mind raced, rejecting the scene before him. His eyes darted over the deserted camp and locked onto the axe. a large, double-bladed weapon still lying untouched where he'd last seen it. A prize for any raider. "On your feet, Will," Ser Waymar ordered, his tone leaving no room for debate. "There's no one here. I will not have you cowering in the dirt." With great reluctance, Will rose. Ser Waymar looked him over with clear disdain. "I am not returning to Castle Black empty-handed on my first mission. We will find these men." He scanned the dark woods. "Climb the tree. Quickly now. Look for a fire's glow." Will turned without a word, knowing argument was pointless. A bitter wind had picked up, slicing through his layers. He went to the towering gray-green sentinel and began to climb. Soon his hands were coated in fragrant, clinging sap, and the dense needles enveloped him. A cold dread settled in his stomach, heavy and indigestible. He muttered a silent plea to the unnamed spirits of this forest and drew his dirk, gripping the cold blade between his teeth to keep his hands free. The taste of the metal was a small, familiar comfort. Suddenly, from below, the lordling's voice rang out. "Who goes there?" Will heard the strain of doubt in the challenge. He froze on the trunk, listening, watching. The forest replied with its own sounds, leaves whispering, the stream's icy babble, the far-off call of an owl. The silent ones made no noise at all. Then, from the corner of his eye, Will detected motion, pale forms shifting between the trees. He turned his head sharply and caught a fleeting glimpse of a white shape in the gloom before it melted away. Branches swayed and rubbed together in the wind like bony fingers. He opened his mouth to shout a warning, but the words turned to ice in his throat. Maybe he was mistaken? Maybe it was just a bird, a trick of light on snow, a phantom born of moonlight and fear. What had he truly seen? "Will, where are you?" Ser Waymar called up, his voice tense. "Do you see anything?" He was turning slowly, sword now raised, his earlier arrogance replaced by a wary tension. He must have sensed them just as Will did, yet there was nothing to see. "Answer me? Why has it grown so cold?" The cold was indeed deepening, a palpable chill that made Will shiver violently. He clung tighter to the tree, his cheek pressed against the rough bark, feeling the sticky sap against his skin. Then a shadow detached itself from the darkness of the wood. It stood before Royce. It was tall and stark, as lean and hard as ancient bone, with skin the color of fresh milk. Its armor did not stay one color. It shifted and flowed with its movement, here as white as the snow at their feet, there as black as the voids between the trees, all mottled with the deep gray-green of the pines. The patterns shimmered and danced like moonlight on a restless stream with every step it took. Will listened as Ser Waymar Royce let out a slow, tense breath. "Stay back," the young lord commanded, though his voice wavered with a boyish crack. He swept his heavy sable cloak behind him, freeing his arms, and gripped his sword with both hands. The wind had fallen still, leaving the air biting and frigid. The other advanced without a sound. In its grasp was a longsword unlike anything Will had ever laid eyes on, forged from no earthly metal. It glimmered with a cold, moonlit translucence, a slender shard of crystal that nearly disappeared when viewed from the side. A faint blue aura shimmered along its edges, and Will sensed, with a chill, that its edge was keener than any razor. Ser Waymar faced it with courage. "Then let's dance," he declared, raising his blade high. His hands shook, whether from the weapon's weight or the deepening cold, Will couldn't tell. Yet in that instant, Will saw not a frightened boy, but a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. The other paused, its eyes a blue deeper and colder than any man's, burning like frozen flame fixed on the trembling steel above, watching moonlight glide along the metal. For a fleeting moment, Will allowed himself to hope. Then, silently, more figures emerged from the shadows, mirrors of the first. 3, 4, 5 of them. Ser Waymar might have felt the icy dread they carried, but he never saw them, never heard their approach. Will knew he should shout a warning. It was his duty. It would also mean his death. He shuddered, pressed closer to the tree, and held his tongue. The pale blade cut through the air with a whisper. Ser Waymar met it with steel. When sword met sword, there was no metallic clang, only a thin, piercing noise like a wounded animal's cry. Royce blocked a second strike, then a third, stumbling back a step. Another flurry of blows drove him back further. All around him, the watchers stood motionless, patient and faceless, their intricate armor blending into the forest shadows. They did not intervene. Again and again the blades crossed, until Will longed to cover his ears against the eerie, pained wailing of each clash. Ser Waymar was breathing hard now, his breath pluming in the moonlight. His sword gleamed white with frost, the others flickered with pale blue light. Then Royce's parry came a heartbeat too slow. The pale sword sheared through the ringmail under his arm. The young lord cried out. Blood seeped between the metal rings, steaming in the cold, each drop blazing like fire against the snow. Ser Waymar touched his side, and his moleskin glove came away soaked crimson. The other spoke then, in a tongue Will did not recognize, a voice like ice splitting on a winter lake, the words thick with mockery. But the mockery ignited Ser Waymar's fury. For Robert, he roared, surging forward with a snarl. He heaved the frost-coated longsword in a wide, two-handed slash, putting all his strength behind it. The other's deflection seemed almost careless. When the blades connected, the steel shattered. A scream tore through the forest night as the longsword exploded into 100 glittering shards, scattering like needles. Royce fell to his knees, shrieking, hands clamped over his eyes as blood welled between his fingers. As if on some silent signal, the watchers stepped forward together. Swords rose and fell in a grim, soundless butchery. The pale blade sliced through ringmail as though it were silk. Will squeezed his eyes shut. From far below he heard their voices and laughter, sharp as icicles. A long time seemed to pass before he found the nerve to look again. The ridge below was empty. He remained in the tree, barely breathing, as the moon drifted across the black sky. At last, muscles cramped and fingers numb, he climbed down. Royce's body lay face down in the snow, one arm outstretched. The thick sable cloak had been slashed to ribbons. The body on the ground looked terribly young, just a boy. Nearby, Will discovered the shattered remains of the sword, its metal splintered and warped as if blasted by a storm. He dropped to a crouch, eyes scanning the silent trees before snatching up the broken blade. This would be his evidence. Scared back with the horses would understand, or if not him, then Lord Commander Mormont or the Maester would. He had to move. As Will stood, a figure loomed before him. Ser Waymar Royce, his fine clothes now rags, his face a horrific wreck. A jagged piece of his own sword was driven through the milky pupil of his left eye. The right eye, however, was wide open, its pupil a burning, knowing blue. The broken sword slipped from Will's numb fingers. He squeezed his eyes shut, a desperate prayer forming on his lips. Then he felt them, long, elegant fingers in blood-soaked moleskin gloves, cold as winter graves, brushing his cheek before closing like iron bands around his throat. The day broke sharp and cold, the air tasting of autumn's approach. At first light, a party of 20 rode out to witness an execution, and Bran was among them, buzzing with a nervous thrill. He was finally considered old enough to accompany his lord father and brothers to see the king's justice served. It was the 9th year of summer, and Bran was 7. The captive had been taken near a lonely hilltop holdfast. Robb whispered he was a wildling, a sworn sword to the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. The idea made Bran shiver, recalling old Nan's tales by the fire. She spoke of wildlings as brutal men, slavers and thieves who consorted with monsters, stole children in the night and drank blood from horns. Their women, she claimed, lay with demons during the long night to birth terrible abominations. The reality was a letdown. The man lashed to the holdfast wall was scrawny and ancient, barely taller than Robb, missing ears and a finger to the cold. He wore the black of the night's watch, but his furs were filthy and worn. In the crisp air, the breath of men and horses rose in plumes as Lord Eddard Stark had the prisoner cut down and dragged forward. Robb and Jon sat rigid on their mounts, with Bran between them on his pony, struggling to look solemn and experienced. Overhead, the Stark banner snapped in a faint breeze, a gray direwolf sprinting across a field of white. His father, solemn upon his horse, seemed a different man. The Lord's face was stern, the warm storyteller of the evenings gone, replaced by the implacable Lord Stark of Winterfell. There was talk in the cold, questions and answers that later blurred in Bran's memory. Then came the command. Guards hauled the ragged man to an ironwood stump in the yard, forcing his head onto the dark wood. Lord Eddard dismounted. His ward, Theon Greyjoy, stepped forward, bearing the greatsword. Ice? The blade was as wide as a man's hand and taller than Robb, forged of dark Valyrian steel that held a legendary edge. With a grim ritual slowness, his father drew off his gloves and handed them to his guard captain, Jory Cassell. Grasping the greatsword ice in both hands, he spoke the words, "In the name of King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, by the word of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, I sentence you to die." The blade was lifted high. Jon Snow, Bran's half-brother, edged his horse closer. "Hold your pony steady," he murmured, his voice low. "Don't turn away, father will notice." Bran did as he was told, his gaze fixed. Lord Stark's stroke was clean and final. A crimson arc, vivid as spiced wine, painted the snow. A horse shied, needing a firm hand on the reins. Bran stared, mesmerized, as the white ground thirstily soaked up the darkening red. The severed head tumbled, coming to rest near Theon Greyjoy's boots. Theon, a wiry 19-year-old with a perpetual smirk, found the moment hilarious. He laughed, nudged the head with his toe, and sent it rolling. "Idiot!" Jon muttered under his breath, placing a steadying hand on Bran's shoulder. Bran met his brother's solemn gaze. "You did well," Jon said, his own experience in these matters making him seem older than his 14 years. The journey back to Winterfell felt colder, despite the calming wind and the climbing sun. Bran rode with his older brothers well ahead of the main group, his pony laboring to match their horse's pace. "The deserter died bravely," declared Robb, who was growing taller and broader by the day, bearing the fair skin, auburn hair, and blue eyes of his Tully mother. He had some courage anyway. "Not courage," Jon Snow countered softly. "That was fear you saw in his eyes, Stark. He was already dead inside." Jon's own eyes were a shade of gray so deep it neared black, and they missed very little. He and Robb were of an age, yet opposites in appearance. Jon was lean and dark where Robb was muscular and fair, graceful where his brother was powerfully quick. Robb dismissed the observation with a shrug. "Who cares about his eyes? He died well enough. Race you to the stone bridge?" "You're on," Jon said, urging his horse forward. With a shout, Robb gave chase, and they thundered down the trail, Robb whooping with laughter while Jon rode in focused silence, their horses kicking up plumes of snow. Bran made no attempt to follow. His pony was no match for theirs. He was remembering the dead man's wide, terrified eyes. Soon, the echo of Robb's mirth faded, leaving the forest in a deep hush. So lost was Bran in his thoughts that he didn't hear the others approach until his father drew up alongside him. "Are you all right, Bran?" Lord Eddard asked, his tone gentle. "Yes, father," Bran replied, looking up. Bundled in furs and leathers, astride his massive destrier, his father seemed a giant. "Robb says the man died bravely, but Jon says he was afraid. What do you believe?" his father inquired. Bran considered it. "Can a man still be brave if he's scared?" "That is the only time a man can be brave," his father stated. "Do you understand why I had to be the one to do it?" "He was a wildling," Bran answered. "They steal women and sell them to monsters." A faint smile touched Lord Eddard's lips. Old Nan and her tales again. "The truth is, the man was an oathbreaker, a deserter from the Night's Watch. There is no one more dangerous. A deserter has already lost his life in the eyes of the law, so he will commit any crime without hesitation. But you misunderstand my question. It was not why he had to die, but why I must swing the sword." Bran was uncertain. "King Robert has a headsman to do it." "He does," his father acknowledged. "So did the kings before him, but our way, the way of the North, is older. The ancient blood of the first men still runs strong in House Stark, and with it comes an old truth. The one who pronounces the sentence must be the one to carry it out. To take a man's life demands you look him in the eye and listen to his last words. If you cannot bring yourself to do that, then perhaps the man should live. Your time will come, Bran," his father said. You will hold a keep for your brother and your king, and justice will rest in your hands. When that day arrives, find no joy in the duty, but never shy from it. A lord who uses a headsman starts to forget the true weight of death. Just then, Jon's figure reappeared atop the nearby rise, waving an arm. "Father Bran, hurry! You have to see what Robb discovered," he shouted before disappearing once more. Jory Cassell guided his horse closer. "Is there trouble, my lord?" "Without question," Lord Eddard replied, a faint, weary smile touching his lips. "Let's go and learn what fresh wonder my boys have dug up this time." He urged his horse into a trot, with Bran, Jory, and the other guards following. They discovered Robb on the northern bank of the river, Jon sitting his horse beside him. The snows had been deep this past month, and Robb stood nearly knee-deep in the white, his hood thrown back so the sun lit his hair. He was holding something carefully against his chest, the two boys conversing in low, eager tones. The party moved cautiously through the deep drifts, their horses seeking solid ground beneath the concealing snow. Jory and Theon Greyjoy reached the boys first. Theon had been laughing about something, but his mirth died in his throat. "Gods be good!" he swore, his horse shying as his hand flew to his sword hilt. Jory's blade was already free. "Robb, get back!" he shouted, his own mount rearing. Robb just smiled, glancing up from the bundle he held. "She can't hurt anyone. She's dead, Jory." Bran was burning with curiosity by then. He wanted to kick his pony forward, but his father directed them to dismount by the bridge and continue on foot. Bran scrambled down and ran. Jon, Jory, and Theon had all dismounted as well. "What in all the hells is that?" Theon was asking. "A wolf," Robb answered. "That's no ordinary wolf, it's a monster," Theon said, his voice tight. "Look at the size of it." Bran's heart hammered against his ribs as he waded through a drift to reach his brothers. There, partly buried in blood-stained snow, was an immense dark shape. Ice crusted its thick gray fur, and a faint, sickly odor hung about it. He saw milky eyes seething with worms and a gaping maw lined with yellowed fangs. But it was the sheer scale of the creature that stole his breath. It was larger than his pony, dwarfing the biggest hound in Winterfell's kennels. "It's not a monster," Jon stated, his voice steady. "That's a direwolf. They're meant to be bigger than common wolves." Theon Greyjoy shook his head. "No one's seen a direwolf south of the Wall for 200 years. "Looks like we just did," Jon replied. Bran finally wrenched his gaze from the dead beast and noticed the bundle in Robb's arms. He gasped with delight and edged closer. The pup was a small mound of dark gray fur, its eyes tightly shut. It pushed its nose feebly against Robb's leather jerkin, mewling a soft, hungry sound. Bran stretched a tentative hand. "It's all right," Robb encouraged him. "You can pet him?" Bran gave the pup a swift, gentle touch, then turned as Jon spoke. "Here, this one's for you." His half-brother placed a second pup into his arms. "There are 5 of them." Bran sank into the snow, cradling the tiny direwolf against his cheek. Its fur was wonderfully soft and warm. "Duri wolves running free in the kingdom after all this time?" muttered Hullen, the master of horse. "It bodes ill." "Some might call it an omen," Jory offered. Father's brow furrowed. "It is a dead animal, Jory, nothing more," he said, though he too looked unsettled. The snow compacted with a crisp sound under his boots as he began to slowly circle the massive corpse, his expression pensive and grave. "Do we know what ended her life?" Robb answered before his father could ask, pleased with himself for spotting the clue. "There's something caught in her throat, right beneath the jaw." His father knelt, reaching into the fur beneath the massive head. With a firm pull, he withdrew his hand and held up the object for everyone to see. It was a broken piece of antler, nearly a foot long, its points splintered and dark with gore. A heavy quiet fell over the group. The men shifted, their unease palpable as they stared at the bloody antler. Even young Bran could feel the tension, though its source was a mystery to him. His father flung the antler aside and scrubbed his hands clean in the snow. "I'm amazed she survived long enough to give birth," he remarked, his voice cutting through the stillness. "Perhaps she didn't," suggested Jory. "There are old stories. Maybe the mother was already gone when the pups arrived." "Born from the dead," another man muttered. "That's an ill omen." "It makes no difference," Holland stated. "They'll be dead themselves soon enough." Bran let out a distressed sound, clutching the pup closer. The sooner the better, Theon Greyjoy agreed, his sword sliding from its sheath. Hand it over, Bran. The tiny creature wriggled in his arms, as if it knew what was coming. No, Bran shouted, his voice fierce. He's mine. Sheath your blade, Greyjoy, Robb commanded. In that instant, he sounded every bit the future lord, his tone echoing their father's authority. We're keeping these pups. You can't do that, lad, said Harwin, Hullen's son. It's a kindness to put them down, Hullen insisted. Bran looked pleadingly to his father, but found only a troubled frown. Hullen is right, son. A quick end is better than a slow one from the cold or hunger. No. Bran felt hot tears threatening and turned his head, unwilling to let his father see him cry. Robb, however, stood his ground. Sir Roderick's hound had a litter just last week, he argued. Only 2 lived. She'll have milk to spare. She'll tear them apart if they try to nurse, someone countered. Then Jon spoke. Lord Stark. The formal address sounded odd to Bran. He looked at his brother, hope surging within him. There are 5 pups, Jon said to their father, 3 males, 2 females. What is your point, Jon? You have 5 true-born children, Jon continued, 3 sons, 2 daughters. The direwolf is the sigil of your house. It seems meant to be, my lord. Your children were meant to have these pups. Bran watched his father's expression shift and saw the exchanged glances among the men. In that moment, he loved Jon completely. Though only 7, Bran grasped the sacrifice. The numbers aligned only because Jon had left himself out, counting the girls and even baby Rickon, but not the bastard bearing the name Snow, the name given to those in the north without a family name to claim. Their father understood too. You do not wish for a pup of your own, Jon? He asked, his voice gentle. The direwolf belongs on the banners of House Stark, Jon replied. I am not a Stark, father. Their lord father studied Jon for a long, quiet moment. Robb broke the silence. I'll care for mine, father, he vowed. I'll use a towel soaked in warm milk to feed him. Me too, Bran echoed quickly. Their father looked from one boy to the other, weighing their determination. Words are simple. The work will not be. I will not have you tasking the servants with this. If you keep them, you feed them. Is that clear? Bran nodded eagerly, the pup squirming and licking his cheek with a warm, rough tongue. And you will train them, their father added sternly. You and no one else. The kennel master will want no part of these creatures, I assure you, and may the gods help you if you are neglectful or cruel or fail in their training. These are not hounds to cower from a raised boot. A direwolf can tear a man's arm from its socket as easily as a dog kills a rat. Are you certain this is what you want? Yes, father, Bran said firmly. Yes, Robb agreed. They might still die despite your efforts. They won't die, Robb insisted. We won't allow it. Very well. Keep them. Jory and Desmond round up the rest of the pups. We should head back to Winterfell now. Only once they were on horseback and moving did Bran finally let himself savor the triumph. His own pup was nestled securely inside his coat, a warm, safe companion for the journey home. He was already pondering names when, midway across the bridge, Jon suddenly reined in his horse. Their lord father asked, What is it, Jon? Don't you hear that? Bran heard the wind rustling the leaves, the steady clop of hooves on the ironwood planks, the faint whimpers of his hungry pup. But Jon was listening to something else entirely. Over there, Jon said, wheeling his mount around and galloping back the way they'd come. They watched him dismount beside the dead direwolf in the snow and kneel. Moments later, he was riding back, a smile on his face. He must have crawled off from the others, Jon suggested. Or was driven away, their father observed, studying the 6th pup. Its fur was a stark white against the gray of its littermates, and its eyes were as red as the blood of the ragged men who had died that dawn. Bran found it odd that this pup alone had opened its eyes while the others remained blind. Theon Greyjoy remarked with a smirk, "An albino, this runt will perish even quicker than the rest." Jon Snow fixed Theon with a gaze so cold it could freeze water. "I disagree, Greyjoy," he stated firmly. "This one is mine." Catelyn had never felt at ease in this godswood. She was a Tully of Riverrun, born far to the south where the Trident's red fork cradled her home. The gods' wood there was a sunlit garden alive with the murmur of streams and birdsong, the air perfumed with blossoms. The gods of Winterfell dwelled in a different world entirely. A dense, ancient wood that felt primal and untouched, a relic from an age long past as the somber castle grew around it. It smelled of damp soil and slow decay. No redwood stood here. This was a realm of stern sentinel trees cloaked in gray-green needles, of ancient oaks and ironwoods as old as the realm itself. Thick, dark trunks pressed close together, their gnarled branches weaving a tight canopy overhead while twisted roots fought for space below. It was a place of heavy silence and deep shadow, home to gods who bore no names. Yet she knew she would find her husband here tonight. After taking a man's life, he always sought the solitude of the gods' wood. Catelyn had been anointed with the 7 oils and named in the rainbow light that filled Riverrun's sept. Her faith was that of the 7, with gods who had names and familiar faces. Worship meant a septon with a censer, the scent of incense, a shimmering 7-sided crystal, and voices lifted in hymn. The Tullys maintained a godswood, as all great houses did, but it was merely a place for leisure, for walking, reading, or basking in the sun. True worship belonged in the sept. For her, Ned had built a small sept where she could sing to the 7 faces of God. But the blood of the first men still ran strong in the Starks, and his gods were the Old Ones, the nameless, faceless deities of the deep wood, shared with the long-vanished children of the forest. At the grove's heart, an ancient weirwood stood sentinel over a small, black pool of icy water. Ned called it the Heart Tree. Its bark was bone white, its leaves a dark crimson like countless bloodied hands. A face was carved into the massive trunk, its expression long and sorrowful. The deep-set eyes stained red with dried sap and eerily watchful. Those eyes were ancient, older even than Winterfell. If the tales held truth, they had witnessed Brandon the Builder lay the first stone. They had watched the castle's granite walls rise around them, silent and eternal. Legends spoke of the children of the forest carving the faces into the weirwoods in the dawn of the world, long before the first men ever crossed the narrow sea. In the southern kingdoms, the last of these ancient trees had been felled or burned a millennium ago, save for those on the Isle of Faces guarded by the silent green men. Here in the north, it was another world. Every castle held its godswood, each godswood its heart tree, and every heart tree bore a solemn carved visage. Catelyn discovered her husband seated on a stone draped in moss beneath the great white weirwood, the ancestral greatsword ice resting across his knees as he cleaned its blade in the pool of black water. A deep carpet of centuries-old humus muffled her footsteps, yet she felt the red eyes of the carved face tracking her approach. "Ned," she said quietly. He looked up, his expression reserved. "Catelyn, where are the children?" It was his customary question. "In the kitchens, debating names for the wolf pups," she answered, laying her cloak on the ground to sit by the dark pool, turning her back to the watching tree. She fought the unsettling sensation of being observed. Arya's utterly smitten, and Sansa is performing her most courteous act of approval, but Rickon remains uncertain. "Is he frightened?" Ned inquired. "A little," she conceded. "He's only 3. Ned's brow furrowed. "He must learn to confront what scares him. He won't be 3 forever, and winter is coming." A familiar chill traced her spine at the stark words. Every noble house had its motto, bold declarations of honor, glory, or unwavering loyalty. All but the Starks. Winter is coming. Once more she pondered the peculiar nature of these northerners she had married into. "The man died with courage? I'll grant him that," Ned stated. He held a strip of oiled leather, drawing it along the massive blade to coax out a deep, shimmering gleam. "For Bran's sake, I was grateful. You would have been proud of him." "I am always proud of Bran," Catelyn responded. Her eyes following the movement of the sword, within the steel she could see the subtle watery patterns forged by countless foldings, a testament to its ancient making. She held no affection for weapons, yet she could not deny ice possessed a terrible beauty. It was forged in the fires of old Valyria before the Doom, when smiths were said to weave magic with their hammers. The blade was 4 centuries old, yet its edge remained lethally sharp. The name it carried was older still, a relic from the age when the Starks ruled as kings. "He was the 4th deserter this year," Ned said, his tone grim. The poor man was half mad with a terror so profound my words could not touch it. He let out a weary breath. Benjen writes that the Night's Watch has dwindled to fewer than 1,000 men. It's not just desertions. They're losing brothers on their rankings beyond the wall as well. Is it the wildlings? She asked. Who else? Ned lifted ice, studying its cold length. And it will only worsen. The day may come when I have no choice but to rally the banners and ride north to settle with this so-called king beyond the wall once and for all. Beyond the wall? The mere idea made Catelyn shudder, a reaction Ned did not miss. Mance Rayder is no threat to us, he assured her. There are darker tales of what lies beyond. Her gaze drifted back to the heart tree, its pale bark and red eyes seeming to hold ancient, slow thoughts. Ned offered a gentle, almost pitying smile. You've listened to too many of old Nan's tales by the fire. The others are as dead as the children of the forest, gone for 8,000 years. Maester Luwin would tell you they were never more than myths. No living man has ever laid eyes on one. Until this morning, no living man had seen a dire wolf south of the wall either. Catelyn pointed out, a stubborn lift to her chin. For a moment, the solemnity of the godswood seemed to lighten, and Ned's smile turned wry, touched with a familiar marital resignation. I should know better than to debate a woman of Riverrun, he said, the ghost of a laugh in his voice. Your father warned me your logic was as relentless as the trident in spring, he returned ice to its scabbard. You didn't travel all this way for ghost stories. I know how this place unsettles you. What brings you here, my lady? Catelyn reached for her husband's hand. Troubling news arrived today. I waited until you had refreshed yourself. There was no gentle way to say it, so she spoke plainly. My love, I am so sorry. Lord Jon Arryn has passed. Ned's gaze locked with hers, and she saw the weight of it settle upon him, just as she had feared. In his boyhood, Ned had been a ward at the Eyrie. The childless Lord Arryn had been like a father to him and his fellow ward, Robert Baratheon. Years later, when the Mad King Aerys demanded their heads, it was Jon Arryn who raised his banners in defiance, choosing war over betrayal. That bond had deepened 15 years ago in the Sept at Riverrun, where they stood together to marry sisters, daughters of Lord Hoster Tully. Lord Arryn had become both father and brother. John Ned's voice was thick. Can this be true? The message bore the king's own seal and was written in Robert's hand. I kept it for you. He wrote that Lord Arryn was taken swiftly. Even Grand Maester Pycelle could do nothing, though he provided milk of the poppy, so John suffered little at the end. A small mercy, then, Ned murmured. The sorrow was plain on his face, yet his first thought was for others. Your sister, he said, and John's son. What word of them? The letter said only that they are well and have returned to the Eyrie, Catelyn replied. A sudden memory surfaced, of Lysa as a girl, hiding in the Riverrun gardens whenever she was upset. I wish they had gone to Riverrun instead. The Eyrie is isolated, a fortress of her husband's making, not her own. John's ghost will linger in every corridor. She needs the warmth of family around her, not cold stone and silence. Your uncle is in the Vale, is he not? John appointed him Knight of the Gate, I recall. Catelyn nodded. Brynden will watch over her and the boy? That is a comfort, but still, go to her, Ned urged, his tone softening. Take the children. Fill those quiet halls with life and laughter. Her boy needs playmates, and Lysa should not grieve alone. If only I could, Catelyn said, but the letter carried other tidings. The king is riding for Winterfell. He seeks you. Ned stared at her, uncomprehending for a moment. Then understanding dawned, and the shadows lifted from his eyes. Robert? Coming here? When she nodded, a genuine smile broke across his face. Catelyn wished she could match his joy, but the talk in the yard haunted her. A direwolf dead in the snow, an antler lodged in its throat. A cold dread tightened in her chest, yet she made herself smile for this man she loved, this man who dismissed omens. I knew that would gladden you, she managed. We must send word to your brother on the wall. Yes, of course, Ned agreed, his mind already racing. Benjen will want to be here. I'll have Maester Luwin send his fastest raven. He stood and drew her up with him. By the gods, how many years has it been? And he gives us no more warning than this? How large is his party? 100 knights at the least, with all their attendants, and likely as many sworn swords and freelances besides. Queen Cersei and the royal children travel with them. Robert will set a leisurely pace for their sake, Ned said. That's just as well. It gives us more time to make ready. The Queen's brothers are among them as well, she added. Ned's expression darkened at that. There was little affection between him and the Lannisters. They had declared for Robert only when victory was assured, a late allegiance Ned had never truly accepted. Well, he said with a grimace, if the price of Robert's company is a host of Lannisters, so be it. Sounds like he's bringing half the court with him. Where the king travels, the realm follows, Catelyn observed. She pushed aside her unease and forced a lighter tone. It will be good to see the children. The youngest was still at his mother's breast the last time I laid eyes on him. He must be, 5 by now? Prince Tommen is 7, she corrected him gently. The same age as Bran. I beg you, Ned, choose your words with care. The Lannister woman sits as our queen, and her vanity is rumored to deepen with each season. Ned gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. A feast is unavoidable, naturally, complete with musicians, and Robert will insist on a hunt. I'll dispatch Jory south with a guard of honor to meet their party on the King's Road and see them safely here. By the gods, how will we feed this entire host? You say he's already on the march? Curse the man. Curse his royal stubbornness. Daenerys. Her brother presented the gown for her approval. This is true elegance. Feel it. Go ahead. Let the silk slide against your skin. Dany reached out. The material was so fine it felt like cool water slipping through her fingers. She could not recall any garment so delicate ever touching her body. It made her uneasy. She withdrew her hand. It's truly for me. A present from Magister Illyrio, Viserys announced, his smile wide. Her brother was in a splendid humor this evening. The hue will make the violet in your eyes shine, and you shall have gold too, and every manner of jewel. Illyrio has sworn it. Tonight, you must appear every inch a princess. A princess, Dany reflected. She had lost the memory of what that meant. Perhaps she had never truly understood. Why is he so generous? She ventured. What does he seek in return? For close to 6 months they had resided in the Magister's mansion, dining on his provisions tended by his servants. Dany was 13, sufficiently wise to understand that in the free city of Pentos, such lavishness rarely came without a debt. Illyrio is not a man who acts without purpose, Viserys stated. He was a thin young man with restless fingers and an intense gleam in his light purple eyes. The Magister understands I will remember my allies when I reclaim my throne. Dany remained silent. Magister Illyrio traded in spices, precious gems, dragonbone, and other, darker commodities. He was said to have associates in all 9 free cities, and even further, in places like Vaesdothrak and the legendary realms near the Jade Sea. It was also whispered that he'd never met a friend he wouldn't gladly trade for sufficient coin. Dany heard these murmurs in the market squares, but she had learned not to challenge her brother when he spun his fragile dreams. His rage, once awakened, was a fearsome sight. Viserys named it Waking the Dragon. Her brother placed the gown near the door. Illyrio will send the servants to draw your bath. Be certain you scrub away the scent of the stables. Khal Drogo commands 1,000 horses. Tonight he seeks another kind of steed. He looked her over with a critical eye. You're still hunching. Stand tall. He pressed his hands against her shoulders, pushing them back. Let them see you've a woman's form now. His fingers trailed over her developing breasts and closed sharply on a nipple. You will not disappoint me tonight. If you do, you will regret it. You don't wish to wake the dragon, do you? He gave a vicious twist through the coarse cloth of her tunic. Do you? He demanded again. No, Dany whispered, submissive. Her brother's smile returned. Excellent. He stroked her hair, a gesture almost tender. When the Meesters record the history of my reign, sweet sister, they will mark that it commenced this very night. After he left, Dany moved to her window and gazed longingly at the bay. The blocky brick towers of Pentos stood as dark cutouts against the fading sunset. She could hear the rhythmic chants of the red priests lighting their evening flames and the joyful cries of ragged children at play outside the estate walls. For a fleeting heartbeat, she yearned to be among them, barefoot, carefree, and clad in rags, with no burdensome past, no daunting future, and no grim feast awaiting at the hall's manse. Somewhere past that dying light across the narrow sea existed a country of rolling green hills and blossoming meadows and mighty churning rivers, where strongholds of somber stone rose against majestic blue-gray peaks, and knights in steel rode to war under their lord's streaming banners. The Dothraki named that place Raish Andali, the land of the Andals, across the free cities. People spoke of Westeros and the Sunset Kingdoms, but her brother had a simpler name for it. Our land, he would say, the words a fervent prayer on his lips. If he repeated them often enough, surely the gods would listen. Ours by right of blood, stolen through treachery, yet still ours, forever ours. You do not take from a dragon. No. The dragon remembers. And perhaps the dragon did remember, but Daenerys held no memory of it. She had never laid eyes on this realm beyond the narrow sea that her brother claimed was their birthright. The places he spoke of, Casterly Rock, the Eyrie, High Garden, the Vale of Arryn, Dorne, the Isle of Faces, were merely sounds to her, empty names without shape or color. Viserys had been 8 years old when they fled King's Landing from the usurpers' advancing armies, but Daenerys was only a stirring in their mother's womb. Still, from her brother's endless retellings, she could sometimes picture the scenes, the frantic midnight escape to Dragonstone moonlight glinting on black sails, her brother Rhaegar clashing with the usurper in the bloody currents of the Trident, dying for the woman he loved, the sack of King's Landing by those Viserys called the usurper's hounds, the Lannisters and Starks, Princess Elia of Dorne begging for mercy as Rhaegar's heir was torn from her arms and slain before her eyes, the polished skulls of the last dragons gazing blindly from the throne room walls as the Kingslayer opened their father's throat with a golden sword. She was born on Dragonstone 9 months after their flight, during a furious summer storm that seemed intent on tearing the island fortress apart. They said that storm was monstrous, shattering the Targaryen fleet at anchor and hurling great stones from the parapets into the raging narrow sea. Her mother died bringing her into the world, and for that, her brother Viserys never forgave her. She held no memory of Dragonstone either. They fled again just before the usurper's brother launched his new fleet. By then, only Dragonstone, the ancient seat of their house, remained of the 7 kingdoms that had once been theirs. It would not remain for long. The garrison was ready to sell them to the usurper, but one night Sir Willem Darry and 4 loyal men stormed the nursery, snatched them both along with her wet nurse, and sailed under darkness to the safety of the Braavosi coast. She remembered Sir Willem vaguely, a great gray bear of a man, nearly blind, roaring commands from his sickbed. The servants feared him, yet he was always gentle with Dany, calling her little princess or sometimes my lady, his hands as soft as worn leather. He never left that bed, though, and the smell of sickness clung to him, a thick, sweet, cloying odor. That was when they lived in Braavos, in the house with the red door. Dany had her own room there, with a lemon tree outside her window. After Sir Willem died, the servants pilfered what little coin remained, and soon they were turned out. Dany wept when the red door shut behind them for the last time. They had wandered ever since, from Braavos to Myr, from Myr to Tyrosh, and on to Qohor, Volantis, and Lys, never lingering anywhere. Her brother would not permit it. The usurper's hired blades were always just a step behind, he insisted, though Dany never saw a single one. At first, magisters and merchant princes were delighted to host the last Targaryens at their tables. But as years passed and the usurper held the Iron Throne, doors began to close and their lives grew shabbier. Years ago, they had been forced to sell their last treasures, and now even the coin from their mother's crown was gone in the shadowed lanes and taverns of Pentos. Her brother was known as the Beggar King. Daenerys tried not to imagine the names they used for her. "We will reclaim everything, sweet sister," Viserys would vow, his hands sometimes trembling with the intensity of his vision. The silks and the jewels, Dragonstone and King's Landing, the Iron Throne and the 7 kingdoms, all of it will be ours again. That dream was the very air he breathed. Yet all Daenerys truly longed for was the memory of a red door, the scent of a lemon tree by her window, and the simple childhood that had been stolen from her. A gentle knock sounded. "Enter," Dany said, turning from the view. Servants of Magister Illyrio came in, bowed, and began their tasks. They were slaves, a present from one of the Magister's numerous Dothraki allies. Officially, slavery did not exist in the free city of Pentos. In every way that mattered, however, they were slaves. The elderly woman, silent and gray as a mouse, moved quietly, but the young girl more than compensated with her chatter. She was Illyrio's favorite, a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl of 16 who talked incessantly while she worked. They prepared a bath, filling it with steaming water carried from the kitchens and perfuming it with fragrant oils. The girl helped Dany out of her rough tunic and into the tub. The water was near scalding, but Daenerys did not shrink from it. She welcomed the heat. It seemed to scour her clean. Her brother had often reminded her that no heat was too great for a Targaryen. "We are the blood of the dragon," he would declare. "Fire lives within us." The old woman washed her long, silver-pale hair, working through the tangles without a word. Meanwhile, the girl scrubbed her back and feet, chattering about her incredible fortune. Khal Drogo's wealth is so vast that his slaves wear collars of gold. 100,000 riders follow his khalasar, and his palace in Vaes Dothrak holds 200 rooms behind doors of solid silver. She went on and on about the Hall's handsome, fearsome appearance, his fearlessness in battle, his unmatched skill as an archer and rider. Daenerys remained silent. She had always believed she would marry Viserys when she was grown. For centuries, the Targaryens had wed brother to sister ever since Aegon the Conqueror took his sisters as brides. The bloodline must remain pure, Viserys had told her endlessly. Theirs was the king's blood, the golden blood of ancient Valyria, the blood of dragons. Dragons do not mate with field animals, and Targaryens do not dilute their lineage with that of lesser men. And yet here was Viserys, plotting to sell her to a foreign barbarian. It was a bitter betrayal that settled in her stomach like a cold stone. Once she was clean, the slaves helped her from the bath and dried her with soft towels. The girl brushed her hair until it gleamed like liquid silver, while the old woman applied the perfume of the Dothraki spice flower, a touch on each wrist, behind her ears, upon the tips of her breasts, and finally, a cool, startling dab in the most intimate place. They clothed her first in the delicate undergarments provided by Illyrio, then in a gown of deep plum silk chosen to enhance the violet of her eyes. The girl fastened gilded sandals on her feet as the old woman placed a tiara in her hair and secured golden bracelets, studded with amethysts, around her wrists. Last came the collar, a heavy golden torque engraved with ancient Valyrian symbols. "Now you look every inch a princess," the girl whispered, awe in her voice. Dany studied her reflection in the silvered looking-glass Illyrio had supplied. A princess, she thought. Then she recalled the girl's words about Khal Drogo's slaves wearing golden collars. A sudden cold dread washed over her, raising goosebumps on her bare arms. Her brother awaited her in the coolness of the entry hall, perched on the edge of a pool with his fingers tracing patterns in the water. He stood as she entered, his eyes scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Stand there," he instructed. "Now turn. Yes. Acceptable. You appear almost regal," Magister Illyrio announced, emerging from a nearby archway. Despite his immense size, the man moved with an unexpected grace. His voluminous robes, dyed a brilliant crimson, swayed with each step, the fabric shimmering like liquid fire over the shifting contours of his body. Rings set with rubies and emeralds caught the light on every finger, and his forked beard, meticulously groomed and oiled, gleamed with a metallic golden hue. "May the Lord of Light grant you every favor on this auspicious morning, Princess Daenerys," Magister Illyrio murmured, taking her small hand in his own fleshy grasp. He dipped his head in a bow, offering a fleeting glimpse of uneven yellowed teeth within that golden thicket. "A true vision, Your Grace," he announced to her brother, his voice oily with persuasion. "Khal Drogo will be utterly captivated." Viserys, his silver hair pulled back sharply and secured with a clasp of carved bone, only frowned. The severe style accentuated the sharp, hungry angles of his face. "She looks half-starved," he declared, his hand nervously tracing the hilt of the lone sword at his hip. "You're certain this horse lord prefers them so tender?" "She is a woman grown and ripe for a hall," Illyrio replied patiently, as if explaining a simple fact for the 10th time. Observe her. The hair of spun silver, the eyes like amethysts. She is pure Valyrian lineage, beyond question. Daughter of a king, sister to another. How could Drogo resist such a prize? When the Magister finally released her, Daenerys felt a slight tremor in her fingers. "If you say so," Viserys muttered, skepticism plain in his tone. "But these savages are known for strange appetites. Their interests often lie with their horses, or each other, or their flocks." "A suggestion I would keep to yourself in the Khaal's presence," Illyrio advised smoothly. A flash of violent fury ignited in her brother's eyes. "Do you dare imply I'm an idiot?" The Magister offered another slight, practiced bow. "I imply you are a king. Kings, by their noble nature, are not burdened with the petty caution of lesser men. Forgive me if my concern was misplaced." With that, he turned and clapped his hands sharply, summoning his retinue. The palanquin they entered was a masterpiece of carved wood and dark velvet, a stifling cocoon carried through the ink-black streets of Pentos. Servants with lanterns of blue glass led the way, their light casting long, dancing shadows, while a team of bearers shouldered the poles. The interior was thick with heat and the cloying scent of heavy perfumes, which could not entirely mask the underlying odor of Illyrio's pale, soft skin. Sprawled on silken cushions, Viserys remained oblivious, his thoughts already sailing the narrow sea. "We won't require his entire horde," he mused, fingers still fidgeting with the sword he had never truly wielded. 10,000 screamers would suffice. With 10,000, I could reclaim my father's throne. The great houses, Tyrell, Redwine, all of them, they despise the usurper as I do. Dorne thirsts for vengeance for Elia, and the common people. They whisper my name in their hovels, praying for my return." He glanced at Illyrio, sudden doubt thinning his voice. "They do, don't they?" "They are your loyal subjects, and their hearts are yours," Magister Illyrio assured him with a warm, expansive smile. "In taverns and keeps across the 7 kingdoms, men drink hidden toasts to the true king. Women stitch secret banners, waiting for the day the dragon sails home." He gave a great rolling shrug that made his silks rustle. "Or so my little birds sing to me." Daenerys possessed no little birds. She had no way to know the truth of life across the water, and she trusted Illyrio's honeyed tales as little as she trusted the man himself. Yet her brother drank the words eagerly. "I'll kill Robert Baratheon myself," Viserys vowed, though he had never so much as bloodied his nose as he killed Rhaegar, and the Kingslayer too, for his betrayal. "A most poetic justice," Magister Illyrio agreed. Daenerys caught the faintest curl of amusement at the corner of his wide mouth, but Viserys, nodding absently, saw nothing. He pushed a curtain aside to peer into the darkness, and Dany knew he was lost, once more commanding phantom armies on the Trident. Their destination loomed ahead, the 9-towered manse granted to Khal Drogo by the city's rulers, its high walls clinging to the bay and shrouded in veins of silvery ivy. The Free Cities had a long-standing policy of generosity toward the Horse Lords. "It is not a matter of fear," Magister Illyrio would often clarify with a jovial smile. "The Red Priests assure us that the Lord of Light could defend our walls against 1,000,000 Dothraki screamers. But why risk such a thing when their goodwill can be purchased for so little?" Their palanquin came to a halt at the gate, where a houseguard yanked the curtains aside. He possessed the copper skin and dark, almond-shaped eyes of the Dothraki, yet his face was smooth, and he wore the spiked bronze helmet of the Unsullied. His gaze was icy as he inspected them. Illyrio barked a command in the guttural Dothraki language, to which the guard offered a curt reply before waving them through. Daenerys saw her brother's knuckles white where they gripped the hilt of his lone sword. He appeared nearly as terrified as she felt. Insolent creature, Viserys hissed as the litter jolted forward toward the manse. Illyrio's voice was soothing. "Many powerful men gather here tonight. Powerful men attract enemies. The Khal is duty-bound to protect his guests, your grace, and you are the most precious among them. The usurper in Westeros would pay a king's ransom for your head, without a doubt." "Oh, he has tried, Illyrio," Viserys replied, his tone grim. "I swear it to you. His paid assassins have dogged our steps across the world. I am the last dragon, and he will never know peace while I draw breath." The palanquin settled to a stop. The curtains were drawn back, and a slave extended a hand to assist Daenerys. She noted his collar was simple bronze. Viserys emerged behind her, his hand still tense upon his sword. It required 2 sturdy servants to help the Magister rise. Within the manse, the air hung thick with the aromas of exotic spices, pungent pinchfire, sharp sweet lemon, and warm cinnamon. They were led across a vast entry hall where a magnificent mosaic of colored glass depicted the cataclysmic doom of Valyria. The flickering light of oil lamps in black iron sconces danced along the walls. Beneath an archway carved with intertwining stone leaves, a eunuch announced their arrival in a clear, melodic voice. Viserys of House Targaryen, the third of his name, he sang, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. His sister, Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone. His gracious host, Illyrio Mopatis, Magister of the free city of Pentos. They moved past the singer into a pillared courtyard choked with pale ivy. Moonlight washed the leaves in tones of bone and silver as guests mingled beneath them. Many were Dothraki horse lords, imposing men with red-brown skin, their long mustaches secured by metal rings, their black hair oiled, intricately braided, and strung with tiny bells. Yet weaving through the crowd were also Braavos and sellswords from Pentos, Myr, and Tyrosh, a red priest whose girth surpassed even Illyrio's hairy seafarers from the port of Ebon, and noblemen from the Summer Isles with skin dark as polished ebony. Daenerys stared in wide-eyed amazement at the assembly. And then, with a jolt of cold dread, she understood she was the sole woman present. Illyrio leaned close, his whisper barely audible. "See those 3 there? They are Khal Drogo's blood riders. By the pillar stands Khal Moro with his son, Rogoro. The fellow with the green beard is brother to the Archon of Tyrosh, and the man just behind him is Sir Jorah Mormont." The last name seized Daenerys' attention. "A true knight?" "Indeed," Illyrio affirmed, his smile visible within his beard. "Anointed with the 7 sacred oils by the High Septon himself." "What brings such a man here?" she asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "King Robert wanted his head," Illyrio explained. "Over some minor offense, he sold a few poachers to a Tyroshi slaver rather than sending them to the Night's Watch. A ridiculous law, really. A man ought to have the final say over his own property." "I will speak with Sir Jorah before this evening concludes," her brother declared. Daenerys found her eyes drawn to the knight. He was older, past 40 and balding, yet he carried himself with a solid, capable strength. In contrast to the silks and fine cottons around him, he was clad in practical wool and leather. His tunic was a deep forest green, embroidered with the image of a black bear reared up on its hind legs. She was still studying the face of this imposing stranger from a homeland she had never seen when Magister Illyrio rested a damp palm on her bare shoulder.
"Look there, my sweet princess," he murmured. "The hall approaches." Daenerys felt a desperate urge to flee, but her brother's gaze was fixed upon her. To displease him was to wake the dragon, a prospect she dreaded. With a nervous flutter in her chest, she turned to observe the man. Viserys was counting on to propose marriage before the evening ended. The slave girl's description had been painfully accurate, she realized.
Khal Drogo stood a full head taller than anyone else in the hall, yet he moved with a startling, predatory grace like one of the great cats in Illyrio's private zoo. He was younger than she had imagined, perhaps not yet 30. His skin held the warm hue of burnished copper, and his thick mustache was interlaced with rings of gold and bronze. "I must go and pay my respects," Magister Illyrio announced. "Remain here. I will bring him to you." As Illyrio ambled toward the hall, Viserys seized her arm, his grip biting into her flesh. "Do you see his hair, dear sister?" Drogo's braid was the color of a starless night, glossy with fragrant oils. Tiny bells were woven into it, their soft chime marking his every motion. It fell far past his waist, the very end of it whispering against the backs of his powerful legs. "You understand what that length means?" Viserys pressed, his voice a tense hiss. "When a Dothraki warrior is bested, he shears his braid so all may know his disgrace. Khal Drogo has never known defeat. He is Aegon the Conqueror reborn, and you shall be his bride." Daenerys forced herself to meet the Khal's gaze. His features were carved from stone, severe and unyielding, his eyes as dark and chilling as chips of obsidian. Her brother's rages could be painful, but they were a familiar storm. This man, however, stirred a primal fear deep within her. "I don't wish to be his queen," the words escaped her, small and brittle. "Please, Viserys, I beg you. I don't want this. I just want to go home." "Home?" He kept his voice low, but the venom in it was unmistakable. "And how do you propose we do that, sweet sister? Our home was stolen from us." He pulled her deeper into the shadows, away from prying eyes, his fingers like iron clamps. "How do we return home?" He demanded again, his mind fixed on King's Landing, on Dragonstone, on the entire kingdom that was their birthright. Daenerys had merely meant their borrowed chambers in the Magister's manse, a poor substitute for a true home, but the only one she knew. Her brother would not hear it. Those rooms held nothing for him. Not even the house with the red door, the one from her faintest memories, had ever been home to him. His fingers pressed harder, insisting on a reply. "I don't know," she finally whispered, her voice cracking as tears blurred her vision. "But I do," he snapped. "We return home at the head of an army, dear sister. Khal Drogo's army, that is our path. And if you must marry him and share his bed to secure it, then you will." A cold smile touched his lips. "I would give you to his entire Khalasar if required, all 40,000 men, their horses as well, if it meant getting my crown. Be thankful it is only Drogo. In time, you might even grow accustomed to him. Now compose yourself. Illyrio brings him here, and he must not find you weeping." Daenerys turned and saw the Magister, all obsequious smiles and deep bows, guiding the formidable Khal toward them. She hastily wiped at her eyes with her hand. "Smile." Viserys whispered anxiously, his own hand dropping to the pommel of his sword. "And stand tall. Let him see you are a woman grown. The gods know you've little enough to show for it." Summoning every shred of will, Daenerys managed a fragile smile and straightened her posture. "Eddard." A torrent of wealth and steel flooded through the castle gates, 300 strong, a proud procession of bannermen, knights, sworn swords, and sellswords. Above them, a dozen golden banners snapped in the brisk northern wind, each bearing the crowned stag of House Baratheon. Ned recognized many faces among the riders. There was Sir Jaime Lannister, his hair shining like refined gold, and beside him, the hulking form of Sandor Clegane, his features a grim testament to old fire. The towering youth beside him could only be the crown prince, and the small, stunted man trailing them was unmistakably the imp, Tyrion Lannister. But the massive figure at the front of the procession, flanked by 2 knights in the white cloaks of the Kingsguard, felt like a stranger to Ned. Until he swung down from his warhorse with a familiar booming laugh and pulled him into a crushing embrace. "Ned, by the gods, it's good to lay eyes on that stern face of yours." The king looked him over and chuckled. "You haven't aged a day." Ned wished he could return the sentiment. 15 years ago, when they had ridden to war to claim a throne, the Lord of Storm's End had been clean-shaven, sharp-eyed, and built like a hero from an old song. Standing over 6.5 feet tall, he had dwarfed other men, and when he wore his armor and the great antlered helm of his house, he seemed a true giant. He'd possessed a giant's strength as well, wielding a spiked iron warhammer Ned could barely lift. In those days, the scent of leather, steel, and sweat had hung about him. Now it was the cloying smell of perfumed oils, and his stature had widened to match his height. Ned had last seen him 9 years prior, during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion, when the stag and the direwolf had joined to crush the ambitions of the self-styled king of the Iron Islands. Since that night in the Greyjoy stronghold, where Robert accepted the rebel lord's surrender, and Ned took his son Theon as ward and hostage, the king had added at least 8 stone. A beard as rough and dark as iron wire covered his jaw, masking a double chin in the sag of royal jowls, but it could not conceal the swell of his belly or the shadows beneath his eyes. Yet Robert was his king now, and not merely a friend, so Ned simply said, "Your Grace, Winterfell is yours." The rest of the party was dismounting, stable hands emerging to take the horses. Robert's queen, Cersei Lannister, approached on foot with her younger children. The ornate wheelhouse they had traveled in, a colossal double-decked carriage of oiled oak and gilded metal drawn by 40 heavy draft horses, was too broad to fit through the castle gate. Ned knelt in the snow to kiss the Queen's ring, while Robert clasped Catelyn as if she were a sister long parted. Then the children were presented, the necessary introductions and pleasantries exchanged between the families. No sooner had these courtesies concluded than the king turned to his host. "Take me down to your crypt, Eddard. I wish to pay my respects." Ned felt a surge of gratitude for that, for Robert remembering her after so many years. He called for a lantern. No further explanation was required. The Queen started to object. They had been riding since dawn. Everyone was weary and chilled. Surely they could freshen up first. The dead could wait. She said no more than that. Robert fixed her with a look, and her twin brother Jaime quietly took her arm, and she fell silent. They went down to the crypt together. Ned and this king he barely knew anymore. The coiled stone steps were tight. Ned led the way with the light. "I'd begun to fear we'd never reach Winterfell," Robert grumbled as they descended. "In the south, the way they go on about my 7 kingdoms. A man forgets your domain is as large as the other 6 put together. I trust the travel was to your liking, your grace." Robert let out a derisive snort. "Mud, trees, and empty fields with barely a proper inn north of the neck. I've never seen such a sprawling nothingness. Where are all your people?" "Perhaps they were too timid to show themselves," Ned offered lightly. He could feel the deep cold rising from below, an icy breath from the heart of the earth. "Kings are an uncommon sight in the north. More like they're buried under all this snow." "Snow, Ned?" The king braced a hand against the wall as they went down. "Late summer snows are hardly unusual here," Ned replied. "I hope they weren't an inconvenience." "They're generally quite gentle," Ned offered. "To hell with your gentle snows," Robert grumbled. "What must this place become when winter truly settles in? The thought alone makes me shiver." "The cold months are harsh," Ned conceded, "yet the Starks will survive. We always have." "You should journey south," Robert insisted. "You need to feel true summer before it's gone. In Highgarden, there are meadows of golden roses that seem to go on forever. The fruit is so rich it bursts on your tongue. Melons, peaches, fireplums, a sweetness you've never known. I brought you some. You'll taste it. Even at storm's end, with the sea breeze, the days are so sweltering you can scarcely stir. And the towns, Ned, blossoms on every corner, markets overflowing, summer wines so affordable and fine the very air can make you tipsy. Everyone is prosperous, merry, and well-fed." He chuckled, giving his own substantial belly a hearty pat. "And the women, Ned," he declared, his eyes gleaming. "I tell you, the heat washes all shyness away. They bathe without a stitch in the rivers, right below the castle walls. Even in the streets, it's too blasted hot for wool or leather, so they wear these light shifts, silk if they can afford it, cotton if not, but it hardly matters once they begin to perspire and the fabric clings. They might as well be wearing nothing at all." The king laughed with genuine delight. Robert Baratheon had ever been a man of vast desires, one who embraced his joys fully, a trait no one would ever accuse Eddard Stark of possessing. Still, Ned could not ignore how those very pleasures were now weighing on the king. Robert was winded by the time they descended the final step, his face flushed in the lantern's glow as they emerged into the crypt's dense gloom. "Your Grace," Ned said with deference. He swung the lantern in a broad arc. Shadows shifted and stretched. The trembling light grazed the flagstones and skimmed the faces of a solemn line of granite pillars standing 2 by 2 ahead, vanishing into the blackness. Between those pillars, the deceased rested upon their stone seats along the walls, backs to the sepulchres holding their physical remains. "She is at the far end, beside Father and Brandon." Ned moved forward between the pillars, Robert trailing behind without a word, shuddering in the underground cold. This deep, the chill was perpetual. Their footfalls clicked against the stone and reverberated in the arched ceiling above as they walked amidst the dead of House Stark. The lords of Winterfell observed their passage. Their effigies were etched into the slabs sealing their tombs. Seated in lengthy rows, sightless eyes gazing into endless night, massive stone dire wolves coiled at their feet. The dancing shadows lent the carved figures a faint, unsettling suggestion of movement as the living went by. By age-old tradition, an iron longsword had been placed across the lap of each who had ruled Winterfell to bind any restless spirits within these crypts. The most ancient blades had corroded long ago to mere dust, leaving only faint rust marks upon the stone where the metal once lay. Ned found himself wondering if that meant those particular ghosts were now loose to wander the castle halls. He sincerely hoped not. The earliest lords of Winterfell had been as tough as the frozen earth they commanded. In the ages before the Dragon Lords crossed the sea, they had bowed to no other ruler, naming themselves the Kings in the North. Ned finally halted and raised the oil lantern. The crypt extended farther into the darkness ahead, but beyond this spot the tombs stood vacant and open, yawning black cavities awaiting their future occupants, awaiting him and his own children. Ned preferred not to dwell on that. "Here," he told his king. Robert gave a silent nod, then knelt and bowed his head. 3 tombs stood together. Lord Rickard Stark, Ned's father, bore a long, severe countenance. The stone carver had captured him well. He sat with a quiet authority, stone fingers gripping the sword upon his lap, though in life no blade had been enough to save him. In 2 smaller sepulchres flanking him rested his children. Brandon was just 20 when the Mad King Aerys Targaryen ordered his death by strangulation, mere days before his wedding to Catelyn Tully of Riverrun. Their father was made to witness the execution. As the firstborn, Brandon was the rightful heir, destined to lead. Lyanna was only 16, a girl on the cusp of womanhood with a rare and striking beauty. Ned had loved her completely, but Robert's love for her was a consuming fire. She was meant to be his queen. "She was far more beautiful than this," the king murmured after a long pause, his gaze fixed on Lyanna's stone face as though sheer will could restore her. He pushed himself up, his bulk making the movement clumsy. "Damn it all, Ned, why here? Was this grim crypt necessary?" His voice was rough with old sorrow. "She deserved light, not this endless dark." "She was a Stark of Winterfell," Ned stated softly. "Her place is with her family." "Her place should be on a green hill under a blossoming tree with the sky open above her in clean rain," Robert insisted, his words painting a picture of a peace she never knew. Ned looked at him. "I was there at the end. Her last wish was to return home, to rest beside Brandon and our father." Even now, he could sometimes hear her. "Promise me." She had wept in that room thick with the scent of blood and winter roses. "Promise me, Ned." The fever had left her voice a ghost of itself, but when he swore his vow, the terror left her eyes. He remembered her faint smile then, the desperate strength in her fingers as they clung to his while her grip on life faded, the dead, blackened rose petals scattering from her open hand. His memory dissolved after that. They discovered him later, cradling her, mute with loss. It was Howland Reed, the small Cranogman, who had gently pried her hand from his. Ned recalled none of it. "I bring flowers when I'm able," he offered. "Lyanna always appreciated them." The king reached out, his fingers tracing the cold stone of her cheek with a tenderness meant for living skin. "I swore I'd kill Rhaegar for what he took from her." "You kept that vow," Ned said. "Only the once," Robert replied, the old bitterness surfacing. Their legendary duel had erupted at the Trident, the chaos of battle roaring around them, Robert with his warhammer and great antlered helm, the Targaryen prince in night-dark armor. The 3-headed dragon on Rhaegar's breastplate was set with rubies that blazed like captured sunlight. The river ran red around the legs of their war horses as they closed again and again, until Robert's hammer finally shattered both the ruby dragon and the chest it adorned. By the time Ned reached them, Rhaegar was dead in the water, and soldiers from both sides were frantically grasping for the priceless gems scattered in the current. "In my dreams, I kill him every night," Robert confessed. 1,000 deaths would still not be enough. Ned found no words for that. After a moment he said, "We should go back, Your Grace. The Queen will be expecting you." "Let the others take my wife," Robert grumbled, yet he turned heavily toward the exit. "And if you call me Your Grace again, I'll mount your head on a wall. We are brothers, not just king and subject." "I haven't forgotten," Ned answered quietly. When the king remained silent, he ventured, "Tell me of John Arryn." Robert shook his head, a deep wariness in the gesture. "I've never seen a man's health fail so fast. We held a tourney for my son's name day. Had you seen John then, you'd have believed him immortal. 2 weeks later, he was gone. The sickness was a fire in his belly. It consumed him utterly." He stopped near a pillar, facing the tomb of some ancient Stark. "I loved that old man." "As did I," Ned said. He hesitated briefly. "Catelyn is worried for her sister. How does Lisa endure her loss?" Robert's mouth twisted. "Poorly, to be honest," he admitted. "I believe losing John has unhinged her mind, Ned. She's taken the boy and fled to the Eyrie, directly against my command. I had intended to foster him with Tywin Lannister at Casterly Rock. John had no brothers, no other sons to carry his legacy. A sudden, unexpected memory seemed to strike Robert then, a glimpse of Lysa on a balcony at the tourney, her face pale as moonlight, staring not at the jousting, but at some distant, unseen horror. It was a detail Ned had never heard before, a silent fracture in the court's glittering facade that hinted at deeper, hidden turmoil. Was I meant to let him be brought up by women alone? Ned would sooner trust a pit viper with a child than Lord Tywin, but he kept that thought to himself. Old wounds have a way of reopening at the slightest touch. The wife has lost her husband, he said carefully. Perhaps the mother feared losing her son as well? The boy is very young. 6 years old, sickly, and Lord of the Eyrie, may the gods help him, the king swore. Lord Tywin had never accepted a ward before. Lysa should have been honored. The Lannisters are an ancient and noble house. She refused to even consider it. Then she fled in the dead of night without a word of farewell. Cersei was livid. He let out a heavy sigh. "The boy carries my name, did you know?" "Robert Arryn. I am sworn to protect him. How can I do that if his mother spirits him away?" "I will take him as my ward if you wish," Ned offered. "Lysa might agree to that. She and Catelyn were as close as sisters when they were girls, and she would be welcome here as well." "A generous offer, my friend," the king replied, "but too late. Lord Tywin has already given his consent. Placing the boy elsewhere now would be a grave insult to him. My concern is for my nephew's well-being, not Lannister pride," Ned stated firmly. "That is because you do not share a bed with a Lannister." Robert laughed, the sound echoing off the stone tombs and the vaulted ceiling above. His smile flashed white within his thick black beard. "Ah, Ned," he said, "you are still too serious." He threw a heavy arm around Ned's shoulders. "I had intended to wait a few days before speaking with you, but I see now there's no point in delaying. Come, walk with me." They moved back between the pillars, the blind stone eyes of statues seeming to track their progress. The king kept his arm in place. "You must have wondered why I finally journeyed north to Winterfell after all this time." Ned had his suspicions, but he voiced none of them. "For the pleasure of my company, surely," he said lightly. "And there is the wall. You need to see it, Your Grace, to walk its battlements and speak with the men who guard it. The Night's Watch is but a shadow of its former strength." Benjen says. "No doubt I will hear your brother's thoughts soon enough," Robert interrupted. "The wall has stood for, 8,000 years? It can stand a few days more. I have more pressing matters. These are difficult times. I need good men around me, men like John Arryn. He served as Lord of the Eyrie, Warden of the East, and as my hand, he will not be easily replaced." His son, Ned began. "His son will inherit the Eyrie and its incomes," Robert said brusquely. "Nothing more." The statement caught Ned off guard. He stopped and turned to face the king, the words coming unbidden. "The Arryns have always been Wardens of the East. The title belongs with the domain." "Perhaps when he comes of age, the honor can be returned to him," Robert said. "I must think of this year and the next. A 6-year-old boy is no wartime leader, Ned. In times of peace, the title is merely ceremonial. Let the boy keep it. For his father's sake, if not his own. Surely you owe John that much for his service." The king was not pleased. He removed his arm from Ned's shoulders. "John's service was the duty he owed his king. I am not ungrateful, Ned. You, of all people, should know that. But the son is not the father. A mere child cannot secure the East." Then his tone softened, a weary resignation seeping in. Enough of this. There is a more important office to discuss, and I would not quarrel with you. Robert took Ned by the elbow. I have need of you, Ned. I am yours to command, your grace. Always. They were the required words, and he spoke them. A sense of foreboding tightening in his chest about what was to follow. Robert barely seemed to hear him. Those years we spent in the Eyrie, gods, those were good years. I want you at my side again, Ned. I want you down in King's Landing, not stuck up here at the edge of the world where you're of no damned use to anyone. Robert gazed into the surrounding gloom, his expression briefly as somber and brooding as any Stark's. I swear to you, holding a crown is 1,000 times more difficult than seizing one. Governing is tedious work, and managing the treasury is even worse, and the people, they never cease. I sit on that wretched iron throne and listen to their endless grievances until my thoughts grow dull and my backside aches. Everyone wants something, gold, land, or judgment. The tales they spin, and my own nobles are no better. I am surrounded by sycophants and simpletons. It's enough to drive a man to distraction, Ned. Half of them are too fearful to speak honestly, and the other half wouldn't recognize truth if it bit them. Some evenings I find myself almost wishing we'd been defeated at the Trident. Well, not truly, but you understand the sentiment. I do understand, Ned replied quietly. Robert met his gaze. I believe you do. If that's so, you might be the only one, my old friend. He allowed himself a weary smile. Lord Eddard Stark, I intend to name you the King's Hand. Ned went to one knee. The proposal itself was not a shock. What other purpose could have brought Robert all this way? The Hand was the second most powerful position in the realm. He spoke with the king's authority, led the king's armies, and shaped the king's laws. At times, he even sat upon the Iron Throne to administer justice when the king was away, ill, or otherwise occupied. Robert was handing him a duty as vast as the kingdom itself. It was the last thing Ned desired. Your Grace, he said, I am not deserving of such an honor. Robert let out a good-natured groan. If I wished to honor you, I'd let you rest. I plan to have you run the kingdom and fight its battles while I feast and drink and chase women into an early grave. He patted his stomach and grinned. You know the old saying about the king and his hand? Ned did. What the king imagines, he recited, the hand constructs. I once lay with a fisherman's daughter who shared the common folk's blunter version. The king feasts, they say, and the hand cleans up the mess. Robert tipped his head back and laughed heartily. The sound echoed through the silent crypt, and the stone figures of Winterfell's dead seemed to observe them with chilly disapproval. When his laughter finally faded, Ned remained kneeling, his eyes lifted. Damn it, Ned, the king grumbled. You could at least force a smile to humor me. They claim it grows so cold here in winter that a man's laughter freezes in his throat and chokes him, Ned stated flatly. Maybe that is why Starks are not known for their humor. Journey south with me, and I'll remind you how to laugh, Robert vowed. You aided me in winning this cursed throne, now help me keep it. We were meant to rule side by side. If Lyanna had lived, we would have been brothers, tied by blood as well as friendship. Well, it is not too late. I have a son. You have a daughter. My Joffrey and your Sansa will unite our houses, just as Lyanna and I might have. This offer did catch Ned off guard. Sansa is but 11. Robert waved a dismissive hand. Old enough for a promise. The wedding can wait a few years. The king smiled again. Now get up and say yes. Damn you. Nothing would honor me more, your grace, Ned responded. He paused. These honors are all so sudden. Might I have a little time to reflect? I should speak with my wife. Yes, of course, tell Catelyn. Sleep on it if you need to. The king reached down, took Ned's hand, and hauled him to his feet. Just don't make me wait long. Patience has never been my strongest virtue. For a heartbeat, Eddard Stark was overwhelmed by a deep and sudden dread. His place was here, in the north. He glanced at the stone sentinels surrounding them, drawing a slow breath in the crypt's cold quiet. He could feel the gaze of the dead. They were listening, he knew, and winter was coming. Jon. There were moments, not many, but a few, when Jon Snow was thankful for his bastard status. As he refilled his wine cup from a servant's pitcher, it occurred to him this might well be one of them. He leaned back into his seat at the bench among the younger squires and took a long drink, the noise of the feast a distant murmur as he watched the high table from afar, a solitary figure content in his temporary obscurity. The rich, honeyed flavor of summer wine washed over his tongue, coaxing a grin to his face. Winterfell's great hall swam in a warm, smoky haze, thick with the scents of charred meat and crusty bread fresh from the ovens. From the gray stone walls hung the sigils of the great houses, the pale direwolf, the golden-crowned stag, the crimson lion. A minstrel strummed a ballad somewhere near the high table, but his song was lost down here, drowned beneath the crackle of the hearth, the clatter of pewter, and the rumble of 100 feasting voices. This was the king's welcome feast, hours deep. Jon's true-born siblings were seated up with the royal children under the watchful eyes of Lord and Lady Stark as they hosted the king and queen. For such an occasion, his father might allow each child a single ceremonial glass, but no more. Here on the common benches, however, there was no one to tell Jon when to stop. He was discovering, much to the rowdy encouragement of the young men around him, that he possessed a man's appetite for drink. They were excellent company, swapping wild tales of fights, hunts, and romantic conquests, and Jon was sure their stories beat anything the royal brood might offer. He'd gotten a long, close look at all the visitors when they entered, the procession passing right by his bench. His lord father had led the way with the queen on his arm. She was every bit as stunning as the songs claimed, a jeweled tiara glinting in her fall of golden hair, its emeralds mirroring the cool green of her eyes. Father handed her up to the dais, yet she never once glanced his way. Even at 14, Jon could see the emptiness behind her polished smile. Then came King Robert, with Lady Stark beside him. The king was a profound letdown. Father had always spoken of Robert Baratheon as the realm's fiercest warrior, a demon on the trident. Jon saw only a sweaty, red-faced man straining his silks, walking with the unsteady gait of someone already deep in his cups. It was almost funny, in a pathetic sort of way. Here was the legendary hero, looking like he'd struggled to lift his own hammer. The children followed. Little Rickon led with all the solemn focus a 3-year-old could manage, requiring a gentle nudge from Jon when he paused to stare. Next was Robb, wearing stark gray and white, escorting Princess Marcella. She was a slight girl, not yet 8, a cloud of golden curls beneath a net of gems. Jon noted the shy, admiring glances she kept giving Robb in her timid smiles and found her utterly bland. Robb, grinning like an idiot, seemed completely oblivious to her dullness. His sisters came with the princes. Arya walked beside plump little Tommen, whose hair was a longer shade of pale blonde than her own. Sansa, 2 years older, was paired with Crown Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Though only 12, Joffrey stood taller than both Jon and Robb, a fact that chafed. He had his sister's golden curls and his mother's green eyes, his hair spilling over a velvet collar and golden choker. Sansa glowed beside him, but Jon instantly disliked the prince's petulant mouth and the bored, contemptuous sweep of his gaze across the hall. More intriguing were the two who followed, the queen's brothers from Casterly Rock. The lion and the imp were impossible to confuse. Ser Jaime Lannister, the queen's twin, was all sharp, golden beauty, tall, with brilliant green eyes and a smile as cutting as a blade. He wore crimson and black, a satin cloak on his shoulders, the golden lion on his chest seeming to snarl in silent challenge. The man was known openly as the Lion of Lannister, though the title Kingslayer followed him in hushed tones wherever he walked. Jon could not tear his gaze away. This is the bearing of a king, he thought as the golden figure strode past. Then his eyes fell upon the other, struggling to keep up, nearly hidden in his brother's shadow. Tyrion Lannister, the youngest and by a wide margin the most ill-favored of Lord Tywin's children. Where Cersei and Jaime had been granted every grace, Tyrion had been given none. A dwarf, he stood barely half his brother's height, moving with an awkward, labored gait. His head seemed too massive for his body, his features crowded beneath a heavy, prominent brow. One eye shone green, the other black, both watching the world from under a pale, limp curtain of hair, so fair it was nearly white. Jon stared, captivated. The final high-born guests to arrive were his uncle, Benjen Stark of the Night's Watch, and his father's ward, Theon Greyjoy. Benjen offered John a kind, familiar smile as he passed. Theon, as usual, looked right through him. Once the hall was settled, toasts were exchanged, courtesies given and received, and the feast commenced in earnest. John had begun drinking then and saw no reason to cease. A nudge against his leg beneath the table drew his attention downward to a pair of glowing red eyes. "Still hungry?" he murmured. A half-eaten honeyed chicken remained on a platter. John considered tearing off a leg, then decided better of it. He speared the entire bird with his knife and let it drop to the floor between his feet. Ghost fell upon it with a soundless, savage intensity. His siblings had been forbidden to bring their wolves, but down here at the lower tables, a dozen common dogs roamed freely, and no one had uttered a word about his pup. He counted that as another small, bitter victory. His eyes began to water. John scrubbed at them, blaming the hearth smoke, and took another long swallow of wine as he watched his direwolf consume the chicken. A scrawny black mongrel with unsettling yellow eyes caught the scent and slunk beneath the bench, hoping for a share. She growled, low and threatening, edging closer. Ghost lifted his head, silent, fixing her with those smoldering crimson eyes. The bitch barked a sharp, angry challenge. She was easily 3 times his size. Ghost didn't flinch. He stood his ground over the carcass, mouth opening to reveal a row of needle-sharp teeth. The mongrel stiffened, offered one last half-hearted bark for dignity's sake, then turned and retreated. Ghost returned to his meal. A grin touched John's lips as he reached down to ruffle the thick white fur. The wolf glanced up, gave his fingers a gentle, acknowledging nip, and went back to eating. "Is this the famous direwolf I've been hearing about?" A well-known voice asked beside him. John looked up, his mood lifting at once as his uncle Benjen placed a hand on his head and mussed his hair, much as John had just petted the wolf. "Yes," John said. "His name is Ghost." A squire, midway through a ribald tale, hastily shifted to make space for the Lord Commander's brother. Benjen Stark swung a long leg over the bench, took the wine cup from John's hand, and sampled it. "Summer wine?" he declared, cloyingly sweet. "How many of these have you finished, John?" John merely smiled. Benjen Stark laughed, a warm, rich sound. "Just as I suspected. Well, I believe I was younger than you are now the first time I found myself sincerely and thoroughly drunk." He plucked a roasted onion, glistening with brown gravy, from a nearby trencher and took a loud, crunchy bite. His uncle's face was lean and sharp, carved like a cliff face, but his blue-gray eyes always held a spark of humor. He was dressed in the black of the Night's Watch, though tonight it was fine black velvet, paired with high boots and a wide belt fastened with silver. A heavy silver chain hung around his neck. Benjen watched Ghost with open amusement as he ate.
"A remarkably quiet wolf," he observed.
"He's not like the others," John replied. "He has never made a sound. That's why I call him Ghost. It fits him, and the white fur certainly helps. The rest of the litter are all dark shades of gray and black." Benjen Stark looked at John thoughtfully. "They say there are still dire wolves north of the wall. We hear them sometimes when we're out on patrol." He paused. "Don't you normally take your meals in the hall with your brothers?" "Usually," John replied, his tone even. "But this evening Lady Stark felt seating a bastard at the high table might be seen as a slight to our royal guests." "I understand." His uncle's gaze drifted toward the raised dais at the far end of the room. "My brother doesn't appear to be in much of a celebratory mood tonight." John had sensed it as well. A bastard learns to watch, to see the truths people conceal behind polite words and careful expressions. Lord Eddard was observing every formality, yet there was a tension in his posture John rarely witnessed. He spoke little, his eyes distant and unseeing as they swept the hall. 2 seats down, King Robert had been drinking deeply since the feast began. His broad face was red above his thick black beard. He offered countless toasts, roared at every joke, and fell upon each course as if he hadn't eaten in days. Beside him, Queen Cersei sat with a chill, regal stillness, like a figure carved from winter ice. "The Queen isn't pleased either," John confided quietly. "Father took the king down to the crypts today. Her Grace did not approve of the visit." Benjen fixed John with an appraising look. "You see a great deal, John. We have need of observant men on the wall. A flush of pride warmed John. Robb has a stronger arm with a lance, but my sword work is better. Even old Hullen says I ride as well as any man in Winterfell. Impressive skills, his uncle acknowledged. Take me back with you when you return to the wall, John blurted out, the words tumbling forth. If you ask him, Father will grant me leave. I'm certain of it. Uncle Benjen studied his face. The wall is a harsh place for a boy, John. I'm nearly a man grown, John insisted. My next name day I'll be 15. Master Lewin says bastards learn the ways of the world sooner than other children. A sad truth, Benjen said, his mouth tightening. He took John's cup, refilled it from a nearby pitcher, and drank deeply. Daeron Targaryen was only 14 when he conquered Dorne, John argued. The young dragon was a figure of legend to him. A conquest that lasted a single summer, his uncle countered. Your boy king lost 10,000 men seizing it and 50,000 more trying to keep it. Someone should have taught him that war is not some grand adventure. He took another drink. Besides, he added, wiping his lips, Daeron Targaryen died at 18. Or did you overlook that detail? I overlook nothing, John declared, the wine lending him courage. He straightened his back, trying to appear taller. I wish to take the black, uncle. I want to serve in the Night's Watch. He had pondered it through many long nights, listening to the breathing of his sleeping brothers. Robb would one day be Lord of Winterfell, commanding armies as Warden of the North. Bran and Rickon would be his sworn lords, ruling keeps in his name. His sisters Arya and Sansa would wed the heirs of other great houses and become ladies of southern castles. But what future was there for a bastard? You don't grasp what you're asking, John. The Night's Watch is a lifelong brotherhood. We take no wives, father, no children. Our family is our duty. Our only comfort is our honor. A bastard can hold to honor, John said fiercely. I am ready to say the words. You are 14, Benjen stated. Not a man, not yet. Until you've known a woman, you cannot comprehend what you'd be surrendering. I don't care about any of that. John's voice grew heated. You might, Benjen said softly, if you understood the true cost of the oath. You might be less quick to pay that price, lad? A sudden hot anger surged in John's chest. I'm not your son. Benjen Stark rose to his feet. More's the pity. He placed a hand on John's shoulder, his grip firm. Come and talk to me again after you've held a child of your own in your arms. Then we'll see how you feel about taking vows. John felt a tremor run through him. I will never sire a child born out of wedlock, he stated with deliberate care, the words sharp and final. He spat them out as if they were poison. Abruptly, he became aware that the entire table had gone quiet, every eye fixed upon him. He felt the treacherous sting of tears threatening to break through. Clutching the last shreds of his composure, he shoved his chair back and stood. You must excuse me, he managed, his voice tight. He turned and fled before the first tear could fall, the sound of his own heartbeat roaring in his ears. The wine, he realized too late, had clouded his senses more than he'd thought. His legs betrayed him as he stumbled away, colliding with a serving girl and sending a pitcher of spiced wine shattering across the stones. Peals of laughter erupted around him, and now the hot tears streamed freely down John's cheeks. A hand reached out to steady him. He tore himself free and ran blindly for the exit, Ghost a pale shadow at his heels. The courtyard was still and hollow. High on the inner wall, a solitary guard was wrapped tightly in his cloak against the chill, a picture of boredom and gloom. In that moment, John would have given anything to trade places with him. The rest of the castle lay dark and silent, an empty shell that reminded him painfully of a forgotten holdfast he'd once seen, a place where only the wind moved and the stones kept their secrets. Tonight, Winterfell felt just as abandoned. Behind him, the raucous sounds of the feast spilled from the open windows, music and laughter that were the last things he wished to hear. He scrubbed angrily at his face with his sleeve, furious at his own weakness, and turned to leave. Boy, a voice called from above. John looked up. Tyrion Lannister was perched on the stone ledge above the great hall's door, looking for all the world like some misplaced gargoyle. The dwarf peered down at him with a curious grin. Is that creature a wolf? A dire wolf, John corrected, his own misery momentarily forgotten in his surprise. His name is Ghost. What are you doing up there? Why aren't you inside with the others? Too stifling, too loud, and I've had a bit too much to drink, Tyrion replied airily. I learned at a tender age that it's terribly impolite to vomit on one's relatives. Now, might I inspect your wolf a little closer? Jon paused, then gave a slow nod. Can you get down from there, or should I fetch a ladder? Oh, bother that, the little man said. And with that, he simply pushed himself off the ledge. Jon's breath caught, but then he watched, amazed, as Tyrion tucked into a roll, landed deftly on his hands, and sprang back onto his feet. Ghost edged backward with a low rumble. The dwarf brushed himself off and chuckled. It seems I've alarmed your companion. My apologies. He's not afraid, Jon insisted. He knelt and called softly. Ghost here. Come on, boy. The pale wolf pup padded over and nudged Jon's cheek, though one watchful eye remained fixed on Tyrion. When the dwarf extended a hand, Ghost recoiled, lips peeling back in a soundless snarl. A bit reserved, isn't he? Lannister noted. Sit, Ghost, Jon commanded. The direwolf obeyed, holding still. You can pet him now. He won't move until I say so. I've been working with him. I can tell, Lannister said. He reached out and ruffled the thick white fur between Ghost's ears. A fine animal. If I weren't here, he'd have your throat, Jon said. It wasn't entirely true yet, but he believed it would be. Then you'd best not wander off, the dwarf replied. He tilted his large head, his mismatched eyes appraising Jon. I am Tyrion Lannister. I know, Jon said, rising to his feet. Standing, he was taller than the dwarf, a fact that felt oddly significant. You're Ned Stark's bastard, aren't you? A cold wave washed through Jon. He pressed his lips into a thin line and said nothing. Have I given offense? Lannister asked, not sounding particularly sorry. Forgive me. Dwarfs are seldom expected to be tactful. Centuries of capering fools in motley have earned me the right to wear what I please and speak my mind. He flashed that grin again. But you are the bastard? Lord Eddard Stark is my father, Jon admitted, his voice stiff. Lannister studied his face intently. Yes, he said finally. I can see the resemblance. You carry the North in your bones more than your half-brothers ever could, the dwarf observed. Jon corrected him, half-brothers. He felt a flush of pride at the words, but kept his expression guarded. Tyrion Lannister leaned closer, his voice dropping. Listen well, Snow. Never hide from what you are, because the world won't let you. Turn that truth into your shield. If you wear it openly, it can't be used as a weapon against you. Jon felt a familiar resentment rise. What would you know of it? In my father's eyes, every dwarf is a bastard, Tyrion replied flatly. You're a true-born Lannister. Am I? The dwarf's smile was sharp and humorless. You should take that news to Lord Tywin. My mother died bringing me into this world, and he's spent every day since wondering. He saw the shadow cross Jon's face, and his tone shifted, becoming almost conspiratorial. Let me share a different piece of wisdom. While all dwarfs might be treated as bastards, not every bastard needs to become a dwarf. With a wink, he turned and ambled back toward the feast, a jaunty whistle on his lips. As the door swung open, firelight spilled out, casting his silhouette long and imposing across the yard for one brief, defiant moment. Tyrion Lannister stood as tall as any king. In all of Winterfell, Catelyn Stark's chambers were the warmest. She rarely needed a fire. The ancient castle was built over steaming springs, and that scalding water pulsed through the walls like a heartbeat, pushing the cold from the stones and keeping the glass gardens lush and humid. In summer, it was a comfort. In the deep winter, it was the very thing that kept them alive. Her bath was always ready, steaming, and the stone walls held a gentle heat. That warmth was a memory of River Run, of sun-drenched afternoons with Lyssa and Ed Muir. But Ned could never stand it. Starks are meant for the cold, he'd tell her, and she'd laugh and say they'd built their home in entirely the wrong place. Then after he slipped from her bed and walked to the room's edge, he drew back the heavy hangings and pushed open the tall, narrow windows one after another, letting the night's chill rush in. He stood there facing the darkness, unclothed and unarmed, while the wind curled around him. Catelyn pulled the furs up and watched. In that dim light, he seemed younger, more like the boy she'd married in the river run 15 years past. Her body still hummed from his touch, a pleasant, lingering ache. She could feel his seed inside her and sent a silent prayer to the gods. It had been 3 years since Rickon. She was not too old. She could give him another son. "I'm going to refuse him," Ned said suddenly, turning from the window. His eyes were clouded with unease. Catelyn sat up. "You can't. You must not. My duty is here. I have no desire to be Robert's hand." "He won't accept that," she insisted, her voice rising. "He is a king now, and kings do not think like other men. If you deny him, he will question why. Sooner or later, he'll believe you stand against him. Can't you see the peril that would bring down on us all?" Ned shook his head, stubborn. "Robert would never hurt me or my family. We were brothers in all but blood. He loves me. If I say no, he'll shout and curse and make a scene, and in a fortnight we'll be laughing over a cup of wine." "I know the man." "You knew the man," Catelyn countered, her fear making her words hard. "The king is a stranger to you." An image flashed in her mind. The dire wolf in the snow, the stag's antler buried in its throat. She had to make him understand. "A king's pride is everything, my lord. Robert traveled all this way to offer you the highest honor he can give. You cannot throw it back at him." "Honors?" Ned's laugh was short and bitter. "In his eyes, yes," she said. "And what of your own honor? What of our family's safety?" Her frustration finally broke through, sharp and clear. Why was he being so blind? He proposes a union between his son and our daughter. What other name is there for it? One day, Sansa could be queen. Her children might one day hold sway from the Wall all the way to the mountains of Dorne. Where is the harm in that? "By the gods, Catelyn, Sansa is just a child of 11, Ned replied, his voice strained. "And Joffrey?" "Joffrey is—" She cut him off, her tone firm. "The crown prince, and heir to the Iron Throne. I was only 12 when my father pledged me to your brother Brandon." A sour expression crossed Ned's face at the mention. "Brandon?" "Yes, Brandon would have known exactly what to do. He always did. All of this was meant for him. You, Winterfell, everything. He was born to be a king's hand and to father queens. I never asked for this duty to fall to me." "Maybe you didn't," Catelyn said, the words hanging in the chill air of the room. "But Brandon is gone, and the duty is yours now. You must shoulder it, whether you wish to or not." Ned turned from her, his gaze lost in the blackness beyond the window. He stood there, perhaps watching the moon and stars, or maybe the guards patrolling the walls. Seeing his silent anguish, Catelyn felt her own resolve soften. Eddard Stark had wed her in his brother's stead, as tradition demanded, yet the ghost of Brandon lingered between them alongside the other, unspoken shadow, the woman whose name he never uttered, the mother of his natural son. She was on the verge of going to him when a sudden, sharp rap echoed at the door. Ned turned, a frown creasing his brow. "What is it?" Desmond's voice filtered through the heavy wood. "My lord, Maester Luwin is here and begs a word on a matter of urgency. You informed him of my orders not to be disturbed?" "Yes, my lord. He was quite insistent." "Very well. Send him in." Ned moved to the wardrobe and pulled on a thick robe. Only then did Catelyn notice how the cold had seeped into the chamber. She sat up in the bed, drawing the furs tightly around her. "We should shut the windows," she suggested. Ned gave a distracted nod just as Maester Luwin entered. The maester was a small man, gray in every aspect, his keen, observant eyes, the scant hair left on his head, and his woolen robe trimmed with white fur in the stark colors. His oversized sleeves, which always seemed to conceal pockets, were a source of quiet wonder to Catelyn. He was forever producing books, scrolls, odd trinkets, or toys for the children from their depths. She often marveled that he could lift his arms with all they held. Luwin waited for the door to close before he spoke.
"My lord!"
He addressed Ned. "Forgive the intrusion. A message has been delivered to me." Ned looked annoyed. "Delivered? By whom? Was there a rider?" "No one informed me." "There was no rider, my lord. Only a carved wooden box left upon a table in my observatory while I slept. My servant saw no one, but it must have come from someone within the king's retinue. We have had no other southern visitors." "A wooden box?" Catelyn interjected, a sudden unease prickling at her. "What was inside?" "A lens of exceptional quality for the observatory, likely crafted in myrrh. The lens makers there have no rival." Ned's frown deepened. Catelyn knew he had little tolerance for puzzles. "A lens," he stated flatly. "What concern is that of mine?" "I posed the same question," Maester Luwin replied, his fingers lightly touching the many-linked chain of his order at his throat. Clearly there was more here than met the eye. Wrapped in her furs, Catelyn felt a shiver that had little to do with the cold. "A lens is a tool to improve sight." "Precisely." The maester's quick gray eyes met hers, and she felt a familiar dread begin to stir within her. "What is it they wish us to see more clearly?" "That is exactly what I wondered." Maester Luwin drew a tightly rolled slip of parchment from his sleeve. "I discovered the true message hidden in a false compartment when I took the box apart. But it is not meant for me." Ned extended his hand. "Give it here, then." Luwin did not move. "My apologies, my lord. The message is not for you either. It is expressly marked for the eyes of Lady Catelyn, and for her alone. May I approach?" Catelyn nodded, her voice failing her as a cold knot of apprehension tightened in her stomach. The quiet room now felt charged, the earlier argument about royal betrothals suddenly seeming a distant, trivial worry. The maester set the parchment on the bedside table, its seal a small circle of blue wax. Luwin bowed and made to leave. "Stay," Ned commanded, his voice heavy. He looked at Catelyn. "What troubles you, my lady? You are trembling." "I am afraid," she confessed. With shaking hands, she took the letter. The furs slipped from her shoulders, her nakedness forgotten. Pressed into the blue wax was the moon and falcon of House Arryn. "It is from Lysa." She met her husband's gaze. "It brings no glad tidings. There is grief here, Ned." "I can feel it in my bones." Ned's expression darkened, a storm cloud passing over his features. "Open it." Catelyn cracked the seal. Her eyes scanned the words, which at first seemed a meaningless jumble, then memory stirred. "Lysa took no risks. When we were girls, we invented a secret tongue, just the two of us." "Can you decipher it?" "I can," she said. "Then speak it." "Perhaps I should give you privacy," Maester Luwin offered. "No," Catelyn said. "Your counsel will be needed." She pushed the furs aside and rose from the bed. The night air was a cold shroud against her skin as she moved across the room. Maester Luwin turned his gaze away, and even Ned looked startled. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Building a fire," Catelyn replied. She found a robe and pulled it on, then knelt at the cold hearth. Ned started to speak, but she cut him off. "Maester Luwin has brought every one of my children into this world. This is no moment for false modesty." She tucked the parchment deep into the kindling and stacked heavier logs atop it. Ned crossed the room, took her arm, and drew her up. He held her there, his face close to hers. "Tell me, what did the message say?" Catelyn went rigid in his grip. "A warning," she whispered, "if we are wise enough to heed it." His eyes searched hers. "Continue." "Lysa claims Jon Arryn was murdered." His fingers dug into her arm. "By whose hand?" "The Lannisters," she told him. "The Queen herself?" Ned let go, and she saw the angry red marks his grip had left. "Gods," he breathed, his voice rough. "Your sister is mad with grief. She cannot know what she speaks." "She knows," Catelyn insisted. "Lysa is rash, yes, but this message was cunningly devised and cleverly hidden. She knew it meant her death if it fell into the wrong hands. To hazard so much, she must possess more than mere suspicion." She looked to her husband, a sudden, desperate clarity sharpening her thoughts. "Now we have no choice left. You must accept Robert's offer. You must go south as his hand and uncover the truth." She saw immediately that Ned had arrived at a very different end. "The only truths I trust are here. The south is a pit of vipers I would be wiser to avoid." Luwin touched the chain at his throat where it had rubbed the skin raw. "The hand of the king wields great power, my lord. Power to discover the truth of Lord Arryn's death and see his killers face the king's justice. Power to protect Lady Arryn and her son. If the worst is true, Ned's gaze swept the bedchamber, lost and helpless. Catelyn's heart ached for him, but she knew she could not offer comfort yet. First, the battle must be fought for the sake of their children. You say you love Robert as a brother. Would you abandon your brother to be surrounded by Lannisters? A curse on you both, Ned muttered, turning his back to them. He walked to the window. Neither she nor the master broke the silence. They waited, patient, while Eddard Stark bid a silent farewell to the home he cherished. When he finally turned from the window, his voice was weary and thick with sorrow, and a faint glimmer of moisture touched the corners of his eyes. My father went south once, answering a king's summons. He never returned. A different time, Master Lewin said gently. A different king? Yes, Ned replied, the word hollow. He sank into a chair by the hearth. Catelyn, you will remain here in Winterfell. His words felt like a winter wind piercing her heart. No, she said, a sudden cold fear gripping her. Was this to be her penance? To wait and wonder, forever shut away from the gathering storm. The thought of never seeing his face or feeling his embrace again was a cold dread. Yes, Ned stated, his tone leaving no room for debate. You will hold the North in my place while I attend to the king's business. A Stark must always remain in Winterfell. Robb is 14. He will be a man soon. He needs to learn to lead, and I will not be here to guide him. Include him in your decisions. He must be prepared for when his day arrives. By the gods' grace, may that be many years from now, Maester Lewin said softly. Maester Lewin, I trust you as my own kin. Support my lady wife in all matters. Teach my son what he must learn. Winter is coming. The maester gave a solemn nod. A heavy quiet filled the room until Catelyn found the strength to voice her deepest fear. And our other children? Ned rose, drawing her into his arms, her cheek against his. Rickon is too young, he said gently. He stays here with you and Robb. The girls will come south with me. I cannot accept that, Catelyn whispered, a tremor in her voice. You must, he insisted. Sansa is to marry Joffrey, we must show no doubt in our loyalty. And it is time Arya learned the ways of a southern court. In a few years, she will be of marriageable age as well. In her heart, Catelyn knew Sansa would thrive in the splendor of King's Landing, and the gods knew Arya could use the polish. She reluctantly released her daughters in her mind, but not Bran. Never Bran. Please, Ned, she pleaded. By the love you bear me, let Bran stay. He is only 7. I was 8 when my father sent me to foster at the Eyrie, Ned reminded her. Sir Roderick speaks of a tension between Robb and Prince Joffrey. That is a danger. Bran can be the bridge. He has a gentle heart, quick to smile and to earn affection. Let him be a companion to the princes, as Robert was to me. It will make our house more secure. He was right, and the knowing made the hurt no less. She would lose 4 of them, Ned, both girls, and her sweet Bran. Only Robb and little Rickon would remain. The vast halls of Winterfell seemed to grow colder and emptier around her. Then keep him from the walls, she said, forcing strength into her words. You know how he loves to climb? Ned kissed her eyes, catching the tears before they fell. Thank you, my lady, he murmured. This is a heavy burden, I know. And what of Jon Snow, my lord? Maester Lewin inquired. Catelyn stiffened at the name. Ned felt the sudden chill in her and drew back. Many men had natural children. Catelyn had known this all her life. It was no shock in that first year of their marriage to learn Ned had fathered a child with some woman encountered during the war. A man had needs, and they had spent that year apart. He was fighting in the south while she remained secure at River Run with her father. Her thoughts consumed by Robb, the babe at her breast, more than the husband she barely knew. If Ned found solace between battles, so be it. And if a child came of it, she assumed he would provide. He did far more. The Starks were different. Ned brought his bastard son home and named him openly before the North. When the wars ended and Catelyn finally journeyed to Winterfell, Jon and his nurse were already settled within its walls. That wound went deep. Ned refused to speak of the mother, not a single word, but castles have ears, and Catelyn's maids repeated the soldiers' tales. They whispered of Sir Arthur Dane, the legendary sword of the morning, and how her young lord had defeated him in single combat. And they spoke of how, afterward, Ned had traveled to a castle named Starfall on the summer sea, returning the great knight's sword to his beautiful grieving sister, the Lady Ashara Dane, tall and fair, with unforgettable violet eyes that haunted every telling. A sudden sharp memory surfaced of Ned, soon after his return, staring silently out a window at a winter rose, his expression one of a loss she dared not name, a detail she had buried until this moment of fresh pain. It had required 2 full weeks for Catelyn to gather her nerve, but one evening, as they lay in bed, she finally confronted her husband directly, demanding the truth. That was the singular occasion in all their marriage when Ned truly frightened her. "Do not ever question me about Jon," he stated, his voice as cold as the northern winter. "He is of my blood, and that is the only answer you will receive. Now, you will tell me where you heard that name, my lady." Bound by her vow of obedience, she confessed. From that moment the quiet rumors ceased, and the name Ashara Dane was never spoken within Winterfell's walls again. Whoever the boy's mother had been, Ned must have loved her with a desperate passion, for no argument Catelyn could muster would convince him to send his son away. This was the one wound in their marriage she could not heal. Her love for Ned was profound, yet she could never extend that affection to Jon. She might have tolerated a score of base-born children for her husband's sake, provided they remained at a distance. But Jon was always present, and as he grew, his resemblance to Ned became more pronounced than that of any of her own true-born sons, a constant, silent reproach that sharpened her resentment. "Jon cannot remain," she declared firmly. "He and Robb share a close bond," Ned countered, a note of hope lingering in his voice. "I had thought perhaps—"
"He is not welcome here," Catelyn interrupted, her tone leaving no room for debate. "He is your son, not mine. I will not have him under this roof." The words were harsh, but she believed them to be necessary. Keeping the boy at Winterfell would do him no favors in the end. The pained expression on Ned's face was a physical blow. "You know, I cannot bring him to the capital. There is no place for him at court, a boy bearing a bastard's name. You understand the scorn he would face."
He would be an outcast. Catelyn fortified her heart against the silent plea in her husband's gaze. "They say your friend King Robert has sired a dozen bastards of his own, and not a single one has ever been permitted at court." Ned's temper flared. "The Queen has ensured that. How can you be so heartless, Catelyn? He is just a boy. His anger was rising, poised to unleash more bitter words, but Maester Luwin gently intervened. "Another possibility has arisen, my lord," he said softly. "Your brother Benjen approached me concerning Jon recently. It appears the boy wishes to take the Black Ned," appeared stunned. "He asked to join the Night's Watch?" Catelyn held her tongue. Let Ned reason it through himself. Her counsel was not wanted now. Inwardly, she could have embraced the maester for his suggestion. It was an impeccable solution. Benjen Stark was a sworn brother. Jon would be like a son to him, the child Benjen would never have. In time, the boy would swear his own oath. He would father no sons who might one day challenge the birthright of Catelyn's own grandchildren. "There is great honor in serving on the wall, my lord," Maester Luwin added. "And even a bastard can achieve high rank in the Night's Watch," Ned mused, though his voice was heavy with concern. "But Jon is so young. Were he a man grown making this choice, it would be different. A boy of 14. "A difficult sacrifice, indeed," the maester agreed. "Yet we live in difficult times, my lord. His path is no harsher than the one you and your lady must now walk." Catelyn thought of the 3 children she would soon have to send away and found it a struggle to remain quiet. Ned turned from them to stare out the window, his long face grave and contemplative. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he turned back. "Very well," he said to Maester Luwin. "I suppose it is the best course. I will speak with Benjen." "When shall Jon be told?" the maester inquired. "When it is necessary. Arrangements must be made. We depart in a fortnight. Let him enjoy these last days of summer. Summer ends soon enough, and childhood with it. I will tell him myself when the time comes." Arya scowled at the uneven stitches in her embroidery, a familiar frustration knotting her brow. She peeked across the room to where her sister Sansa sat gracefully among the other girls. Sansa's needlework was always flawless. Everyone praised it. "Sansa's sewing is as lovely as she is," Septa Mordain had remarked to their mother once. "She possesses such fine, delicate hands." When Lady Catelyn had inquired about Arya's progress, the Septa had merely given a dismissive sniff. Arya's hands were more suited to gripping a sword hilt than a sewing needle. She stole a glance across the sunlit room, half expecting Septa Mordain to have sensed her rebellious thoughts, but the woman was entirely absorbed with Princess Myrcella, beaming with pride at the royal pupil. It was a rare honor to tutor a princess in the womanly arts, as the Septa had declared when Queen Cersei first presented her daughter. Arya privately thought Myrcella's own embroidery looked a bit lopsided, but you'd never guess it from the chorus of praise. With a frustrated sigh, she dropped her needle and glared at her own tangled mess of thread. Her gaze then fell on Sansa, who was stitching effortlessly while chatting. Beth Castle sat adoringly at her feet, and Jane Poole leaned in to share a secret. "What's so funny?" Arya demanded. Jane jumped, then giggled into her hand. Sansa looked momentarily flustered, and Beth's cheeks turned pink. No one spoke. "Tell me," Arya insisted. Jane checked to ensure Septa Mordain was still distracted by the princess, who had just said something that made the older woman laugh. "We were speaking of Prince Joffrey," Sansa murmured, her voice sweet and soft. Arya knew exactly which Prince Joffrey, the golden-haired and regal one who had shared a table with Sansa at the feast. Arya, of course, had been seated next to his younger, rounder brother. Typical. "Prince Joffrey is quite taken with your sister," Jane whispered, brimming with vicarious pride. As the steward's daughter and Sansa's closest companion, she relished the gossip. "He told her she was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen." "He's going to marry her," little Beth sighed, hugging her knees dreamily, "and then Sansa will be queen of everything." Sansa offered a becoming blush. She did everything becomingly, Arya noted with a simmering irritation. "Now, Beth, you mustn't invent tales." Sansa gently chided, smoothing the girl's hair. She then turned to Arya. "What is your opinion of Prince Joffrey, sister? Isn't he the most gallant?" "Jon says he has the look of a girl," Arya retorted. Sansa continued her delicate stitching, unfazed. "Poor Jon," she sighed. "He only says such things because he's envious. Being a bastard must be so hard." "He is our brother," Arya shot back, her voice ringing too loud in the quiet tower chamber. Septa Mordain's head snapped up, her sharp eyes and thin, severe mouth fixed in a frown. "What is this discussion, girls?" "Our half-brother," Sansa corrected gently, offering the Septa a polished smile. "Arya and I were just expressing our joy at having Princess Myrcella join our lesson today." Septa Mordain gave a satisfied nod. "A great honor indeed," the young princess offered a tentative smile. "Arya, why is your work idle?" the Septa asked, her starched skirts whispering as she stood and approached. "Show me your stitches?" Arya felt a hot wave of anger. Of course, Sansa's perfect behavior would draw the Septa's scrutiny. "Here," she muttered, thrusting the cloth forward. The Septa inspected it and shook her head. "Arya, Arya, Arya! This is entirely unacceptable." Every eye in the room was upon her. The humiliation was complete. Sansa was too proper to smile, but Jane's smirk was plain, and even Princess Myrcella wore a look of pity. Arya felt the treacherous sting of tears. She shoved her chair back and dashed for the door. "Arya, you come back here? Do not move another step!" Septa Mordain's voice chased her. "Your lady mother will hear of this? To behave so before our royal guest is a disgrace?" Arya halted at the threshold, her small frame trembling. Tears tracked freely down her cheeks. She forced a stiff, formal bow toward Myrcella. "By your leave, my lady." The princess blinked, confused, and glanced at her companions for cue. But where Myrcella hesitated, Septa Mordain held no such uncertainty. "Just where do you think you're going, Arya?" Septa Mordain's voice was sharp. Arya met her gaze defiantly. "I'm needed to attend to a horse," she replied with false sweetness, enjoying the flash of scandal on the Septa's face. She spun on her heel and fled, taking the stone steps 2 at a time. None of it was fair. Sansa possessed every grace. Being older, perhaps Sansa had claimed all the gifts before Arya even arrived. It often seemed that way. Sansa's hands created perfect stitches and her voice carried lovely songs. She composed verses and understood silks and jewels. She could draw music from the high harp and make bells chime. Worst of all, she was beautiful, having inherited their mother's elegant cheekbones and the Tully family's rich auburn hair. Arya resembled their lord father, with plain brown hair and a serious, long face. Jane Poole had once taken to calling her Arya Horseface, complete with mocking neighs. It stung that horsemanship, and perhaps a knack for sums were her only advantages. Sansa's mind wandered when faced with ledgers. If she did wed Prince Joffrey, Arya mused, the prince had better employ a clever steward. Nymeria was already on her feet in the guardroom, tail wagging. Arya felt a surge of affection. The wolf pup adored her, a loyalty no one else offered. They were constant companions, and Nymeria slept curled at the foot of her bed. Had her lady mother allowed it, Arya would have brought the wolf to needlework lessons. Let Septa Mordain criticize her sewing then. As Arya untied the leash, Nymeria gently nibbled her fingers. The pup's eyes were a pale yellow, catching the light like newly minted gold coins. Arya had chosen the name for the legendary warrior queen of the Rhoyne, a woman who led her people across the sea. Naturally, Sansa had named her own pup Lady. Arya scowled at the thought and hugged her wolf tightly, giggling as a rough tongue found her ear. By now, the Septa would have sent word to her mother. Her chambers would be the first place they'd look. Arya had no intention of being found so easily. She had a better destination in mind. The boys would be training in the yard. She wanted to watch Robb knock the gallant Prince Joffrey into the dirt. "Come," she whispered to Nymeria, and they were off, the wolf a gray shadow at her heels. There was a perfect vantage point on the covered bridge between the armory and the great keep, a window overlooking the entire practice yard. They arrived, breathless, to find her half-brother Jon already there, perched casually on the sill with one knee drawn up. He was so focused on the scene below he didn't notice her until his white direwolf, Ghost already outsizing his littermates, rose to greet them. Nymeria approached cautiously. Ghost sniffed her, gave her ear a polite nip, and settled back down. Jon glanced over, a faint smile on his lips. "Shouldn't you be conjugating verbs or improving your embroidery, little sister?" Arya stuck out her tongue. "I wanted to see the fighting, then come up here," he said, shifting to make room. She scrambled up beside him, greeted by the thuds and grunts from below. To her dismay, it was only the younger boys practicing. Bran was so bundled in padding he resembled a walking quilt, and Prince Tommen, already round, looked like a wobbling barrel. They puffed and swung padded swords at each other under the stern gaze of Sir Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms, a stout man with magnificent white whiskers. A crowd of onlookers shouted encouragement, Robb's voice rising above the rest. She saw Theon Greyjoy next to him, wearing a black doublet stamped with a golden kraken, his expression one of amused disdain. Both boys in the yard were staggering with exhaustion. "A bit more tiring than needlepoint," Jon remarked. "A bit more interesting than needlepoint," Arya shot back. Jon's grin widened, and he reached over to ruffle her already unruly hair. Arya felt her cheeks grow warm. They had always shared a special bond. Jon bore their father's features, just as she did. They were the only ones. Robb, Sansa, Bran, and even little Rickon all favored the Tullys, with their bright smiles and fiery hair. When Arya was younger, that difference had sometimes made her worry she might be a bastard as well. It was Jon she had turned to with that fear, and Jon who had comforted her. "Why aren't you training below?" she asked him now. He offered a faint, knowing smile. "Bastards aren't permitted to leave marks on young princes," he explained. "Any bruises earned in the yard must come from true-born blades." Arya flushed, embarrassed she hadn't considered that. For the second time that day, it struck her how unjust the world could be. She watched her little brother swing at Tommen. "I could do just as well as Bran," she insisted. "He's only 7. I'm 9. Jon studied her with all the authority of his 14 years. "You're too slight," he said, taking her arm to test her muscle. He let out a sigh and shook his head. "I don't think you could lift a longsword, little sister, let alone wield one." Arya yanked her arm back and scowled. Jon only ruffled her hair once more. Together they observed Bran and Tommen circling one another. "Do you see Prince Joffrey?" Jon asked. She hadn't, not immediately, but when she looked again she spotted him near the rear, sheltered in the shadow of the high stone wall. He was flanked by men she didn't know, young squires wearing Lannister and Baratheon colors, all strangers. A few older knights were among them as well. "Look at the arms on his surcoat," Jon suggested. Arya looked. An elaborate shield had been embroidered onto the prince's padded jacket, the needlework undoubtedly fine. The design was split down the middle. On one side, the crowned stag of the royal house, on the other, the Lion of Lannister. "The Lannisters are proud," Jon noted. "You'd think the king's sigil would be enough, but no. He elevates his mother's house to stand equal with the crown." "The woman matters too," Arya objected. Jon gave a low chuckle. "Maybe you should do the same, little sister. Join Tully to Stark in your own arms." "A wolf with a fish in its mouth?" The image made her giggle. "That would look absurd. Besides, if a girl can't fight, why should she bear a coat of arms?" Jon shrugged. "Girls get the arms, but not the swords. Bastards get the swords, but not the arms. I didn't make the rules, little sister." A shout rose from the courtyard. Prince Tommen was sprawled in the dirt, struggling to rise. The padding made him resemble a turtle flipped onto its shell. Bran stood over him, wooden sword raised, waiting to strike once the prince found his feet. The onlookers began to laugh. "Enough," Ser Rodrik called out. He helped the prince up, pulling him to stand. "Well fought, Lou. Donnies, help them with their armor." He scanned the yard. "Prince Joffrey, Robb, will you take a turn?" Robb, still damp with sweat from an earlier match, stepped forward eagerly. "Gladly." Joffrey drifted into the sunlight at Ser Rodrik's invitation. His hair gleamed like spun gold. He wore a look of utter boredom. "This is a child's game, Ser Rodrik." Theon Greyjoy let out a sharp, derisive laugh. "You are children," he said mockingly. "Robb may be a child," Joffrey replied. "I am a prince, and I grow weary of tapping at Starks with a toy." "You took more taps than you gave, Joff?" Robb shot back. "Are you frightened?" Prince Joffrey met his gaze. "Oh, terrified," he said flatly. "You're so much older." A few Lannister men snickered. Jon watched from above, his expression darkening. "Joffrey really is a little shit," he muttered to Arya. Ser Rodrik tugged thoughtfully at his white whiskers. "What are you proposing?" he asked the prince. "Live steel." "Done," Robb answered instantly. "You'll regret it." The Master-at-Arms placed a hand on Robb's shoulder to calm him. "Live steel is too dangerous. You may use tourney swords with the edges blunted," Ser Rodrik declared. Joffrey remained silent, but a stranger Arya did not recognize, a tall knight with black hair and a face marked by burned scars, stepped in front of the prince. "You address your prince. Who are you to deny him a sharp blade, sir?" "I am the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell, Clegane. You would do well to remember it." "Are you training women here?" the scarred man asked, his build as solid as a bull's. "I train knights," Ser Rodrik stated firmly. "They will wield steel when they are ready. When they come of age." The burned knight turned to Robb. "How old are you, boy?" 14, Robb answered, his pride clearly stung. "I killed a man at 12. You can be certain it was not with a blunt sword?" Arya saw her brother stiffen, his honor wounded. He spun toward Ser Rodrik. "Let me face him. I can defeat him." "Then defeat him with a tourney blade," Ser Rodrik replied. Joffrey merely shrugged, a bored smirk on his face. "Seek me out when you're older, Stark, if you're not too ancient by then." Laughter rippled through the Lannister men. Robb's furious curses filled the yard, startling Arya so much she covered her mouth. Theon Greyjoy grabbed Robb's arm, holding him back from charging the prince. Ser Rodrik stroked his whiskers, his dismay plain. With a theatrical yawn, Joffrey turned to his brother. "Come, Tommen, playtime is over. Let the children have their games." This provoked more laughter from his retinue, and another volley of curses from Robb. Ser Rodrik's face flushed a deep red beneath his white beard. Theon maintained his iron grip on Robb until the princes and their party had departed. Jon observed their exit, and Arya watched Jon. His expression had gone as still and cold as the pool in the godswood. Finally, he climbed down from the window. "The performance is over," he said quietly, bending to scratch Ghost behind the ears. The white direwolf rose and nudged against him. "You should hurry back to your room, little sister. Septa Mordane is undoubtedly lying in wait. The longer you hide, the worse your punishment. You'll be sewing straight through winter. When the spring thaw arrives, they'll find your body with a needle still clutched in your frozen fingers." Arya did not find this amusing. "I despise needlework," she exclaimed. "It isn't fair." "Nothing is fair," Jon said. He ruffled her hair once more and walked away, Ghost gliding silently beside him. Nymeria began to follow, then halted and returned when she saw Arya was not coming. Reluctantly, Arya turned toward her chambers. It was worse than Jon had predicted. Waiting in her room was not just Septa Mordane, it was Septa Mordane and her mother. The hunting party departed at dawn. The king desired wild boar for the night's feast. Since Prince Joffrey rode with his father, Robb had been permitted to join the hunters as well. Uncle Benjen, Jory, Theon Greyjoy, Ser Roderick, and even the Queen's peculiar little brother had all ridden out. It was the final hunt before their departure for the south on the morrow. Bran had been left behind with Jon, the girls, and Rickon. But Rickon was just a baby. The girls were only girls, and Jon and his wolf were conspicuously absent. Bran did not search for him very diligently. He believed Jon was angry with him. Jon seemed angry with everyone lately, though Bran did not understand why. After all, Jon was going to the Wall with Uncle Benjen to join the Night's Watch. That was nearly as grand as going south with the king. Robb was the one being left behind, not Jon. For days, Bran could hardly contain his excitement. He would ride the King's Road on his own horse, a true horse, not a pony. His father would be the hand of the king, and they would live in the Red Castle at King's Landing, the fortress built by the Dragon Lords. Old Nan spoke of ghosts haunting its halls, of dungeons where terrible deeds had occurred, and of dragon skulls mounted on the walls. The thought sent a shiver down Bran's spine, yet he felt no fear. How could he be afraid? His father would be there, and the king with all his knights and sworn swords. Bran dreamed of joining the Kingsguard one day, becoming one of the legendary knights sworn to protect the king. Old Nan's tales painted them as the realm's greatest warriors, clad in white armor devoted solely to their duty with no families of their own. Their names rang in his head like a favorite song. Serwyn of the Mirror Shield, Sir Riam Redwine, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, and the twins Sir Eric and Sir Eric, who fell by each other's blades in the War Singers, named the Dance of the Dragons. He knew of the White Bull, Gerald Hightower, and Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Most of all, he revered Barristan the Bold. 2 Kingsguard had traveled north with King Robert, and Bran watched them with awe, though he never dared speak. Sir Boros had a bald head and heavy jowls, while Sir Meryn's eyes drooped and his beard was the color of old iron. Sir Jaime Lannister looked every inch a storybook knight, but Robb insisted he didn't count anymore since he'd slain the Mad King. The greatest of them all was Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. His father had promised Bran would meet the famous knight when they reached King's Landing, and Bran had been counting down the days on his chamber wall, thrilled by the prospect of seeing the world beyond Winterfell. Now, with departure upon him, a strange emptiness settled in his chest. Winterfell was the only home he'd ever known. That morning, after the hunting party left, he set out to bid farewell to those staying behind: Old Nan, Gage the cook, Mikken at the forge, and Hodor the stable boy who only ever said Hodor and cared for his pony. He started at the stables, but the sight of his pony, soon to be replaced by a proper horse, made his throat tighten. Before the stable boys could see his tears, he turned and ran, abandoning his goodbyes altogether. He spent the rest of the morning alone in the Godswood, trying without success to teach his wolf to fetch a stick. The creature was clever, understanding commands far better than the castle hounds, but it had no interest in chasing wood. Bran still hadn't chosen a name. Robb called his Grey Wind for its speed, Sansa named hers Lady, and Arya picked the name of some ancient sorceress from the songs. Little Rickon went with Shaggy Dog, which Bran thought was ridiculous. Jon's white wolf was Ghost. a name Bran wished he'd thought of first, even though his own wasn't white. He'd tried out 100 names over the past 2 weeks, but none felt right. Giving up on the stick, Bran decided to go climbing. He hadn't scaled the broken tower in weeks, and this might be his last chance. He dashed across the Godswood, deliberately avoiding the pool by the heart tree. Its carved face and hand like leaves had always unsettled him. His wolf sprinted beside him. At the base of the sentinel tree near the armory wall, Bran commanded, "Stay here, lie down, good, now stay." The wolf obeyed. Bran scratched its ears, then jumped, caught a low branch, and began to climb. He was midway up, moving with practiced ease, when the wolf rose to its feet and let out a long, lonely howl. Bran paused and glanced back down. The dire wolf below him went quiet, its yellow eyes narrowed to slits as it watched him ascend. A cold, unfamiliar sensation prickled at the back of his neck. He resumed his climb, and the wolf's mournful howl pierced the air once more. "Hush!" Bran shouted down. "Sit. Stay. You're more of a nag than Mother is." The sound followed him, a haunting echo, until he finally leaped from the tree onto the armory roof and vanished from view. For Bran, the rooftops of Winterfell were a second home. His mother claimed he took to climbing before he ever learned to walk. He couldn't recall his first steps, nor his first scramble up a wall, so he assumed her story was true. To a young boy, the castle was a vast gray labyrinth of stone walls, towers, courtyards, and tunnels sprawling in every direction. In the ancient sections, the floors tilted and dipped so strangely you could never be certain which level you were on. Master Luwin had once described Winterfell as a great stone tree that had grown over centuries, its branches thick and twisted, its roots buried deep in the earth. But when Bran escaped its shadows and scrambled up toward the sky, he could see the entire castle laid out below him. He loved that view, the world reduced to a miniature kingdom with only the birds circling above while the life of the fortress hummed on beneath his feet. He would spend hours perched among the rain-smoothed gargoyles guarding the first keep, observing everything. He watched men practice with sword and shield in the yard, cooks tending herbs in the glass gardens, hounds pacing in their kennels, the serene quiet of the Godswood, and serving girls sharing secrets by the well. From this height, he felt like the true lord of Winterfell, privy to a perspective even his brother Robb would never understand. These vantage points taught him the castle's hidden truths. The land within the walls was never leveled. It rolled with secret hills and valleys. A covered bridge connected the bell tower's 4th floor to the rookery's 2nd. Bran knew that path. He also knew you could slip inside the inner wall by the south gate, climb 3 flights, and then navigate a narrow, winding tunnel in the stone all the way around Winterfell, emerging near the north gate with the immense curtain wall towering overhead. He was sure not even Maester Luwin knew that route. His mother lived in constant fear he would fall to his death. Bran promised her he wouldn't, but she never believed him. In a moment of desperation, she made him vow to keep both feet on the ground. He lasted nearly 2 weeks, utterly miserable, until a restless night found him slipping out his bedroom window while his brothers slept. Overcome with guilt, he confessed the next day. Lord Eddard sent him to the Godswood to contemplate his disobedience, with guards posted to ensure he stayed there alone through the night. By morning, Bran had vanished. They discovered him later, fast asleep in the highest branches of the tallest sentinel tree in the grove. His father's anger melted into helpless laughter. "You're not my son," Lord Eddard said when they brought him down. "You're a squirrel. So be it. Climb if you must, but try not to let your mother catch you at it." Bran did try, though he doubted he ever truly fooled her. Since his father would not issue a ban, she enlisted others. Old Nan warned him with a tale of a wicked child who climbed too high, was struck by lightning, and had his eyes pecked out by crows. The story didn't frighten him. He often visited the crows' nests atop the abandoned broken tower, a place no one else dared go, and he would bring pockets full of corn. The birds grew to know him, eating gently from his palm. Not a single one had ever shown the slightest interest in his eyes. Later, Maester Luwin crafted a small figure from clay, dressed it in Bran's clothes, and tossed it from the wall into the courtyard below to show Bran what a fall would mean. It was an amusing spectacle, but Bran simply stared at the maester afterward and declared, "I'm not made of pottery, besides I don't fall." For a time after that, the guards would give chase whenever they spotted him on the rooftops, trying to drag him down. Those were the best days, like playing a game with his brothers, except Bran always emerged the victor. None of the guards could climb half as well as he could, not even Jory. Most of the time, they never even saw him. People rarely looked upward, which was another part of the appeal. Climbing felt almost like becoming invisible. He loved the physical sensation of it, hauling himself up a wall stone by stone, fingers and toes finding purchase in the narrow gaps between. He always climbed barefoot. It made him feel as though he had 4 hands instead of 2. He cherished the deep, pleasant ache in his muscles afterward. He savored the taste of the air so high up, crisp and cool like a winter peach. He adored the birds, the crows in the broken tower, the tiny sparrows nesting in stone crevices, the old owl dozing in the dusty loft above the armory. Bran knew them all. Above all, he loved accessing places no one else could reach and seeing the vast, gray expanse of Winterfell from a perspective unique to him. It transformed the entire castle into his private sanctuary. His favorite destination was the Broken Tower. Once a watchtower, the tallest in Winterfell, it had been struck by lightning a century before his father was born. The top third had crumbled inward, and it was never restored. Sometimes his father sent rat catchers to clear out nests from the base among the tumbled stones and charred, rotten beams, but no one ever reached its jagged summit except for Bran and the crows. He knew 2 routes. You could scale the tower's side directly, but the stones were loose, the mortar long turned to dust, and Bran never trusted his full weight to them. The better way was to start in the Godswood, shimmy up a tall sentinel tree, then cross over the armory and guards hall, leaping from roof to roof, barefoot so the guards wouldn't hear. That brought you to the secluded side of the first keep, the castle's oldest section, a squat, round fortress deceptively tall. Now home only to rats and spiders, its ancient stones still offered excellent climbing. You could ascend directly to where the gargoyles jutted out over the emptiness, then swing from one stone figure to the next, hand over hand, around to the north side. From there, with a good stretch, you could pull yourself across to where the broken tower leaned close. The final leg was a scramble up the blackened stones to the Eyrie, a mere 10 feet, and then the crows would gather, hoping for corn. Bran was shifting from gargoyle to gargoyle with practiced ease when he heard the voices. The sound startled him so much he nearly lost his hold. The first keep had stood empty all his life. "I don't like this," a woman's voice said. A line of windows ran below him, and the voice floated from the last one on that side. "You should be the hand." "Gods forbid," a man's voice answered, sounding almost bored. "It's not an honor I'd want, far too much work." Bran clung there, listening, suddenly too fearful to continue. If he tried to swing past, they might see his feet. "Can't you see the risk this brings us?" The woman pressed. "Robert loves the man like a brother." "Robert can hardly stand his actual brothers. Not that I blame him. Stannis alone is enough to sour anyone's stomach." "Stop acting the fool. Stannis and Renly were one matter, but Eddard Stark was entirely different. Robert would heed Stark's counsel, a curse on them both. I should have pushed harder for your appointment, but I was so sure Stark would turn him down." "We should consider ourselves lucky," the man replied. "The king could just as easily have chosen one of his brothers, or even Littlefinger. Heaven help us. I'll rest easier at night facing honorable foes rather than those driven by ambition." Bran understood they were speaking of his father. He strained to listen, a little closer, but swinging in front of the window would reveal him. "We must keep a close watch on him," the woman insisted. "I would much rather keep a close watch on you," the man said, his voice dripping with disinterest. "Come back over here." "Lord Eddard has never cared a whit for anything south of the Neck," the woman argued. "Not once. I'm telling you, he intends to make a move against us. Why else abandon his stronghold? There could be 100 reasons. Duty, honor. Perhaps he dreams of etching his name into the history books, or maybe he just wants to escape his wife. Or maybe, for once in his life, he'd like to feel genuinely warm. His wife is sister to Lady Arryn. It's a miracle Lysa wasn't here to meet us with her wild claims." Bran glanced down. A slim stone ledge ran beneath the window, barely a hand's width. He attempted to lower himself onto it. Too great a drop. He'd never make it. You worry excessively. Lysa Arryn is a timid creature. That timid creature shared Jon Arryn's bed. If she possessed any real knowledge, she would have gone to Robert before fleeing King's Landing, after Robert had already agreed to foster her sickly boy at Casterly Rock. I doubt it. She understood her son's life was the price for her silence. Now that he's secure in the Eyrie, she may find some courage. Mothers. The man spat the word like a curse. I believe childbirth addles the mind. You're all quite mad. He laughed, a harsh, joyless sound. Let Lady Arryn find all the courage she wishes. Whatever she knows or believes she knows, she holds no proof. He was silent for a beat. Does she? Do you imagine the king will demand proof? The woman said. I tell you plainly, he does not love me. And whose doing is that, dear sister? Bran examined the ledge. He could jump for it. It was too narrow to land on, but if he could grab hold as he fell, except that might create a noise and draw them to the window. He didn't fully grasp the conversation, but he knew it wasn't for him to hear. You are as blind as Robert, the woman accused. If you mean I see the same man, then yes, the man said. I see a man who would choose death before betraying his king. He betrayed one king already? Have you forgotten? The woman shot back. Oh, I don't dispute his loyalty to Robert. That's plain as day. But what happens when Robert dies and Joffrey ascends? And the sooner that day comes, the better for all of us. My husband becomes more agitated by the hour. Having Stark at his side will only worsen it. He's still haunted by that sister of his, that bland little ghost who died at 16. How long before he decides to cast me aside for some fresh-faced Lyanna? A cold spike of fear shot through Bran. He desperately wanted to retreat, to find Robb and Jon, but what would he say? He needed to get closer, he realized. He had to see the speakers. The man sighed, the sound heavy with impatience. You should dwell less on tomorrow and more on the pleasures available today. Stop that, the woman snapped. Bran heard a sharp smack of skin on skin, followed by the man's low chuckle. Bran hauled himself up, scrambled over the gargoyle, and crept out onto the roof. This was the simpler path. He traversed the rooftop to the next stone guardian, positioned directly above their window. All this talk grows tedious, sister, the man said. Come here and be quiet. Bran straddled the gargoyle, locked his legs around its stony form, and pivoted himself upside down. Hanging by his knees, he gradually lowered his head toward the window. The world looked peculiar inverted. The courtyard below spun in a dizzy blur, its cobblestones dark and slick from the thaw. Peering through the window, Bran saw a man and a woman locked in a fierce, naked struggle. He couldn't make out their faces. The man's back was turned, his form blocking the woman as he pressed her against the wall. A series of soft, wet noises reached Bran's ears. They were kissing. He stared, frozen and wide-eyed, his breath catching in his throat. The man's hand moved between her legs and the woman began to moan, a low, pained sound. Stop, she whispered, her voice frail and trembling. Please, stop. Yet she didn't push him away. Instead, her fingers tangled in his golden hair, pulling his face to her breast. As her head tossed from side to side, Bran finally saw her face, eyes shut, mouth open in a silent cry, but unmistakably the queen. He must have gasped. Her eyes flew open, locking directly onto his, and she screamed. Chaos erupted. The woman shoved the man back, shouting and pointing. Bran scrambled to pull himself up, reaching desperately for the stone gargoyle. In his panic, his hand slid uselessly across the smooth carving, his legs lost their purchase, and suddenly he was falling. The window flashed by in a gut-wrenching blur. He flung out a hand, caught the ledge, lost it, then grabbed on again with his other hand. His body slammed against the cold stone wall, knocking the air from his lungs. Dangling one-handed, he gasped for breath. Faces appeared in the window above, the queen, and now the man beside her. They were like mirror images. He saw us, the queen cried, her voice shrill. Indeed he did, the man replied calmly. Bran's fingers began to slip. He clawed at the ledge, nails scraping stone. The man leaned down, extending a hand. Take it, he said, before you fall. Bran seized the man's arm, clinging with all his might, and was hauled roughly onto the sill. "What are you doing?" the woman demanded, but the man paid her no mind. He was surprisingly strong. He stood Bran upright on the narrow ledge. "How old are you, boy?" "7," Bran stammered, trembling with relief. He noticed the deep marks his fingers had left on the man's forearm and let go, ashamed. The man glanced at the woman, his expression twisting with disgust. "The things I do for love," he spat, and with a sudden violent shove sent Bran pitching backward into the empty air. There was nothing to grasp. The courtyard rushed up to meet him as a lone wolf howled in the distance, a mournful sound that hung over Winterfell like a shroud. High above, crows circled the broken tower, patient and watchful. Elsewhere in the vast stone labyrinth of Winterfell, that same howl echoed. Tyrion Lannister looked up from his book and shuddered, though the library was quite warm. A wolf's cry had a way of pulling a man from the present, casting him into a primal mental wilderness where he ran naked before the hunt. When the howl came again, Tyrion closed the heavy leather-bound volume, a century-old maester's treatise on seasonal shifts, and stifled a yawn. The oil in his reading lamp was nearly spent, its flame guttering as the first gray light of dawn seeped through the high windows. He had been reading through the night, a common habit for a man who slept little. His legs ached as he slid off the bench. Rubbing life back into them, he limped to a nearby table where the young Septon Chael was softly snoring, his head resting on an open book. Tyrion glanced at the title, a biography of Grand Maester Aethelmuir. "No wonder he's asleep," he thought. "Chael," he said gently. The Septon jolted awake, blinking in confusion, the crystal of his order swinging on its chain. "I'm off to find some breakfast." "Make sure those books find their way back to their proper places," Tyrion instructed, his voice cutting through the Septon's drowsiness. "Handle the Valyrian scrolls with extra care. The parchment is brittle, as autumn leaves. And that copy of Ermedon's Engines of War is a treasure. I've never encountered another so complete." Chaela stared back, bleary-eyed, until Tyrion repeated the directions with deliberate patience, giving the man's shoulder a firm pat before taking his leave. Emerging into the courtyard, Tyrion filled his lungs with the brisk morning air and began the tedious climb down the library tower's winding outer staircase. Each step was a trial, hewn too high and narrow for his stunted, misshapen legs. The sun had yet to crest Winterfell's high walls, but the clamor of training below was already underway. Sandor Clegane's grating voice carried upward. "The boy's taking his sweet time dying. I wish he'd hurry it up." Looking down, Tyrion spotted the hound beside Prince Joffrey, a cluster of squires buzzing around them. "At least he dies quietly," Joffrey remarked with a dismissive air. "It's that damned wolf howling all night. I barely slept a wink." Clegane's squire settled the ominous black helm over his head, casting a long, stark shadow across the hard earth. "I could silence the beast for you if it pleases," the hound offered, his voice muffled by the open visor. He accepted a longsword from his attendant, hefting it and cutting a swift arc through the chill air. Behind him the yard echoed with the clash of practice blades. The idea clearly amused the prince. "A dog to kill a dog," Joffrey chirped. "This place is so crawling with wolves, the Starks wouldn't even notice one missing." Tyrion landed on the final step and moved into the yard. "I have to disagree, nephew," he interjected. "The Starks can actually count past 6. A skill, it seems, not all princes possess. Joffrey at least had the decency to flush with embarrassment. A voice from the ether, Sandor boomed, turning his helm this way and that in a theatrical pantomime. "Spirits of the air." The prince chuckled as he always did at this tired performance. Tyrion was long accustomed to the routine. "Down here." The large man peered downward, feigning surprise. "Ah, the little Lord Tyrion. My apologies. I didn't see you standing there." "I have no patience for your games today," Tyrion snapped, turning his attention to his nephew. "Joffrey, you are long overdue to pay your respects to Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn. Offering comfort is the least you can do." Joffrey's face twisted into a perfect portrait of princely petulance. "What good is my comfort to them?" "Absolutely none," Tyrion stated flatly. "But it is required of you. Your absence has not gone unnoticed." "That Stark brat means nothing to me," Joffrey sneered. And I can't stand the sound of women weeping. In one swift motion, Tyrion Lannister reached up and struck his nephew sharply across the cheek. The skin immediately bloomed red. "One more word," Tyrion warned, his voice low, "and I will do it again." "I'll tell Mother," Joffrey blurted out. Tyrion struck him once more, leaving both cheeks flaming. "You go right ahead and tell her," Tyrion said, "but first you will go to Lord and Lady Stark. You will kneel before them. You will tell them you are profoundly sorry that you are at their complete service in this terrible time, and that all your prayers are with them. Do you understand me? Do you?" The boy looked on the verge of tears, but managed a feeble nod. Then he turned and sprinted from the yard, a hand pressed to his face. Tyrion watched him flee until a vast shadow fell over him. He turned to find Clegane towering above like a grim monument, his soot-dark armor seeming to swallow the morning light. The visor was now fully lowered, fashioned into the snarling muzzle of a fierce black hound, a sight Tyrion had always considered a marked improvement over the man's ruined countenance. "The prince will remember that, little lord," the hound rumbled, his laughter hollow and metallic inside the helm. "I certainly hope he does," Tyrion Lannister replied. "If it slips his mind, be a good dog and remind him." His eyes then swept across the bustling courtyard, taking in the scene. "Do you have any idea where my brother might be?" Tyrion inquired. "Taking his morning meal with the queen," came the reply. "Ah," Tyrion acknowledged. He offered Sandor Clegane a brief, dismissive nod, and moved off as quickly as his short legs allowed, a low whistle on his lips. He felt a pang of sympathy for whichever knight was foolish enough to challenge the hound in the training yard later. The man's notorious temper was surely at a boiling point. Over in the guest house's morning room, a sparse and uninviting breakfast had been laid out. Jaime was already seated with Cersei and the young prince and princess, their conversation a hushed murmur. Tyrion pulled out a chair and sat without waiting for an invitation. "Is our royal brother still recovering in his chambers?" he asked. Cersei looked at him with that familiar, thinly veiled revulsion she had perfected since his infancy. "The king has not retired at all," she informed him coolly. "He remains with Lord Eddard. He feels their grief profoundly. Our Robert does possess a vast capacity for feeling," Jaime remarked, his smile languid and untroubled. Jaime treated most of the world with a casual disregard, a trait Tyrion had long since learned to accept. Throughout the bleak, isolating years of his youth, Jaime alone had ever offered him a shred of kindness or dignity, and for that Tyrion would forgive his brother almost anything. A servant approached the table. "Bread," Tyrion directed, "2 of those small herring, and a tall tankard of the dark ale to go with them. And bacon. I want it cooked until it's practically charcoal." The servant bowed and departed. Tyrion returned his attention to his siblings. The twins were a matched set this morning, both adorned in a deep green that mirrored their eyes. Their golden hair was artfully disheveled in the latest style, and gold jewelry glinted at their wrists, fingers, and necks. For a fleeting moment, Tyrion pondered the experience of having a twin, and swiftly concluded he was better off without the knowledge. Enduring his own reflection daily was trial enough. The prospect of another version of himself was frankly horrifying. "Uncle, do you have any news of Bran?" Prince Tommen's small voice piped up. "I visited the sick room late last night," Tyrion reported. "His condition remains unchanged. The Maester believes that in itself is a reason for optimism." "I don't want Brandon to die," Tommen said, his tone fearful. He was a gentle child, quite unlike his older brother then again. Jaime and Tyrion were hardly 2 peas in a pod themselves. Lord Eddard had a brother named Brandon, too, Jaime reflected idly. One of the poor souls murdered by the Mad King. It appears to be a name cursed with misfortune. "Oh, I wouldn't call it cursed just yet," Tyrion countered lightly as the servant placed his plate before him. He tore off a piece of the dark bread. Cersei was watching him, her gaze sharp and suspicious. "What are you implying?" she demanded. Tyrion answered with a lopsided grin. "Only that young Tommen here may get his wish. The Maester suspects the boy might pull through after all." He took a deliberate swallow of his ale. Myrcella let out a delighted little sound, and Tommen managed a tentative smile, but Tyrion's focus was fixed on the adults. The look that flashed between Jaime and Cersei lasted barely a heartbeat, but he caught it perfectly. Then his sister's eyes fell to the table. "That is no kindness," Cersei said, her voice tight. These savage northern gods are cruel to make a child suffer so, trapped between life and death. What exactly did the maester say? Jaime pressed, biting into a strip of bacon with a crisp snap. Tyrion chewed his bread slowly, considering his words. He believes that if death were the boy's fate, it would have claimed him already. 4 days have passed with no turn for the worse. "Will Bran be all right, Uncle?" Little Myrcella asked. She had inherited all of her mother's stunning looks and none of her venom. "His spine is broken, sweetling," Tyrion told her gently. "The fall crippled his legs beyond repair. They drip honey and water into his mouth to sustain him, or he would perish. Should he ever wake, he may eat proper food again, but he will never leave his bed." "If he wakes," Cersei echoed, her voice dripping with a skepticism that bordered on disdain. "How probable is that?" "The gods hold that answer," Tyrion said with a shrug. "The maester merely fosters hope." He took another mouthful. "I'd almost believe that direwolf of his is sustaining the boy's spirit. The beast is posted beneath his window, howling ceaselessly. They drive it off, and it always returns." The maester mentioned they sealed the window once to muffle the noise, and Bran's strength seemed to fade. When they reopened it, his heartbeat grew steadier. A visible shiver ran through the queen. "There's something off about those creatures," she remarked, her voice tight. "They're a threat. I won't allow any of them to travel south in our party." Jaime gave a dismissive wave. "You'll find it difficult to prevent them, sister. They shadow those girls relentlessly." Tyrion turned his attention to his meal. "So you'll be departing shortly, then?" "Not nearly soon enough," Cersei snapped. Then her eyes narrowed. "Did you say we? What of you? By the gods, you cannot mean to remain in this frozen place." Tyrion offered a non-committal shrug. "Benjen Stark intends to return to the Night's Watch, and he's taking his brother's natural son. The notion of accompanying them to see this famed wall appeals to me." Jaime's lips curved into a smile. "I trust you aren't considering taking the Black and leaving us, dear brother?" Tyrion barked a laugh. "Me? Swear off women, the brothels from Sunspear to Lannisport would fall into ruin. No, I merely wish to stand upon that wall and relieve myself off what might as well be the end of the earth." Cersei rose so abruptly her chair scraped the stone floor. "The children have no need to listen to such vulgarity. Tommen, Myrcella, with me." She swept from the morning room, her gown trailing and her hounds following. Jaime Lannister fixed his cool green gaze on his brother. "Lord Stark will never agree to depart Winterfell while his son clings to life by a thread." "He will if the king orders it," Tyrion countered, picking at his food. "And Robert will give that order. There is little Lord Eddard can do for the boy here in any case." "He could end the boy's suffering," Jaime stated flatly. "I would, were he my son." "It would be a kindness." "I would strongly advise against proposing such a notion to Lord Eddard," Tyrion said. "He would not receive it well. Even if the boy survives, he'll be broken. Worse than broken, a spectacle. A clean death is a better gift." Tyrion responded with a shrug that emphasized his own unusual stature. "Speaking on behalf of spectacles," he said, "I must disagree. Death is so dreadfully permanent, whereas life is brimming with interesting turns." Jaime's smile was thin. "You are a contrary little creature, aren't you?" "Indeed," Tyrion conceded. "In fact, I rather hope the boy wakes. I would be most curious to hear what he might have to say." His brother's expression soured. "Tyrion," he said, his tone low and ominous, "there are moments when you make me question where your loyalties truly lie." Tyrion's mouth was full. He washed the food down with a gulp of dark ale and flashed a sharp, almost feral grin up at Jaime. "You cut me, brother. You know the depth of my affection for our family." Jon ascended the steps slowly, each one feeling like a potential finality. Ghost moved soundlessly beside him. Beyond the walls, snow whipped through the castle gates, and the yard was a tumult of shouts and preparation, but within the keep's thick stone it was hushed and overly warm. A silence that sat heavily on Jon. He reached the top and paused, his courage faltering. Ghost nudged his hand, and the touch steadied him. He drew a breath and pushed the door open. Lady Stark was a sentinel by the bed. She had kept her vigil for a fortnight, day and night, never straying from Bran's side. Meals were brought to her, along with other necessities, and a narrow cot had been placed nearby, though rumor said she barely used it. She personally fed him the mixture of honey, water, and herbs that sustained his flickering life. Jon had respected this grim sanctuary and kept his distance, but time had run out. He lingered in the doorway, fear locking his tongue and his feet. The window was open, and from the grounds below, the lonesome howl of a wolf rose on the cold air. Ghost perked his ears. Lady Stark looked over. For a long moment her gaze was vacant, as if she did not know him. Then she blinked, the recognition bringing no warmth. "Why are you here?" Her voice was drained of all feeling.
I came to see Bran.
Jon managed to say farewell. Her expression remained stone. Her long auburn hair was lusterless and unkempt. She looked decades older.
You've done so. Now leave.
A part of him screamed to obey, to retreat from that grief-charged air. But he knew if he turned now, he would never have this chance again. He forced a single, hesitant step into the room.
Please,
he said, the word barely more than a whisper. A chill flickered in her gaze. "I told you to go," she stated flatly. "You are not welcome here." There was a time when such words would have sent him fleeing, or even brought him to tears. Now, they only stoked a cold fire in his chest. Soon he would be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, facing terrors far beyond Catelyn Stark's disdain. "He is my brother," Jon replied, his voice steady. "Shall I summon the guards?" "Summon them," he shot back, defiant. He moved across the chamber, using the bed as a barrier, and looked down at Bran. The boy she cradled was a stranger. Bran's hand in hers resembled a pale, skeletal claw. The vibrant brother he knew was gone, replaced by a fragile form where skin clung desperately to sharp bones. Beneath the blanket, the unnatural angles of his legs turned Jon's stomach. Bran's eyes were dark, sunken pools, open yet seeing nothing. The fall had diminished him, leaving him as insubstantial as a dried leaf, seemingly ready to be swept away by the next stiff breeze, yet, against all odds, the faint rise and fall of his chest continued beneath his broken ribs. "Bran," Jon whispered, the words thick, "forgive me for not coming sooner. I was afraid." He felt the tears on his face and made no move to stop them. "You mustn't die. Please, we're all waiting for you. Robb, the girls, everyone." Lady Stark observed in silence, offering no protest. Jon took her stillness as a grim permission. Beyond the window, the unnamed direwolf howled once more, a lonely sound that echoed Jon's own desolation. "I have to leave now," he said. "Uncle Benjen is waiting. I'm for the wall. We depart today before the snows grow deep." He remembered Bran's eager excitement about the journey north, a memory that now felt like a knife twisting. The idea of departing while Bran lay here was unbearable. Brushing the tears from his cheeks, Jon bent and pressed a gentle kiss to his brother's forehead. "I prayed he would remain with me," Lady Stark murmured, her voice distant. She wasn't truly looking at him. It was as if she spoke to the empty air. "I went to the Sept. I prayed 7 times to the 7 aspects that Ned would change his mind. Sometimes the gods do listen." Jon fumbled for a response in the heavy quiet. "It wasn't your fault," he finally offered. Her eyes snapped to his, venomous and sharp. "I require no absolution from a bastard." Jon looked away. She held one of Bran's hands. He carefully took the other. The fingers felt like tiny bird bones. "Farewell," he said. He was nearly through the door when her voice halted him. "Jon." He should have kept walking. She had never used his name. He turned to find her studying his face as if deciphering a strange text. "Yes?" "It should have been you," she said, each word precise and cold. Then she turned back to her son, her body shuddering with silent, wrenching sobs. Jon had never witnessed her weep before. The journey down to the yard felt endless. Outside, chaos reigned, wagons being loaded, shouted orders, horses being readied. A light snow had begun to dust the ground, adding urgency to the frantic preparations. Robb was in the thick of it, commanding with an authority that seemed new, as if the family's tragedy had forced a man's stature upon him overnight. Gray Wind paced beside him. "Uncle Benjen has been searching for you," Robb called out. "He wished to leave an hour past." "I know," Jon replied. Soon. He surveyed the bustling scene. Leaving is harder than I imagined. For me as well, Robb said, snow melting in the warmth of his hair. Did you see him? Jon could only nod. He won't die, Robb stated, with a fierce certainty. I feel it. You Starks are difficult to kill, Jon agreed, his own voice drained and hollow. The visit had emptied him. Robb sensed the shift. My mother? She was gracious, Jon told him. Robb's expression softened with relief. Good. A smile touched his lips. Next time we meet, you'll be dressed head to toe in black. Jon managed to return the smile, though it felt tight. Black always suited me. How long do you suppose it'll be? Before you know it, Robb assured him. He pulled Jon into a sudden, fierce embrace. Goodbye, Snow. Jon held him just as tightly. And to you, Stark. Look after Bran. I will. They separated, the moment stretching into awkward silence. Uncle Benjen mentioned I should send you to the stables if I ran into you, Robb said at last. I've one more goodbye to give, Jon replied. Then consider me blind, Robb answered. Jon turned, leaving his brother standing alone in the snowy yard amid the chaos of wagons, horses, and dire wolves. The walk to the armory was brief. He collected his bundle and crossed the covered bridge to the keep. He found Arya in her chamber, struggling to fill a polished ironwood chest that dwarfed her. Nymeria was acting as her eager assistant. With a mere point from Arya, the wolf would dash across the room, gently gather some silken garment in her jaws, and deliver it. But catching Ghost's scent, Nymeria immediately sat and issued a low whine. Arya spun around, saw Jon, and launched herself at him, thin arms locking around his neck. I thought you'd already left, she said, her voice thick. They wouldn't let me come and say farewell. What mischief are they blaming you for now? Jon asked, amused. Arya pulled back and scowled. None. I was completely packed. She waved a hand at the massive, sparsely filled chest and the garments strewn about the floor. Septa Mordain insists I start over. She says my folding is atrocious. A proper lady of the South doesn't just toss her gowns in like rubbish, apparently. And is that what you did, little sister? They're only going to get wrinkled on the road, she argued. What does the folding matter? It matters to Septa Mordain, Jon said. I doubt she'd approve of Nymeria's help either. The direwolf watched him with steady golden eyes. Actually, it's for the best. I have something for your journey, and it needs to be packed with great care. Her whole face brightened. A gift? Of a sort, shut the door. A mix of caution and thrill in her steps. Arya peered into the hallway. Nymeria, stay guard. She posted the wolf as a sentry and closed the door. By then, Jon had unwrapped the bundle of old cloth. He offered it to her. Arya's eyes, dark as his own, went wide. A sword, she whispered, the words barely audible. The scabbard was a soft gray leather, sinfully smooth. Jon drew the blade slowly, letting her see the deep, blue shimmer of the steel. This isn't a plaything, he warned. Mind the edge. It's sharp enough for shaving. Girls don't shave, Arya retorted. Then a mischievous grin appeared. Perhaps they should. Have you ever gotten a look at the Septa's legs? She laughed, then studied the narrow blade. It's so slight. So are you, Jon said. I commissioned Mikken to make it. Swords like this are used by bravos in Pentos, Myr, and the Free Cities. It won't cleave a man's skull, but if you're quick, you can put plenty of holes in him. I can be quick, Arya declared. You'll need to practice daily. He placed the sword in her hands, adjusted her grip, and stepped away. How does it feel? Is the weight right? I think so, she said. First lesson, Jon announced. Poke them with the sharp end, Arya responded by whacking his arm with the flat of the blade. It stung, but Jon couldn't stop a foolish grin from spreading. I know which end is which, she stated. Then uncertainty clouded her features. Septa Mordain will confiscate it, not if she remains unaware of it, Jon countered. But who will I spar with? You'll find someone, he promised. King's Landing is a real city, vast compared to Winterfell. Until you find a partner, watch the men training in the yard, run, ride, build your strength, and above all else, Arya knew the line. They spoke in unison. Don't tell Sansa. Jon reached out and playfully ruffled her hair. I'll miss you, little sister." For a moment, she looked as if she might weep. "I wish you were coming with us. Different paths can still lead to the same stronghold. Who can say?" He felt his spirits lifting, refusing to let sadness take hold. "I should go. If I keep Uncle Ben waiting any longer, I'll spend my first year on the wall scrubbing out latrines." Arya dashed to him for a final embrace. "Put the sword down first," Jon cautioned with a laugh. She set it aside, almost abashed, and covered him in kisses. When he glanced back from the doorway, she had taken up the blade again, testing its weight. "I nearly forgot," he said. "Every worthy sword needs a name." "Like ice?" she replied, looking at the steel in her grip. "Does this one have a name? Please, tell me." "Can't you guess?" Jon prodded. "Think of your absolute favorite thing." Arya looked confused, but only for a heartbeat. She was that quick. They spoke in unison. Needle. The echo of her laughter stayed with him, a warmth against the chill of the long journey north. Dean Ares. With a mixture of dread and raw barbaric grandeur, Daenerys Targaryen became the bride of Khal Drogo in a field outside Pentos. The Dothraki held that all great moments in a man's life must unfold under the open sky. Drogo had summoned his Khalazar, and they answered 40,000 warriors, plus a sea of women, children, and slaves beyond counting. They made camp beyond the city walls beside their immense herds, erecting great halls of woven grass, consuming everything in their path, and deepening the unease of Pentos with each new dawn. The other magisters have doubled the city watch. Illyrio mentioned one evening over plates of honey-glazed duck and orange peppers in the manse Drogo had temporarily left to Daenerys and her brother. "We'd best see the princess wed swiftly, before they beggar all of Pentos hiring sellswords and bravos," Ser Jorah Mormont remarked dryly. The exiled knight had pledged his sword to her brother the very night Dany was bargained away to the Khal. Viserys had accepted with desperate haste. Mormont had been at their side ever since. Magister Illyrio chuckled into his forked beard, but Viserys did not smile. "He can have her tomorrow, for all I care," her brother said. His eyes flicked toward Dany, and she dropped her gaze. "So long as he pays what he promised." Illyrio waved a plump, ring-laden hand. "It is arranged. Trust me. The hall has sworn you a crown, and you shall have it." "When?" Viserys demanded. "When the hall decides," Illyrio answered. "He will take the girl first. After the wedding, he must lead his procession across the plains and present her to the Dosh Khaleen at Vaes Dothrak. Then, perhaps, if the signs favor war." Viserys simmered with frustration. "I spit on Dothraki signs. The usurper sits on my father's throne. How much longer must I wait?" Illyrio heaved a shrug. "You have waited most of your life, your grace? What are a few more months, or even years?" Ser Jorah, who had journeyed as far east as Vaes Dothrak, nodded. "I advise patience. The Dothraki keep their word, but they move at their own pace. A lesser man might ask a favor of the hall, but he must never dare to scold him." Viserys stiffened. "Mind your words, Mormont, or I'll have your tongue. I am no lesser man. I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. The dragon does not beg." Ser Jorah bowed his head respectfully. Illyrio smiled faintly and tore a duck wing free. Honey and fat slicked his fingers and dripped into his beard as he nibbled. There are no dragons anymore, Dany thought, watching her brother, though she dared not speak it aloud, yet that night she dreamed of one. Viserys was striking her, hurting her. She was naked, clumsy with terror. She tried to flee, but her limbs felt heavy and slow. He hit her again. She stumbled and fell. He screamed, kicking her. "You woke the dragon?" The words were a frantic chant. "You woke the dragon? You woke the dragon?" Blood slicked her thighs. She squeezed her eyes shut, a whimper escaping her lips. In response came a terrible tearing sound, followed by the roar of an immense blaze. When she dared to look, Viserys had vanished. Towering pillars of fire surrounded her, and at their heart stood the dragon. Its massive head turned with deliberate slowness. Its eyes, pools of molten fury, locked onto hers, and she jolted awake, trembling, skin clammy with sweat. She had never known such fear until her wedding day finally arrived. The ceremony began at dawn and stretched on until sunset, an unending marathon of feasting, drinking, and brawling. A great earthen platform rose among the grass palaces, and there Daenerys was placed beside Khal Drogo, looking down upon a seething ocean of Dothraki. She had never beheld such a multitude, nor one so utterly foreign and intimidating. While the horse lords might adopt rich silks and perfumes in the free cities, here beneath the open sky they clung to the old ways. Men and women wore painted leather vests over bare skin and horsehair leggings secured by belts of bronze medallions. Warriors slicked their long braids with fat from the rendering pits. They gorged on horseflesh roasted with honey and fiery peppers, drank themselves into a stupor on fermented mare's milk and the fine wines provided by Illyrio, and traded harsh, guttural jests across the fires, their voices strange and jarring to Dany's ears. Viserys sat just below the platform, resplendent in a new tunic of black wool embroidered with a scarlet dragon. Illyrio and Ser Jorah flanked him, a place of high honor, just below the Khaal's own blood riders. Yet Dany could see the simmering anger in her brother's lilac eyes. He despised his position beneath her, and he seethed each time the slaves offered each dish first to the Khaal and his bride, serving him only the refused portions. Powerless to act, he fed his resentment, his temper darkening with every perceived slight. Amid the vast, roaring horde, Dany felt profoundly isolated. Her brother had ordered her to smile, and so she did until her face ached and tears welled unbidden. She hid them quickly, fearful of Viserys's rage and terrified of Khal Drogo's potential reaction. Steaming platters were brought to her, joints of meat, thick black sausages, Dothraki blood pies, and later, fruits, sweetgrass stews, and delicate pastries from Pentos. She refused it all, her stomach churning too violently to keep anything down. There was no one to speak with. Khal Drogo shouted commands and laughed with his blood riders, but he barely looked at Dany beside him. They shared no language. Dothraki was a mystery to her, and the Khal knew only a handful of phrases in the bastard Valyrian of the free cities, and none of the common tongue. She would have welcomed even the distant conversation of Illyrio and her brother, but they were too far below to hear. So she sat in her wedding silks, cradling a cup of honeyed wine, too afraid to eat, whispering to herself. "I am blood of the dragon," she repeated. "I am Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone, of the blood and seed of Aegon the Conqueror." The sun had climbed only a quarter of the way into the sky when she witnessed her first death. Drums pounded as women danced for the hall. Drogo watched, impassive, yet his eyes tracked their movements, and occasionally he would toss a bronze medallion into the dust for them to scramble after. The warriors observed intently. Finally, one strode into the circle, seized a dancer by the arm, forced her to the ground, and took her then and there as a stallion takes a mare. Illyrio had warned her this might happen. The Dothraki mate like the beasts in their herds, he had said in the Khalasar. Privacy was a foreign concept, and notions of sin and shame held no meaning. Daenerys turned her face away from the first warrior and the woman, a cold dread settling in her stomach as she understood. Yet another warrior approached, then a third, until she could no longer avoid the sight. Then two men reached for the same woman. A shout, a shove, and suddenly the Arax were free. Those long, cruel blades, part sword and part scythe. A deadly dance unfolded as the warriors circled, slashing and leaping, their weapons whirling above their heads, their taunts shrieking with every clash. No one moved to stop it. It ended abruptly. The Arax flashed faster than Dany's eyes could follow. One man faltered and the other's blade cut a wide, flat arc. Steel sliced into flesh above the Dothraki's waist, tearing him open from spine to navel and spilling his guts onto the dusty ground. As the defeated man died, the victor grabbed the nearest woman, not even the one they had fought over, and took her where they stood. Slaves removed the corpse and the drums and dancing began again. Magister Illyrio had told her of this. A Dothraki wedding without at least 3 deaths is considered a dull affair, he had said. Her own wedding seemed especially favored. By day's end, a dozen men had perished. With each passing hour, Dany's terror mounted, a tight coil in her chest that threatened to become a scream. She feared the Dothraki, their ways so alien and brutal, they seemed like beasts wearing human skin, not men at all. She feared her brother, Viserys, and what he might do if she failed. Most of all, she feared what would come that night beneath the stars, when Viserys would hand her over to the massive figure seated beside her, drinking with a face as hard and pitiless as a bronze mask. "I am the blood of the dragon," she repeated silently, a fragile mantra. Finally, as the sun dipped low, Khal Drogo clapped his great hands. The drums, the shouts, the feasting ceased at once. Drogo rose and pulled Dany to her feet. It was time for the bride gifts. And after the gifts, she knew, after sunset, would come the first ride and the consummation of her marriage. The thought clung to her, relentless. She hugged herself tightly, fighting a tremble. Her brother Viserys presented her with 3 handmaids. Dany knew he had paid nothing for them. Illyrio had surely supplied the girls. Irri and Jiqui were copper-skinned Dothraki with dark hair and almond eyes, while Dorea was a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl from Lys. "These are no mere servants, sweet sister," Viserys said as they were led forward. "Illyrio and I chose them for you personally. Irri will teach you to ride Jiqui the Dothraki tongue, and Dorea will instruct you in the womanly arts of love." His smile was thin and knowing. "She is quite skilled. Illyrio and I can both attest to that." Sir Jorah Mormont offered his gift with an apology. "It is a modest thing, my princess, but all a poor exile could manage," he said, placing a small stack of worn books before her. They were histories and songs of the 7 kingdoms, written in the common tongue. She thanked him with genuine warmth. Then Magister Illyrio gave a quiet command, and 4 sturdy slaves hurried forward, carrying a large cedar chest bound in bronze. Opening it, Dany found piles of the richest velvets and damasks from the free cities, and resting atop the fabrics, nestled in the soft folds, 3 enormous eggs. She caught her breath. They were the most exquisite things she had ever seen, each distinct from the others, adorned in such vibrant, intricate patterns that for a moment she thought they were studded with gems. They were so large she needed both hands to lift one. She raised it carefully, expecting fine porcelain or delicate enamel, perhaps even glass, but it was far heavier, as if carved from solid stone. The eggshell was textured with minute, overlapping plates that caught the late afternoon light, glinting like hammered copper as Daenerys rotated it in her palm. One was a profound emerald, its surface dancing with coppery specks that appeared and vanished with each tilt. A second was the color of aged ivory, veined with threads of luminous gold. The final egg was a deep, fathomless black, reminiscent of a starless ocean, but alive with crimson patterns that seemed to shift and pulse. "What are these?" she whispered, awe softening her voice. "Dragon eggs from the shadowlands beyond Ashai," Magister Illyrio explained. "Time has petrified them, yet their inner fire still shines through in their splendor. I will cherish them forever." She had only heard legends of such things, never dreaming she might hold one. It was an astonishing present, though she was acutely aware that Illyrio's generosity was easily afforded. His wealth had grown considerably from brokering her marriage to Khal Drogo. The Khal's blood riders presented the customary trio of arms, each a masterpiece. Hago offered a formidable whip of braided leather with a silver grip, Koholo a splendid arak adorned with golden filigree, and Kotho a tall bow of dragon bone, its curves exceeding her height. Following the instructions of Magister Illyrio and Sir Jorah, she gave the traditional refusals. "Such weapons are fit for a mighty warrior, O blood of my blood, but I am only a woman. Let my lord husband carry these for me." Thus Khal Drogo also received these bride gifts. A flood of other presents came from the Dothraki: delicate slippers, glittering jewels, and silver rings for her braids, ornate belts and vividly dyed vests, plush furs, fine sandsilks, fragrant oils in clay jars, sewing needles, exotic feathers, small vials of violet glass, and even a robe crafted from the pelts of countless mice. "A most fortunate gift, Khaleesi," Illyrio remarked of the last, once he had explained its origin. The offerings accumulated around her in towering heaps, more treasures than she could ever need or even fully comprehend. Then, finally, Khal Drogo presented his personal gift. A palpable quiet spread from the heart of the camp when he stepped away from her, swelling until it enveloped the entire Khalasar. Upon his return, the throng of Dothraki well-wishers respectfully made way, and he led the horse forward. It was a young filly, vibrant and majestic. Daenerys possessed just enough horsemanship to recognize this was no common steed. Something in its bearing was utterly breathtaking. Its coat was the gray of a stormy winter sea, its mane flowing like misty silver. Tentatively, Dany reached out to stroke the strong neck, her fingers threading through the silken mane. Khal Drogo spoke in Dothraki, and Illyrio translated. He says, "Silver for the silver in your hair." "She's exquisite," Dany breathed. "She is the pride of the Khalasar," Illyrio confirmed. "Tradition demands the Khaleesi ride a horse that reflects her status beside the Khal." Drogo moved close, his hands firm around her waist. He lifted her effortlessly, as if she weighed nothing, and placed her upon the narrow Dothraki saddle, so unlike the broader ones she knew. For a moment, Dany sat in confused hesitation. No one had prepared her for this. "What do I do?" she asked Illyrio. It was Ser Jorah Mormont who replied, "Take the reins and ride. You don't have to go far." With nervous hands, Dany gathered the leather straps and found the short stirrups with her feet. She was a passable rider at best, more accustomed to the decks of ships and the confines of litters than to horseback. Hoping desperately not to fall and humiliate herself, she gave the gentlest, most hesitant squeeze with her knees. And then, for what felt like the first time in days or perhaps in her entire life, the constant fear simply left her. The silver-gray filly moved with a fluid, graceful stride, and the crowd opened a path, every gaze fixed upon them. Dany felt herself moving quicker than she'd planned, but the sensation was thrilling, not frightening. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced, a story her brother once told of a princess who tamed a wild stallion, not with force, but with a whisper. For a fleeting second, she wondered if she might be that princess now. The horse shifted into a trot, and a smile touched her lips. The Dothraki scrambled to clear a path. With the slightest pressure from her knees and the lightest guidance on the reins, the young mare answered her command. She urged the horse into a gallop, and now the riders were whooping and calling out as they leaped aside. Turning to ride back, she saw a fire pit looming directly ahead, the way blocked on both sides with no space to halt. A boldness she had never felt surged within Daenerys, and she gave the filly its freedom. The silver horse cleared the flames as if taking flight. Pulling up before Magister Illyrio, she declared, "Tell Khal Drogo he has given me the wind itself." The portly Pentoshi stroked his forked yellow beard as he translated her words, and Dany saw her new husband smile for the very first time. The final sliver of sun disappeared behind the western walls of Pentos just then. Dany had lost all sense of the hour. Khal Drogo ordered his blood riders to bring forward his own mount, a sleek red stallion. As the Khal prepared the horse, Viserys edged close to Dany on her silver mare, his fingers digging into her thigh. "Please him, sweet sister," he hissed, "or I swear you will witness the dragon awaken as never before." Fear returned with her brother's threat. She felt like a child again, merely 13 and utterly alone, unprepared for what awaited her. They rode out beneath the emerging stars, leaving the Khalasar and its grass dwellings behind. Khal Drogo did not speak to her, but pushed his stallion into a steady trot through the deepening twilight. The tiny silver bells woven into his long braid chimed softly with the motion. "I am the blood of the dragon," she whispered to herself, clinging to the words for courage as she followed. "I am the blood of the dragon knows no fear." Later, she could not tell how far or how long they had traveled, but full darkness had fallen when they halted in a grassy spot near a narrow stream. Drogo dismounted and lifted her down. In his hands she felt as delicate as crystal, her limbs as unsteady as a current. She stood there, trembling in her wedding silks while he tended to the horses. When he turned back to her, tears began to fall. Khal Drogo watched her tears, his face curiously blank. "No," he said. He raised a hand and wiped the tears away with the rough pat of his thumb. "You speak the common tongue," Dany murmured in surprise. "No," he repeated. Perhaps it was his only word, she thought, but it was one more than she had known he possessed, and somehow it comforted her. Drogo gently touched her hair, letting the pale strands slide through his fingers while he spoke softly in Dothraki. Dany did not understand the words, but she heard a warmth in his tone, a tenderness she had not anticipated from such a man. He placed a finger beneath her chin and lifted her face until her eyes met his. Drogo loomed above her as he loomed over all. Then, taking her lightly under her arms, he lifted and set her upon a smooth stone beside the water. He settled on the ground before her, legs crossed, bringing their faces level. "No," he said once more. "Is that truly the only word you know?" she asked. Drogo offered no answer. His heavy braid lay coiled in the dirt. He drew it over his shoulder and began to remove the bells, one by one. After a moment, Dany leaned in to assist. When they finished, Drogo gestured. She understood. Slowly, carefully, she began to unravel the intricate plate. It took a considerable time. Throughout, he sat in silence, his eyes never leaving her. When she was done, he shook his head, and his hair fanned out behind him like a dark oiled river. She had never seen hair so long, so black, so dense. Then it was his turn. He started to undress her. His fingers were skillful and unexpectedly gentle. He removed each layer of silk with care, while Dany sat motionless and quiet, her gaze fixed upon his eyes. When he uncovered her small breasts, she instinctively looked away, shielding herself with her hands. "No," Drogo told her, his voice low. He gently but firmly moved her hands aside, then lifted her chin so her eyes met his. "No," he said again. "No," she whispered in reply. He helped her to her feet and drew her near, slipping the last silken layers from her body. The cool night air brushed her bare skin, raising gooseblesh along her arms and legs as she shivered. Fear of what was to come tightened in her chest, yet for a long moment he simply sat cross-legged, his dark eyes studying her, drinking in the sight. Then his hands began to explore, lightly at first, then with more pressure. She could feel the immense strength in his touch, yet he was careful not to hurt her. He took her hand, brushing each finger slowly. His palm glided down her leg, then traced the line of her jaw, the curve of her ear, the outline of her lips. He wove his fingers through her hair, turned her gently, and massaged the tension from her shoulders, a single knuckle tracing the length of her spine. Time seemed to stretch before his attention finally returned to her breasts. He stroked the tender skin beneath until it tingled, circled her nipples with his thumbs, then pinched and tugged, softly, then more persistently, until they stiffened into sensitive peaks. He stopped then, drawing her down onto his lap. Breathless and flushed, her heart racing, she felt his large hands cup her face. "No?" he asked, and she understood it was a question. Guiding his hand down to the warmth between her thighs, she answered, "Yes," as she eased his finger inside. The summons arrived in the gray stillness just before dawn. Alan roused him roughly from sleep, and Ned stumbled out into the cold, half awake, to find his horse ready and the king already waiting in the saddle. Bundled in a heavy fur cloak with a hood covering his ears, thick gloves on his hands, Robert looked like a great bear perched upon his steed. "Up, Stark!" he bellowed. "Enough dreaming. Affairs of state won't wait." "Of course, Your Grace," Ned replied. "Let's speak inside." Alan moved to open the tent flap. No, Robert insisted, his breath fogging in the air. "Too many ears in camp? Besides, I want to ride out and see this land of yours." Sir Boros and Sir Meryn stood behind him with a dozen guards. With little choice, Ned shook off his drowsiness, dressed quickly and mounted. Robert set a fierce pace, pushing his massive black destrier hard, and Ned galloped alongside, the wind whipping past. He tried to shout a question, but the gust carried his words away unheard. They soon veered off the King's Road onto mist-shrouded plains, the guards falling back just out of earshot. Still, the king did not slow until they reached a low ridge as dawn broke, finally reining in miles south of the main party. Robert's face was flushed with exhilaration as Ned drew up beside him. "By the gods, Ned," he laughed. "Nothing like a real ride the way a man is meant to travel. This creeping along in that damned wheelhouse is enough to sour a man's soul." Impatience had always been Robert's hallmark. "That wretched carriage groans over every bump as if it's climbing a mountain. I swear, if it snaps another axle, I'll burn the thing and let Cersei walk." Ned chuckled. "I'd be happy to light the torch. That's my man." The king clapped his shoulder. "Truth be told, I've half a mind to leave the whole lot behind and just keep riding." A faint smile touched Ned's lips. "I believe you would." "I would, I swear it," Robert said, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of freedom. "What do you say, Ned? Just the two of us, a pair of wandering knights on the King's Road, blades at our hips and the future a mystery, perhaps finding a farmer's daughter or a tavern maid to share our fire tonight." "If only we could," Ned replied, "but we bear responsibilities now, your grace. To the kingdom, to our sons and daughters, I to my lady and you to your queen. We are not the young men we once were." "You were never much of a young man," Robert muttered. "A shame, that. Still, I recall that one girl. What was her name, that common lass of yours?" "Bethany." "No, she was mine, bless her, with dark hair and those wide, lovely eyes. Yours was? Elaine?" "No. You told me once. Was it Marna? You know who I mean, the mother of your natural son." "Her name was Willa," Ned answered, his tone formal and distant, "and I would prefer not to discuss her." "Willa?
Right?
The king smiled. She must have been a remarkable woman to make Lord Eddard Stark set aside his honor, even briefly. "You never did describe her to me." Ned's expression hardened. "Nor will I. Let it rest, Robert, by the friendship you claim. I shamed myself and I shamed Catelyn before the eyes of heaven and our people. Gods be good you'd barely met Catelyn. She was my wife. She was carrying my heir. You judge yourself too harshly, Ned. You always did. Hell, no woman wants a saint in her bed." He clapped a hand on his leg. "Fine, I'll not push you if you feel so strongly, though I swear sometimes you're so thorny you ought to take the porcupine for your banner." The morning sun cut through the gauzy white mist, revealing a broad, barren plain below, its monotony broken only by long, low rises. Ned gestured toward them. "The burial mounds of the first men?" Robert scowled. "Have we ridden into a cemetery?" "Such barrows are found all across the north, your grace," Ned said. "This is an ancient land, and a cursed cold one," Robert grumbled, drawing his cloak tighter. Their guards had halted a respectful distance behind at the ridge's base, but I didn't bring you out here to speak of graves or argue about your boy. A rider came in the night from Lord Varys in King's Landing. Here." The king drew a folded paper from his belt and passed it to Ned. "Varys the eunuch served as the king's spymaster, just as he had once served the Targaryen king before him." Ned unrolled the message with a sense of dread, thinking of Lysa and her fearful claim, but the words said nothing of Lady Arryn. "What is the origin of this news? Do you recall Sir Jorah Mormont?" "I wish I could forget him," Ned stated flatly. "The Mormonts of Bear Island were an honorable house, but their lands were remote, chilly, and yielded little. Sir Jorah had sought to fill his coffers by selling poachers to a slaver from Tyrosh. As Stark bannerman, his act had stained the North's honor. Ned had made the long trek west, only to discover upon arrival that Jorah had already taken ship, escaping both ice and royal justice. That was 5 years past. Sir Jorah is in Pentos now," Robert explained, eager to earn a royal pardon for his return. "So the slaver turned spy," Ned said with clear contempt, returning the letter. "I would prefer him a corpse." "Varys claims spies have more uses than corpses," Robert countered. Setting Jorah aside, "What is your thought on his report?" "Daenerys Targaryen has married some Dothraki horse lord. What of it? Should we send a wedding gift?" The king's face darkened. "A blade, perhaps. A sharp one, and a brave man to use it." Ned did not pretend to be shocked. Robert's hatred for the Targaryens was a familiar fever. He recalled the furious words they had exchanged years before. When Tywin Lannister had laid the bodies of Rhaegar's wife and children before the throne, Ned had called it murder. Robert insisted it was war. When Ned argued that the young prince and princess were mere infants, his newly crowned king had snapped, "I see no infants, only dragon spawn." Not even Jon Arryn could soothe that fury. Eddard Stark had ridden away that same day, his blood cold with rage, to finish the final battles in the South alone. Only another death had brought them back together, Lyanna's death, and the shared mourning that followed. This time, Ned was determined to hold his anger in check. "Your Grace, the girl is little more than a child. You are not Tywin Lannister to butcher the innocent." It was told that Rhaegar's young daughter had wept as they pulled her from under her bed to meet the blades. The boy had been a babe still at his mother's breast, yet Tywin's men had ripped him away and smashed his skull against a stone wall. "And how long until this one ceases to be innocent?" Robert's expression hardened. Soon enough, this child will open her legs and breed more dragon spawn to torment me. Even so, Ned countered, the killing of children, it is monstrous beyond words. Beyond words? The king bellowed. What Eris did to your brother Brandon was beyond words? The death of your lord father, beyond words. And Rhaegar, how many times do you imagine he forced himself on your sister? Hundreds. His voice rose so sharply his horse shied beneath him. Robert yanked the reins, steadying the animal, and thrust a furious finger toward Ned. I will slaughter every Targaryen I can reach until they are as extinct as their dragons, and then I will piss upon their graves. Ned knew better than to challenge him in such a rage. If years had not dulled Robert's hunger for vengeance, no argument would sway him now. But you cannot reach this one, can you? He said softly. The king's face contorted into a bitter scowl. No, damn the gods. Some pox-ridden cheese merchant from Pentos kept her and her brother locked away on his estate, guarded by cone-hatted eunuchs, and now he's handed them to the Dothraki. I should have had them both killed years ago when it was easy, but Jon was as soft-hearted as you. More fool, I listened. Jon Arryn was a wise man and a good hand. Robert grunted. His anger faded as quickly as it had flared. They say this Khal Drogo commands 100,000 riders. What would Jon say to that? He would say that even 1,000,000 Dothraki pose no threat to the realm provided they stay across the narrow sea, Ned answered evenly. The savages have no ships. They dread and despise the open water. The king shifted in his saddle, uneasy. Maybe. But ships can be bought in the free cities. I tell you, Ned, this marriage troubles me. There are still those in the 7 kingdoms who name me usurper. Have you forgotten how many houses fought for the Targaryens? They wait quietly now, but given the slightest chance, they will murder me in my bed, and my sons with me. If the beggar king crosses with a Dothraki horde behind him, every traitor will flock to his banner. He will not cross, Ned assured him, and if by some ill fortune he does, we will drive him back into the sea. Once you appoint a new warden of the East, the king groaned. For the last time, I will not name the errand boy warden. I know he is your nephew, but with Targaryens wedding Dothraki, I'd be a fool to rest a quarter of the realm on the shoulders of a sickly child. Ned had expected this. Still, we must have a warden of the East. If Robert Arryn will not serve, name one of your brothers. Stannis proved his worth during the siege of Storm's End, beyond doubt. He let the suggestion linger. The king frowned and stayed silent, his discomfort plain. That is, Ned concluded quietly observing him, unless you have already pledged the honor to another. For an instant, Robert had the decency to look caught off guard. The king's expression shifted from surprise to irritation in an instant. And what if I have? He shot back. It's Jaime Lannister, isn't it? Robert nudged his horse forward, descending the ridge toward the ancient barrows with Ned keeping pace beside him. For a long moment the king rode in silence, his gaze fixed ahead. Yes, he finally said, the words sharp and final. Kingslayer, Ned replied, the confirmation settling like a stone in his gut. The rumors were true. He was treading on perilous ground now. He is undoubtedly a capable and brave knight, Ned began, choosing his words with care, but his father is Warden of the West. In time, that title will pass to Ser Jaime. No single man should ever command both the eastern and western armies of the realm. He left unspoken his deeper fear, that such a move would place half the kingdom's military might under the control of House Lannister. Robert's stubbornness surfaced at once. I'll face that foe when he rides onto the battlefield, the king declared. Right now, old Lord Tywin seems as permanent as the rock he lives on, so I doubt Jaime will inherit anything soon. Don't press me on this, Ned. The decision is made. May I speak plainly, Your Grace? Do I have a choice? Robert grumbled as their horses moved through the tall, sun-bleached grass. Do you truly trust Jaime Lannister? He is my queen's own twin, a sworn brother of the Kingsguard. His life, his fortune, his very honor are tied to mine. Just as they were tied to Aerys Targaryen's, Ned pointed out, the memory a cold weight in his chest. He recalled the chaotic, rain-slicked streets of the capital, a detail he never shared, the way the morning mist had clung to the red bricks, making everything seem like a grim painting. Why should I doubt him? Robert's voice grew heated. He has never refused a command. His sword played its part in winning the very throne I sit upon. His sword helped stain the throne you sit upon, Ned thought, but he bit back the words. He swore a sacred vow to give his own life for his king's. Then he used that sword to slit the king's throat. Damn it all, someone had to kill Aerys. Robert barked, yanking his horse to a stop beside a weathered barrow. The sudden halt startled a crow from a nearby thorn bush, its caw slicing through the tension. If Jaime hadn't done the deed, the task would have fallen to you or me. We were not sworn brothers of the Kingsguard, Ned stated quietly. He knew then he could hold back no longer. Do you remember the trident, Your Grace? I won my crown there. How could I forget? You took a wound from Prince Rhaegar, Ned reminded him. So when the Targaryen lines shattered and broke into retreat, you placed the command of the pursuit in my hands. What was left of Rhaegar's forces fled toward King's Landing. We followed. I believed we would find the gates of the Red Keep shut fast, with Aerys and thousands of his loyalists inside. Robert shook his head, impatient with the history. But you found our men already holding the city. What of it? Not our men, Ned corrected, his patience thin. Lannister men. The lion banner flew on the walls, not the crowned stag, and they took the city not by storm, but by betrayal. For nearly a year, the war had burned across the land. Lords great and small had rallied to Robert's cause or stayed loyal to the Targaryens. All the while, the powerful Lannisters of Casterly Rock had watched from the sidelines, answering no summons from either side. The mad King Aerys must have believed the gods themselves had sent aid when Lord Tywin arrived at the gates with 12,000 men, pledging his loyalty. In his final deranged act, Aerys opened the city to the lions waiting outside. Treachery was a currency the Targaryens understood perfectly, Robert said, the old anger rising in him like a tide. Lannister simply repaid them in kind. They got no less than they deserved. I will not lose a moment's sleep over it.
You were not there,
Ned said, the old bitterness coating his words. Troubled sleep was an old companion to him. He had carried these hidden truths for 14 years, and they still visited him in the dark. There was no honor in that victory.
To hell with your honor,
Robert roared. What did any Targaryen ever know of honor? Go down into your crypt and ask Lyanna about the honor of dragons. You avenged Lyanna on the trident, Ned said, bringing his own horse to a halt. Promise me, Ned. Her fading whisper seemed to echo in the wind. It did not bring her back. Robert turned his face away, staring out at the gray, rolling hills. The gods can all be damned. The victory they handed me felt empty. A crown. It was the girl I begged them for. Your sister, safe at last, and returned to me as she was always meant to be. Tell me, Ned, what is a crown truly worth? The gods seem to take a special delight in laughing at the hopes of kings and common men alike. I cannot speak for the gods, Your Grace, only for what my own eyes showed me when I entered the throne room, Ned replied. Aerys lay sprawled on the stone, his life pooled around him. The dragon skulls lining the walls seemed to watch. Lannister soldiers filled the space, and there was Jaime draped in the white cloak of the Kingsguard over his gilded armor, a sight I will never forget. His very sword was gold. He was perched upon the iron throne, elevated above his knights, a lion-headed helm upon his head. He shone like a damned jewel. You tell me old tales, the king grumbled. I remember it clearly. I rode my horse the full length of that silent hall, the dragon skulls like sentinels. I could feel their hollow gaze. I halted before the dais and stared up at him. That golden blade lay across his lap, its edge stained with a king's lifeblood. My own men crowded in at my back. The Lannister men gave ground. Not a word was spoken. I just watched him sitting there, and I waited. Finally, Jaime let out a laugh and stood. He removed his helm and said, "Relax, Stark. I was merely saving the seat for our friend Robert. Frankly, it's a terrible chair. I've had saddle sores more pleasant." The king tipped his head back, and his laughter boomed, scattering a flock of crows from the tall grass in a frantic whirl of wings. You believe I should doubt Lannister because he warmed my throne for a moment? He was shaking with mirth. Jaime was barely 17, Ned. Little more than a child. Man or child, he had no claim to sit there. Perhaps his feet hurt, Robert offered with a shrug. Killing a king is tiring business, and where else was he to sit in that cursed room?
He wasn't wrong. It is a hideously uncomfortable seat. In every sense. The king waved a dismissive hand. So, now I am aware of Jaime's great crime, and we can be done with it. I am sick to death of secrets and arguments and affairs of state, Ned. It's as dull as counting pennies. Come, ride with me. You remember how? I need to feel the wind again. He spurred his horse into a gallop up the hill, clods of earth flying behind him. For a long moment Ned did not move.
Words had failed him, replaced by a deep and weary helplessness. He found himself wondering not for the first time why he had come south at all. He was no John Arryn, able to temper his king's recklessness and impart wisdom. Robert would do as he always did, whatever he wanted, and no word or deed from Ned would ever change that. His place was in Winterfell. His place was with Catelyn in her sorrow, and with Bran. But a man is not always where he belongs. With a sigh, Eddard Stark nudged his horse forward and rode after his king. The North seemed to have no end. Tyrion Lannister prided himself on his knowledge of the maps, but 10 days on the rugged path that served as the King's Road here had taught him a harsh lesson. A drawing is one thing, the land itself quite another. They had departed Winterfell amid the chaos of the royal procession, to the shouts of men, the snorting of horses, the rumble of wagons, and the ominous creak of the Queen's enormous wheelhouse, a light snow dusting their shoulders. Once past the castle and town, the King's Road appeared. There the banners and wagons and knights turned south, taking their noise with them, while Tyrion turned north with Benjen Stark and the boy. The world grew colder then, and profoundly quiet. To the west rose Flint Hills, stark and gray, crowned with lonely watchtowers. To the east the land fell away into a vast rolling plain that stretched to the horizon, an endless expanse that made a man feel very, very small. Stone bridges arched over fast-moving narrow streams, and small farms spread outward like rings around fortified holdfasts built of timber and stone. The road was busy, and at night they found rough but serviceable inns for shelter. 3 days out from Winterfell, the cultivated land gave way to a thick, ancient forest, and the King's Road grew quiet and isolated. The flinty hills grew steeper and more untamed with every mile, until by the 5th day they had become proper mountains tall, cold giants of blue-gray stone with sharp ridges and caps of snow. When the north wind swept down, it tore long streamers of ice crystals from the high peaks like frozen pennants. With that mountain wall blocking the west, the road swung north by northeast into the deep woods, a place of ancient oaks, dark evergreens, and thorny brambles that felt older and gloomier than any forest Tyrion could recall. Benjen Stark named it the Wolf's Wood, and each night the howls of distant wolf packs filled the air, sometimes sounding dangerously close. Jon Snow's white direwolf would lift his ears at the cries, but never answered with one of his own. There was something deeply disquieting about that creature, Tyrion reflected. Their party now numbered 8, not counting the wolf. Tyrion rode with 2 of his own guards, as befitted a Lannister. Benjen Stark had only his bastard nephew and fresh horses for the night's watch, but at the edge of the Wolf's Wood they spent a night within the wooden palisade of a forest holdfast. There they were joined by another black brother named Yoren. Yoren was hunched and grim, his face mostly lost behind a beard as dark as his garb, but he seemed as tough as gnarled wood and unyielding as rock. He traveled with 2 ragged peasant boys from the Fingers. "Rapers?" Yoren stated flatly, giving his charges a cold stare. Tyrion understood the implication. Life on the wall was harsh, but it was still better than being gelded. So their fellowship stood at 5 men. 3 boys, a direwolf, 20 horses, and a cage of ravens given to Benjen by Maester Luwin. They made a strange sight on the King's Road, or any road for that matter. Tyrion caught Jon Snow watching Yoren and his sullen recruits with an expression that looked uncomfortably like disillusionment. Yoren's shoulder was crooked. He carried a stale, sour odor, and his hair and beard were a matted, greasy nest, likely full of lice. His clothes were old, patched, and rarely washed. His 2 young companions smelled even fouler and seemed as dim-witted as they were mean. Clearly, the boy had imagined the Night's Watch was filled with men like his uncle, Yoren, and these two were a harsh correction to that fantasy. Tyrion felt a pang of pity for Jon. He had chosen a difficult path, or more accurately, a difficult path had been chosen for him. He had rather less sympathy for the uncle. Benjen Stark appeared to share his brother's dislike for Lannisters, and he had been far from pleased when Tyrion announced his plans to travel with them. "I warn you, Lannister, you'll find no fine inns at the Wall," Benjen had said, looking down his nose. "No doubt you'll find some corner to stash me," Tyrion had replied. "As you may have noticed, I don't take up much space." One did not refuse the Queen's brother, of course, so the matter was settled, though Stark remained displeased.
"You will not enjoy the ride, I promise you that," he'd said curtly.
True to his word, from the moment they set out, Benjen did everything he could to make the journey as miserable as possible. By the end of the first week, Tyrion's thighs were chafed raw from the saddle, his legs were knotted with cramps, and a deep cold had settled into his bones. He refused to complain. He'd be damned before he gave Benjen Stark that satisfaction. He took a small measure of revenge regarding the riding fur offered to him, a musty, threadbare bearskin. Stark had presented it with a show of Night's Watch gallantry, almost certainly expecting a polite refusal. Tyrion had accepted it with a cheerful smile. He had brought his warmest clothes from Winterfell, but he soon learned they were utterly insufficient. It was bitterly cold here and getting colder by the day. One afternoon, as a sudden sleet began to fall, Tyrion caught Jon silently studying the icy peaks, his youthful face etched with a resolve that seemed both new and fragile, a private turning point unnoticed by the others. The cold had become a sharp, relentless presence, the nights plunging well below freezing. When the wind swept through the wolfswood, it sliced through even the thickest woolens like a blade. Jon Snow likely rued his earlier chivalry by now. The Lannisters, after all, were not a family known for polite refusals. They accepted what was given, a lesson perhaps being learned the hard way. As they journeyed north, the signs of settlement grew sparse, the farms more distant, the holdfasts more weathered, until the wilderness claimed everything, and they were left to rely solely on themselves. Tyrion Lannister was, by his own admission, more a hindrance than a help in making camp. His stature and his limp left him perpetually in the way. So as Jon, Yoren, and the others raised shelters, tended to the horses, and built fires, Tyrion adopted his own ritual, gathering his fur cloak and a skin of wine to seek solitude with a book. On this particular evening, the 18th of their trek, the wine was a precious sweet amber from the Summer Isles, a treasure hauled from Casterly Rock. The book was a dense treatise on dragon lore, one of several rare volumes borrowed from the Winterfell library with Lord Stark's reluctant consent. He found a secluded spot away from the camp's clamor, near a stream whose waters ran clear and cold as glass. Sheltered from the wind by the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, he wrapped himself in his furs, took a long pull of the summer wine, and opened to a chapter on dragonbone. The text stated it was black due to high iron content, possessing a strength superior to steel yet far lighter and more flexible, and it was, naturally, completely fireproof. The Dothraki treasured bows made from the substance, and for good reason such a weapon could outrange any ordinary bow. A sardonic smile might have touched Tyrion's lips then. Here he was, freezing in the northern wilds, reading about creatures of immense heat. His fascination with dragons was a peculiar, enduring thing. He remembered his first visit to King's Landing for his sister's wedding to King Robert. Determined, he had hunted down the dragon skulls, once displayed in the Targaryen throne room, which Robert had replaced with banners. He finally discovered them, forgotten, in a damp cellar. He had anticipated something impressive, even fearsome. He had not expected beauty. Yet they were beautiful. Onyx black, polished smooth, shimmering in his torchlight. They seemed to drink in the flame. On a whim, he had thrust his torch into the maw of a large skull, making shadows writhe on the stone walls. The teeth were like curving knives of black diamond, utterly indifferent to his petty fire. They had known the breath of volcanoes. Walking away, he felt the weight of those empty sockets following him. There were 19 in all. The oldest was millennia old, the youngest a mere 150 years. These last were a small misshapen pair, the final hatchlings from Dragonstone, the end of a line. They had not lived long. From there, the skulls swelled in size to the legendary 3 that Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters had ridden, the beasts given the names of gods in songs: Balerion, Meraxes, Vhagar. Standing between their colossal jaws, Tyrion had been struck silent. You could have ridden a horse straight down Vhagar's throat, though you'd never ride back out. Meraxes was larger still. And the greatest, Balerion, the Black Dread, could have swallowed an aurochs whole, or even one of the shaggy mammoths rumored to wander the icy plains beyond the port of Ibn. The thought was at once terrifying and utterly magnificent. Tyrion lingered in the cool, shadowed cellar, his torch flickering as he gazed up at the massive, sightless skull of Balerion. He tried to picture the beast in life, its vast black wings blotting out the sun as it soared, a living storm of scale and flame. His own distant forebear, King Loren of the Rock, had once faced that fire. Centuries ago, when the Seven Kingdoms stood alone, Loren allied with King Mern of the Reach to defy the Targaryen invasion. Their combined force was staggering: 600 banners, a sea of 5,000 knights, and a host of freeriders and foot soldiers 10 times that number. Aegon the Conqueror, the chroniclers claimed, commanded barely a fifth of those men, many of them freshly conscripted and of dubious loyalty. The armies clashed on the wide golden plains of the Reach, the wheat fields ready for harvest. When the two kings led their charge, Aegon's lines wavered and broke, scattering in retreat. For one fleeting triumphant moment, it seemed the conquest had ended. Then Aegon and his sisters took to the sky. It was the sole occasion all 3 dragons, Vhagar, Meraxes, and Balerion, were unleashed together. The singers named it the Field of Fire. Nearly 4,000 men perished in the dragon flame, King Mern among them. King Loren survived, fleeing only to later surrender, swear fealty, and father a son, a lineage for which Tyrion was quietly thankful. "Why do you read so much?" The voice pulled Tyrion from his thoughts. Jon Snow stood a few paces away, watching him with open curiosity. Tyrion marked his place in the book with a finger. "Take a good look at me and tell me what you see." Jon regarded him warily. "Is this a game I see you, Tyrion Lannister?" "You're surprisingly courteous for a bastard, Snow. What you see is a dwarf." "You're 14, yes?" At the boy's nod, Tyrion continued, a wry twist to his words. 14, and already you tower over me. My legs are stunted and crooked. I walk with a labored gait and require a custom saddle, my own invention, incidentally to stay on a horse. The alternative was a pony, which I found undignified. My arms are strong, yet too short. I'll never wield a sword. Had I been born to a peasant family, I might have been left on a hillside or sold to some traveling carnival. But I was born a Lannister of Casterly Rock, so the carnivals are missing their main attraction. Great things are expected of me. My father served as Hand of the King for 20 years. My brother, in a delightful twist, later murdered that very king. My sister is now queen, and my charming nephew will follow. I must uphold my family's honor, mustn't I? But how? My legs are inadequate, yet my head is oversized, or, as I like to think, perfectly proportioned for my intellect. I understand my limitations. My mind is my blade. Jaime has his sword, Robert had his warhammer, and I have my wits. And a mind requires books, just as a sword needs a whetstone to stay sharp. He rapped the leather cover. That is why I read so much, Jon Snow. Jon listened in quiet contemplation, his expression the solemn, guarded mask of the Starks, revealing nothing of the mother he never knew. What are you reading about? He finally asked. Dragons, Tyrion said. What's the point? There are no more dragons, Jon stated with the unshakable confidence of the young. So they tell us, Tyrion replied. A pity, really. When I was your age, I used to lie awake dreaming of having a dragon of my own. You did? Jon asked, suspicion in his tone as if he expected a joke at his expense. Oh yes, Tyrion said, even a stunted, ugly boy can feel like a king of the world when he's riding on a dragon's back. Tyrion tossed the bearskin off and stood up. When I was young, I'd build fires deep in the tunnels of Casterly Rock and just watch them burn for hours, pretending it was dragon flame. Sometimes I'd picture my father caught in the blaze, other times my sister, Jon Snow was watching him, his expression a strange mix of shock and curiosity. Tyrion let out a sharp laugh. "Don't give me that look, Snow. I know your secret. You've had those same dreams." "No," Jon said, his voice tight with denial. "I would never—" "Never? Not once?" Tyrion lifted an eyebrow. "Well, I'm sure the Starks have been nothing but wonderful to you. Lady Catelyn must treat you just like her own children. And your brother Robb, always so generous, why wouldn't he be? He gets Winterfell, and you get the Wall. And your Lord Father, he surely had his excellent reasons for shipping you off to the Night's Watch." "Enough," Jon snapped, his face flushing with anger. "The Night's Watch is an honorable duty." Tyrion laughed again, a dry, humorless sound. "You're cleverer than that. The Watch is where the kingdom dumps its rubbish. I've watched you eyeing Yoren and his lot. Those are your brothers now, Snow. How do you like them? A miserable collection of petty criminals, runaway debtors, and baseborn boys like yourself, all sent to freeze at the edge of the world, guarding against nursery tale monsters. The good news is, those monsters aren't real, so the work's hardly dangerous. The bad news is you'll lose your fingers to the cold, but since you'll never father children anyway, I suppose it doesn't matter much." "I said stop!" Jon shouted, taking a threatening step forward, his hands clenched and his eyes glistening. Abruptly, and quite absurdly, Tyrion felt a pang of regret. He moved to close the distance, maybe to offer an awkward pat or a muttered half-apology. He never saw the wolf coming. One moment he was stepping toward Jon, and the next he was slammed onto the hard, stony ground. The book flew from his grasp, the wind knocked from his lungs, his mouth filling with the taste of dirt and blood and decay. When he tried to rise, a sharp pain seized his back. He must have twisted it in the fall. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a gnarled root and hauled himself up to a sitting position. "A little help," he said, extending a hand toward the boy. Suddenly the wolf was there, standing between them. It didn't growl. The creature was utterly silent. It just stared at him with those unsettling red eyes and bared its teeth, a message clear enough. Tyrion slumped back with a pained groan. "Fine, don't help me. I'll just sit here until you're gone." Jon Snow ran a hand through Ghost's white fur, a faint smile touching his lips. "Ask me politely." A hot surge of anger rose in Tyrion's chest, but he forced it down. Humiliation was an old companion. This wouldn't be the last time. Maybe he'd even earned it. "I would be most appreciative of your assistance, Jon," he said, keeping his tone even. "Down, Ghost," Jon commanded. The direwolf settled back on its haunches, though those red eyes never wavered. Jon moved behind Tyrion, slid his hands under his arms, and lifted him effortlessly to his feet. Then he retrieved the book and handed it over. "Why did he attack me?" Tyrion asked, shooting a wary glance at the wolf. He wiped blood and grime from his mouth with the back of his hand. "Maybe he thought you were a grumpkin." Tyrion looked at him sharply. Then a rough, unexpected laugh burst out of him, escaping through his nose in an undignified snort. "Oh gods," he wheezed, shaking his head as he choked on his own amusement. "I suppose I do look rather like a grumpkin. What does he do to Snarks? You really don't want to know." Jon picked up the wineskin and passed it to him. Tyrion pulled the stopper, tilted his head back, and took a long, deliberate drink. The wine was a cool, burning stream down his throat, settling into a pleasant warmth in his stomach. He offered the skin to Jon Snow. "Care for a taste?" Jon accepted it and took a careful sip. After a moment, he lowered it. "It's all true, then," he said quietly. "What you told me about the Night's Watch?" Tyrion gave a single nod. Jon's expression hardened into resolve. "If that's the way of it, then that's the way of it." A grin spread across Tyrion's face. "Well said. Most men would cling to a comfortable lie rather than accept an ugly fact." "Most men," Jon echoed, studying him. "But not you." "No," Tyrion conceded. "Not me. I don't even waste my nights dreaming of dragons these days. They're gone." He bent with some effort to retrieve the dropped bearskin. "We should head back, before your uncle decides to rally the entire north to search for us." The distance wasn't great, but the uneven ground made every step a trial for his aching legs. When Jon moved to help him over a gnarled knot of roots, Tyrion waved the assistants away. He had always managed on his own. The sight of the camp was a relief. The men had erected their shelters against the crumbling stones of an old fortress wall, a barrier against the biting wind. The horses were settled, and a fire crackled invitingly. Yorn was perched on a rock, expertly skinning a squirrel. The rich aroma of stew washed over Tyrion as he limped toward the pot where his man Morek was stationed. Silently, Morek passed him the ladle. Tyrion sampled it and handed it back. "Needs more pepper," he declared. Benjen Stark emerged from the shelter he shared with his nephew, his face etched with concern. "There you are, Jon. Don't wander off alone. I was starting to think the White Walkers had taken you." It was only the Grumpkins. Tyrion quipped, which drew a faint smile from Jon. Benjen shot a confused glance toward Yoren, who merely grunted and resumed his bloody task. The squirrel lent a hearty richness to the stew, which they ate that evening with coarse black bread and sharp cheese. Tyrion passed his wineskin around until even the dour Yoren seemed to soften. One by one, the men retired to their shelters, leaving only Jon Snow, who had drawn the first watch. Tyrion, as was his habit, was the last to turn in. Pausing at the entrance of his own shelter, he glanced back. Jon stood vigil by the fire, his young face solemn and unreadable as he stared into the embers. Tyrion Lannister offered a faint, melancholy smile to the night, then went inside to seek his rest. Catelyn, 8 days had passed since Ned and the girls departed when Maester Luwin found her in Bran's chamber one evening, a lamp and ledger books in hand. "My lady, we must review the accounts," he said gently. "You will wish to understand the expense of the royal visit." Catelyn's gaze never left Bran, lying so still in his bed. She smoothed his hair back from his forehead, noticing for the first time how long it had grown. It would need cutting soon. "I have no need for figures, Maester," she told him, her voice distant. "I know precisely what that visit cost us. Remove the books. But my lady, the king's retinue consumed a great deal. Our stores must be replenished before winter." "I said take them away," she interrupted, the words sharp. "The steward will see to provisions." "We have no steward," Luwin persisted, a tenacious gray shadow in the dim room. "Poole traveled south to manage Lord Eddard's household in the capital." Catelyn nodded vaguely, her attention drifting back to Bran's pallid face. Perhaps they should move his bed nearer the window where the morning sun could reach him. "Yes, I remember." Maester Luwin placed the lamp in a niche and adjusted the wick, the flame flickering. "There are other pressing appointments, my lady. We require a steward, a captain of the guard to succeed Jory, a new master of horse." Her head whipped around, her eyes finding his in the lamplight. "A master of horse?" Her voice was a lash. The maester flinched.
Yes, my lady.
"Since Hullen accompanied Lord Eddard." "My son lies here shattered, perhaps dying," Catelyn said, each word cold and precise, "and you come to me prattling about the stables? Do you imagine for one moment that I give a damn who tends the horses? Do you believe I care in the slightest? I would slaughter every horse in Winterfell myself if it meant Bran would open his eyes. Do you grasp that? Do you?" He lowered his gaze.
"Yes, my lady, but the positions to be filled, I will handle the appointments," Robb declared. Catelyn hadn't noticed him arrive, yet there he was in the doorway, watching her. She realized with a hot rush of shame that she had been shouting. What was becoming of her? The constant fatigue and the relentless ache in her head were wearing her down. Maester Luwin's eyes shifted from Catelyn to her son.
"I have compiled a list of suitable candidates for the vacant roles," he said, producing a parchment from his sleeve and offering it to Robb. Her son scanned the names. He had come in from the cold, Catelyn observed. His cheeks were flushed, his hair tangled by the wind. "Good men," he acknowledged. "We will discuss it tomorrow," he returned the list. "Very good, my lord." The parchment disappeared back into the maester's sleeve. "Leave us," Robb instructed. Maester Luwin bowed and withdrew. Robb shut the door and faced her. She noticed he was wearing a sword. "Mother, what are you doing?" Catelyn had always believed Robb took after her. Like Bran, Rickon, and Sansa, he bore the Tully traits, the auburn hair, the blue eyes. But now, for the first time, she glimpsed something of Eddard Stark in his expression, something as unyielding and severe as the northern winters. "What am I doing?" she repeated, bewildered. How can you ask me that? What do you think I'm doing? I am caring for your brother. I am watching over Bran. Is that what you call it? You haven't stepped out of this chamber since Bran fell? You didn't even come to the gate to see Father and the girls off to the south. I said my goodbyes to them right here, and I watched them ride out from that window. She had pleaded with Ned not to leave, not now, not after everything that had occurred. Couldn't he see that nothing was the same? It was futile. He had told her he had no choice, and then he departed, making his choice all the same. I cannot leave him, not for an instant, when any moment could be his last. I must be here if... She took her son's limp hand, weaving his fingers with her own. He was so fragile, so thin, his grip gone, yet she could still feel the faint warmth of life beneath his skin. Robb's tone softened. He isn't going to die, Mother. Maester Luwin says the worst of the danger is past. And what if Maester Luwin is mistaken? What if Bran needs me and I'm not here? Rickon needs you, Robb said, his voice turning sharp. He is only 3. He doesn't understand any of this. He believes everyone has abandoned him, so he trails after me all day, clinging to my leg and weeping. I don't know how to comfort him. He hesitated, chewing his lower lip the way he used to as a small boy. Mother, I need you as well. I am trying, but I cannot manage everything alone. His voice cracked with raw feeling, and Catelyn was reminded abruptly that he was only 14. She longed to rise and go to him, but Bran's hand held hers and she felt rooted to the spot. Outside the tower, a wolf began to howl. Catelyn shuddered just briefly. Bran's? Robb went to the window and pushed it open, letting the chill night air flood the stifling room. The howling grew louder, a desolate, mournful sound soaked in sorrow. Don't, she told him. Bran must be kept warm. He needs to hear their song, Robb insisted. Somewhere out in the vastness of Winterfell, a second wolf joined the first in a haunting chorus. Then a third, closer still. Shaggy Dog and Grey Wind, Robb said as their voices intertwined, rising and falling. If you listen carefully, you can distinguish each one. Catelyn trembled. It was the grief, the cold, the eerie howling of the dire wolves. Night after night, it was the same. The relentless wind, the hollow castle, the unending chorus of wolves, a cycle that never broke, while her boy lay shattered in his bed. Bran, the kindest of her children, the one who lived for laughter and climbing and dreams of valor, was gone. She would never hear his laugh again, a thought so bitter it turned her fear into a cold, hard anger. This wasn't just sorrow, it was a theft, and the silent stones of Winterfell seemed complicit in the crime. Tears streaming down her face, she wrenched her hand from his grasp and pressed both palms over her ears, desperate to block out the awful howls. "Stop them!" she pleaded, her voice breaking. "I can't bear it! Make them stop! Do whatever you must! Just silence them!" She wasn't aware of sinking to the floor, but suddenly she was there, and Robb was gathering her up, his arms firm around her. "They won't harm him, Mother," he assured her, guiding her to the narrow cot in the sick room's corner. "You need to rest. Maester Luwin says you haven't slept since Bran fell." "I can't," she sobbed, the guilt a physical weight. "What if he slips away while my eyes are closed? What then?" The wolf's cries pierced the air again, and she pressed her hands tighter, a scream tearing from her throat. "Please, shut the window." "Only if you promise to sleep," Robb replied, moving toward it. But as his fingers touched the shutter, a new noise swelled beneath the wolves' dirge, the frantic, rising chorus of every hound in the castle. "The dogs," he murmured, listening intently. "They've never all barked like this." Catelyn saw his expression freeze, his face going ashen in the lamplight. "Fire," he breathed out. "Fire." The single word ignited a different terror in her mind. Bran. "Help me with him," she said, struggling to sit up. But Robb was already turning, his attention seized by the window. "It's the library tower," he stated, the reddish glow now painting his features. A strange heavy relief washed over Catelyn. The library stood safely across the bailey. The flames posed no threat here. "Thank the gods," she whispered. Robb stared at her as if she'd lost her senses. "Stay here. I'll return once it's under control." He was gone in an instant, his shouts to the guards outside merging with the clamor of their boots thundering down the stairs. The yard erupted with cries of fire, panicked shouts, the drumming of running feet and the shrill whinnies of terrified horses beneath the dog's relentless barking. It was only then she noticed the silence. The dire wolves had ceased their howling. Offering a quick, silent prayer of gratitude, Catelyn moved to the window. Across the bailey, flames licked hungrily from the library's windows. She watched the dark smoke stain the sky, a pang of sorrow hitting her for the generations of knowledge now turning to ash. With a sigh, she fastened the shutters. When she turned from the window, a man was already inside the room. "You wasn't supposed to be here," he grumbled, his voice thick with annoyance. "Place was meant to be empty." He was a wiry, grimy figure in soiled brown clothes that reeked of horse and sweat. Catelyn knew every stable hand in their service, and he was not one of them. His frame was gaunt, with lank, pale hair and eyes sunken deep in a skeletal face. The dagger in his hand caught the lamplight. Catelyn's gaze flew from the blade to her son, motionless in his bed. "No," she choked out, the word barely a whisper. He must have heard. "It's a kindness," he insisted flatly. "Boy's already gone." "No," Catelyn repeated, stronger now, her voice returning. "You will not." She whirled back toward the window to cry out, but he was shockingly quick. A rough hand clamped over her mouth, jerking her head back, while the other pressed the cold edge of the dagger against her throat. His stench filled her nostrils. Acting on pure instinct, she brought both hands up and seized the blade itself, her grip fierce, straining to pull the steel away from her skin. She felt his hot curse against her ear. Her fingers grew slick with her own blood, but she refused to release her hold. The hand over her mouth tightened, cutting off her air. Desperate, Catelyn twisted her head and sank her teeth into the meat of his palm. He grunted in pain. She clamped down harder, tearing at his flesh with a savage ferocity she didn't know she possessed. Suddenly, his grip failed. The metallic taste of his blood flooded her mouth. She drew a sharp breath and screamed, but he seized her hair and yanked her backward. She lost her footing and fell, and then he was looming above her, panting heavily, his whole body trembling. The dagger remained clenched in his bloody fist. "You weren't supposed to be here," he mumbled again, his words thick and senseless. Catelyn glimpsed a shadow slide through the doorway behind him. A low, guttural sound echoed in the room, more a vibration than a growl, a silent promise of violence. He must have sensed it, because he began to turn just as the dire wolf launched itself through the air. They crashed down together, partly on top of Catelyn where she lay. The wolf had its jaws locked under the man's chin. His cry was cut short as the beast jerked its head back, tearing out his throat. Warm blood spattered over Catelyn's face like sudden summer rain. The wolf turned its gaze toward her. Its maw was crimson and dripping, and its eyes shone like molten gold in the dim chamber. She knew then it was Bran's wolf. It had to be. "Thank you," Catelyn breathed. The words barely audible. Her hand rose, shaking. The direwolf stepped nearer, sniffed her fingers, then began to lick away the blood with its coarse, wet tongue. Once her hand was clean, it turned without a sound, leaped onto Bran's bed, and settled beside the boy. A wild, uncontrollable laughter bubbled up from Catelyn's chest. That was how Robb, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick found them when they rushed in with a dozen guards. When her laughter finally subsided into silence, they bundled her in thick blankets and guided her back to the great keep, to her own rooms. Old Nan helped her undress and eased her into a bath so hot it near scalded her skin, gently washing the blood away with a soft cloth. Later, Maester Luwin came to tend her injuries. The cuts on her fingers were deep, nearly to the bone, and her scalp was torn and bleeding where he had ripped out a clump of hair. The maester warned her the worst of the pain was still to come and gave her milk of the poppy to grant her sleep. At last, her eyes closed. When she opened them again, they informed her she had slept for 4 days. Catelyn nodded and pushed herself up in bed. It all felt like some fevered nightmare now. Everything since Bran's fall, a dreadful dream of blood and sorrow, yet the aching in her hands was a stark reminder that it had been real. She felt frail and dizzy, but also oddly determined, as if an immense burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Bring me bread and honey, she instructed her servants, and send word to Maester Lewin that my bandages need changing. They stared at her in astonishment before hurrying to obey. Catelyn recalled how broken she had been before, and shame washed over her. She had failed them all, her children, her husband, her house. That would not happen again. She would show these northerners the strength of a Tully from Riverrun. Robb arrived before her food. With him came Roderick Cassel, her husband's ward, Theon Greyjoy, and lastly, Hallis Molen, a stout guardsman with a trimmed brown beard. Robb introduced him as the new captain of the guard. Her son wore boiled leather and ringmail, a sword at his hip. "Who was he?" Catelyn asked. "No one knows his name, my lady," Hallis Molen answered. "He was no Winterfell man, but some say they'd seen him lurking around the castle these past few weeks." "One of the king's men, then," she said, "or a Lannister retainer. He could have stayed behind when the rest departed." "Perhaps," Hal replied. "With so many strangers crowding Winterfell lately, it's hard to say who he served." "He'd been hiding in your stables," Greyjoy added. "You could smell the horses on him." "And how did he go unnoticed?" she pressed. Hallis Molen looked uneasy. "Between the horses Lord Eddard took south and those we sent north to the Night's Watch, the stalls were half empty. Hiding from the stable boys wasn't so difficult. Maybe Hodor saw him. Folk say the lad's been acting strange, but simple as he is." Hal shook his head. "We found where he'd been sleeping," Robb added. "The assassin had carried a pouch of silver coins, 90 in all, hidden away in the straw." "At least my son's life was not purchased cheaply," Catelyn remarked, her voice laced with a cold bitterness. Hallis Molen stared at her, uncomprehending. "Forgive me, my lady, but are you saying he meant to murder the boy?" Theon Greyjoy shook his head in disbelief. "That's insanity. He came for Bran," Catelyn insisted, the memory sharpening her tone. "He kept repeating that I wasn't supposed to be there. The fire in the library was his ploy, a distraction meant to draw me and the guards away. In my grief, I almost fell for it. A clearer mind would have." She turned her gaze to Robb, who looked pale. "Why would anyone wish to harm Bran? He's just a child, helpless in his bed." Catelyn fixed her eldest with a look that demanded more than shock. "If you're to lead the North, you must learn to reason, Robb. Ask yourself, what reason could there be to kill a sleeping boy?" Before he could form a reply, servants entered with a meal far more generous than requested: warm bread with butter and honey, blackberry preserves, crisp bacon, a soft-boiled egg, a wedge of sharp cheese, and a pot of mint tea. Maester Lewin followed them in. "How is my son?" Catelyn asked, though the sight of the food turned her stomach. The maester's downcast eyes were answer enough. "There is no change, my lady." It was the expected response, yet it landed like a fresh blow. The phantom pain in her hands flared anew. She dismissed the servants and turned back to Robb. "Have you found your answer?" "Someone is afraid," Robb said, his voice gaining strength. "Afraid Bran will wake, afraid of what he might say or what he might remember." A flicker of pride warmed Catelyn's chill. "Good." She looked to the new captain of the guard. "My son must be protected. One assassin implies the possibility of more." "How many men would you have me post, my lady?" Hallis asked. "So long as Lord Eddard is from home, Robb is the Lord of Winterfell," she stated firmly. Robb straightened his shoulders. "Place a guard inside the sick room at all hours, another at the door, and 2 more at the stairs base. No one sees Bran without a warrant from my mother or myself. It will be done, my lord." "See to it now," Catelyn urged. "And let his direwolf remain with him," Robb added. Catelyn agreed, the word feeling like a vow. "Yes." Once Hallis Molen had departed, Sir Roderick spoke. "Lady Stark, did you get a good look at the dagger the man used?" The moment did not allow for a careful inspection, but I can attest to its sharpness, she replied with a humorless smile. "Why do you ask?" "The blade was still clutched in his hand. It struck me as far too fine a weapon for such a man, so I examined it closely. The steel is Valyrian, the hilt dragonbone. A knife like that has no business in the hands of a common cutthroat. It was a gift." Catelyn nodded, her thoughts racing. "Robb, shut the door." He gave her a curious look, but obeyed. What I say now must not pass beyond these walls, she told them, her voice low. I require your oaths. If even a fraction of my suspicion is true, then Ned and my daughters have ridden into grave peril, and a careless word could mean their deaths. Lord Eddard is like a father to me, Theon Greyjoy vowed. I swear it. You have my oath, said Maester Luwin. And mine, my lady, Sir Roderick echoed. She looked to her son. And you, Robb? He gave a solemn nod. My sister Lysa is convinced the Lannisters murdered her husband, Lord Jon Arryn, the king's hand, Catelyn revealed. A new, sharper thought crystallized. It occurs to me that Ser Jaime Lannister did not ride out with the hunt on the day Bran fell. He stayed behind within these walls. The room grew utterly still. I no longer believe my son fell from that tower, she said into the silence. I believe he was pushed. The shock on their faces was palpable. My lady, that is a terrible accusation, Sir Roderick said, aghast. Not even the Kingslayer would stoop to killing an innocent child. Theon Greyjoy's laugh was a short, sharp bark. Oh, wouldn't he just? I wonder about that, Catelyn murmured. There is no boundary to Lannister arrogance or Lannister greed, Catelyn stated. Maester Luwin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The boy was always so sure-footed before. He knew every inch of Winterfell. By the gods, Robb swore, his youthful face shadowed with fury. If this proves true, he will answer for it. He pulled his blade free and brandished it. I'll see to him personally. Sir Roderick rounded on him. Sheathe that! The Lannisters are 100 leagues distant. Never draw steel unless you intend to spill blood. How many times must I tell you, lad? Chastened. Robb slid the sword back into its scabbard, looking suddenly very young. Catelyn observed to Ser Roderick, I notice my son is wearing a proper sword now. The old master-at-arms nodded. I deemed it was time. Robb watched her anxiously. Past time, she affirmed. Winterfell may require every sword it has before long, and they'd better be made of true steel. Theon Greyjoy rested a hand on his own hilt. My lady, should it come to that, my house remembers its debt to yours? Maester Luwin tugged at his chain where it rubbed his neck. All we possess is speculation. We speak of accusing the Queen's own cherished brother. She will not receive such news gently. We require proof, or we must swallow our words forever. Your proof lies in that dagger? Sir Roderick insisted. A fine weapon like that does not pass unseen. Catelyn understood then. There was only one place to uncover the truth. Someone must travel to King's Landing. I'll go, Robb declared. No, she told him firmly. Your place is here. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Her gaze swept over Sir Roderick with his bushy white whiskers, Maester Luwin in his somber gray robes, and young Greyjoy, all lean angles and reckless energy. Who to send? Who would be believed? The answer came to her with a cold certainty. Fighting against the heavy blankets, her bandaged fingers clumsy as rocks, Catelyn pushed herself upright and swung her legs from the bed. I must go myself, my lady, Maester Luwin ventured. Is that prudent? The Lannisters would surely view your arrival with distrust. What of Bran? Robb asked, his confusion plain. You cannot mean to abandon him. I have done all I can for Bran, she said, placing her injured hand on his arm. His fate rests with the gods and Maester Luwin now. As you yourself reminded me, Robb, I have other children to consider. You will require a strong escort, my lady, Theon offered. I'll dispatch Hal with a troop of guards, Robb said. No, Catelyn countered. A large party draws unwanted eyes. I would not have the Lannisters learn of my approach. Sir Roderick objected. My lady, allow me to accompany you. At the least, the King's Road holds perils for a woman traveling alone. I do not intend to take the King's Road, Catelyn replied. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. 2 riders can move as swiftly as one, and far faster than a long column weighed down by wagons. I will welcome your company, Sir Roderick. We will follow the White Knife down to the sea and hire a ship at White Harbor. Strong horses and favorable winds should see us reach King's Landing well ahead of Ned and the Lannisters. And then, she thought, we shall see what we shall see. Sansa learned from Septa Mordane as they broke their fast that Eddard Stark had departed before dawn. The king summoned him. Another hunt, I believe? I am told there are still wild aurochs roaming these parts. I've never seen an aurochs, Sansa said, slipping a piece of bacon to Lady beneath the table. The direwolf accepted it from her fingers with a queen's delicacy. Septa Mordane sniffed in disapproval. A noble lady does not feed hounds at her table, she stated, breaking off another piece of honeycomb and watching the golden drip fall onto her bread. She's not a dog, she's a direwolf, Sansa pointed out as Lady licked her fingers with a raspy tongue. Besides, Father said we might keep them with us if we wished. The Septa was not mollified. You are a good girl, Sansa, but I vow, concerning that creature you are as stubborn as your sister Arya. She scowled deeply. And where is Arya this morning? Septa Mordane inquired, her tone suggesting she already suspected the answer. Sansa, seated primly at the breakfast table, replied, she wasn't hungry. She knew perfectly well that her younger sister had likely slipped down to the kitchens at dawn and charmed some scullion into giving her a meal. You must remind her to dress properly today. Perhaps the gray velvet. We have all been invited to ride with the Queen and Princess Myrcella in the royal wheelhouse, and appearances are so important. Sansa herself was already a vision. Her long auburn hair had been brushed to a coppery sheen, and she wore her finest blue silk gown. She had been anticipating this day for over a week. It was a tremendous honor to be granted such proximity to the Queen, and there was also the thrilling possibility that Prince Joffrey would be present, her betrothed. Merely thinking of him sent a peculiar, delightful tremor through her, despite the fact that their wedding was years away. Sansa did not truly know Joffrey yet, but her heart was already his. He was the very image of the prince from her songs, tall, handsome, and strong, with hair like spun gold. She cherished every rare opportunity to be near him. The sole shadow over the day was Arya. Her sister possessed a singular talent for spoiling perfect moments. You could never predict what she might do. I'll tell her, Sansa said, her voice tinged with doubt, but she'll probably wear what she always does. She prayed it wouldn't lead to utter humiliation. May I be excused? You may, Septa Mordane said, reaching for more bread and honey. Sansa slipped from the bench, her direwolf, Lady, padding quietly behind her as she hurried from the inn's common room. Outside, she paused, momentarily engulfed by the clamor of the camp breaking down shouted orders, the groan of wagon wheels, and the clatter of disassembled tents. The inn itself was a vast three-story building of pale stone, the largest Sansa had ever seen, yet it could house less than a third of the king's now massive party, which had swelled beyond 400 with her father's household and the various free riders who had attached themselves to their procession. She found Arya by the banks of the Trident River, struggling to keep Nymeria still as she picked dried mud from the direwolf's fur. The wolf was clearly not a willing participant. Arya was dressed in the same worn riding leathers she'd worn for days. You need to change into something presentable, Sansa informed her. Septa Mordane insists. We're to travel in the Queen's wheelhouse with Princess Myrcella. I'm not going, Arya stated flatly, wrestling with a knot in Nymeria's gray coat. Micah and I are riding upstream to search for rubies at the ford. Rubies? Sansa echoed, bewildered. What rubies? Arya shot her a look of pure exasperation. Prince Rhaegar's rubies. This is where King Robert slew him and won the throne. She said it as if it were the most obvious fact in the world, a stark contrast to Sansa's romanticized history lessons. Sansa stared at her wiry little sister in disbelief. You can't go hunting for old stones. The princess is expecting us. The Queen invited both of us. I don't care, Arya retorted. The wheelhouse is stifling. It doesn't even have proper windows. You can't see anything worthwhile from inside that padded box. What is there to see that's so important? Sansa snapped, her annoyance flaring. This was exactly the kind of ruinous behavior she had dreaded. It's just fields and farms and little holdfast for miles. No, it isn't, Arya insisted stubbornly. If you ever came exploring with us, you'd know. Last week, Micah found a spring where the water was so clear you could see trout sleeping on the bottom. She gave Nymeria a firm pat. Hold still. I'm not hurting you. Turning back to Sansa, she added, When we crossed the neck, I counted 36 kinds of flowers I'd never seen before, and Micah pointed out a real lizard lion to me. Sansa shuddered at the memory. The 12 days crossing the neck had been an ordeal. A slow, rumbling journey down a narrow, crooked causeway through a seemingly endless black bog. She had despised every minute of it. The air was perpetually damp and cold. The road so narrow they couldn't even make proper camps at night, forced to halt right on the King's Road itself. Oppressive thickets of half-drowned trees crowded in on them, their branches draped with ghostly, pale fungus. The thought of voluntarily seeking out more such adventures was utterly incomprehensible to her. The marsh was a treacherous place, where enormous blossoms sprouted from the muck and drifted on still, murky ponds. To stray from the path for such a flower was to risk the hidden quicksand, the serpents in the branches, or the lizard lions lurking just beneath the surface like toothy, watchful logs. Naturally, Arya paid no mind to any of it. She returned one afternoon, her hair a nest of tangles and her clothes smeared with dirt, that familiar gap-toothed grin on her face as she presented a bedraggled clutch of purple and green blooms to their father. Sansa waited, hoping he would finally scold her sister for acting like anything but a proper lady. Instead, he simply hugged Arya and thanked her, which only encouraged her worse behavior. It was later discovered the purple flowers were poison kisses, leaving an angry rash on Arya's arms. Sansa assumed this would be a lesson, but Arya just laughed it off. The very next day, she smeared mud all over her skin like a common swamp dweller because that butcher's boy, Micah, claimed it would soothe the itch. Sansa had also glimpsed faint bruises on her sister's shoulders, a palette of fading yellows and deep purples. How she came by those was a mystery for the gods. Arya kept talking, wrestling with Nymeria's muddy fur. "We found an old, creepy tower last week," she chattered. "And before that, we scared a whole herd of wild horses. You should have seen them run from Nymeria's scent." The wolf squirmed and Arya snapped. "Hold still. You're filthy." Sansa saw her chance. "Father said not to leave the column," she reminded her primly. Arya just shrugged. "I didn't go far. Besides, I don't always wander off. Sometimes it's fun just to ride near the wagons and talk to people." Sansa knew exactly the sort of people her sister meant. Grimy, stable hands, common soldiers, and that awful Micah, who practically lived in the meat cart and carried the smell of blood with him. The thought was enough to turn her stomach. Growing impatient, Sansa adopted her most reasonable tone. "You must come with me. You can't refuse the queen. Septa Mordain will be expecting you." Arya ignored her, tugging hard at a knot. Nymeria growled and darted away. "Come back here." "There will be lemon cakes and tea," Sansa continued, as Lady leaned against her leg. She scratched her direwolf's ears. "Why would you choose a smelly, bumpy ride over silken pillows and cakes with the queen?" "I don't like the queen," Arya stated, so casually it stole Sansa's breath. Her sister barreled on, oblivious. "She won't even let me bring Nymeria." She stalked after her wolf, brush in hand. "A royal wheelhouse is no place for a wolf," Sansa said. "Princess Myrcella is frightened of them. Myrcella's just a baby," Arya retorted. She finally caught Nymeria, but the wolf twisted free the instant the brush came near. Arya hurled the brush down in frustration. Bad wolf. Sansa allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. The kennel master had once said animals reflect their masters. She gave Lady a quick hug, and her wolf licked her cheek, making her giggle. Arya whirled, eyes blazing. "I don't care what you say," she declared, her long face setting into that stubborn mask. "I'm going riding." "Honestly, Arya, you can be so childish sometimes," Sansa sighed. "Fine, I'll go alone. It will be much more pleasant that way. Lady and I will enjoy all the lemon cakes and have a perfectly lovely time without you." She turned to leave, but Arya's voice chased after her. "They won't let you take Lady either." Before Sansa could form a retort, Arya was already dashing off after Nymeria along the riverbank. Humiliated and alone, Sansa took the longer route back to the inn where Septa Mordain would be waiting. Lady walked silently beside her. Sansa felt tears prick her eyes. She just wanted things to be graceful and beautiful like in the songs. Why couldn't Arya be gentle and kind like Princess Myrcella? She would have adored a sister like that. Sansa couldn't fathom how two sisters, barely 2 years apart, could be so utterly different. It would almost make more sense if Arya were a bastard, like their half-brother Jon. She even resembled him, sharing the stark long face and brown hair, with none of their lady mother's fair coloring or delicate features. And Jon's mother had been a common woman, or so the whispers went. Once, when she was younger, Sansa had even asked her mother if there hadn't been some mistake. Perhaps the Grumpkins had swapped her real sister. But Mother had just laughed and assured her that Arya was indeed her daughter and Sansa's true-born sister of the same blood. Sansa couldn't imagine why her mother would lie, so she had to accept it was true. Her melancholy, however, was swiftly forgotten as she approached the center of the camp. A crowd had swarmed around the Queen's wheelhouse. A buzz of excited voices filled the air like a stirred beehive. The doors stood wide open, and Queen Cersei herself was smiling down from the top of the wooden steps. "The council does us great honor, my good lords," Sansa heard her say. "What's happening?" Sansa asked a squire she recognized. "Riders from the King's Landing Council arrived to escort us the rest of the journey," he explained. "An honor guard for the king." Eager to see, Sansa allowed Lady to forge a path through the onlookers who hurriedly made way for the direwolf. Drawing nearer, she saw 2 knights kneeling before the queen, their armor so splendid it made her eyes widen. One wore an elaborate suit of white enameled scales, gleaming like a field of fresh snow, adorned with silver fittings that sparkled in the sunlight. When he removed his helm, he revealed an aged face with hair as white as his armor, yet he carried himself with a surprising strength and grace. From his shoulders flowed the pristine white cloak of the Kingsguard. His companion was a man near 20, clad in steel plate of a rich, deep green. He was the most handsome man Sansa had ever seen, tall and powerfully built, with jet black hair framing a clean-shaven face and laughing green eyes that matched his armor. Under one arm, he cradled an antlered helm, its golden rack shimmering magnificently. At first, Sansa didn't notice the third stranger. He wasn't kneeling with the others, but stood apart near the horses, a gaunt, grim man observing in silence. His face was pockmarked and beardless, with deep-set eyes and hollow cheeks. Though not elderly, only a few wisps of hair remained above his ears, grown long like a woman's. His armor was simple and worn, iron-gray chainmail over boiled leather, unadorned, and speaking of hard use. Above his right shoulder, the stained leather hilt of a greatsword was visible, strapped to his back, a blade too long to be worn at his side. "The king has gone hunting, but I know he will be pleased to see you when he returns," the queen continued, addressing the kneeling knights, yet Sansa couldn't tear her gaze from the third man. He seemed to feel her stare and slowly turned his head. Lady let out a low growl, a wave of terror, as profound as any Sansa Stark had ever known, crashed over her. She stumbled back and collided with a solid form. Strong hands closed on her shoulders, and for a fleeting heartbeat, she dared to hope it was her father. Turning, she found herself looking up into the scarred visage of Sandor Clegane, his mouth twisted into a ghastly semblance of a grin. "You're trembling, girl," he rasped. "Do I scare you that badly?" He did. He had from the very first moment she saw the ruin fire had made of his face, though now it struck her that he was not half as terrifying as the other man present. She jerked away from his grip, and the hound let out a low, grating laugh. Lady instantly moved to stand between them. A deep growl rumbling in her throat, Sansa sank to her knees and wrapped her arms around her wolf, seeking comfort in her warm fur. She could feel everyone staring, their eyes heavy upon her, and caught snippets of muttered remarks and stifled giggles. "Is that a wolf?" one man asked. Another voice answered, "By the gods, it's a direwolf." The first man wondered, "What's it doing here in camp?" The hound's rough voice cut in. The Starks used them as nursemaids, and Sansa, looking up, saw the 2 unfamiliar knights gazing down at her and Lady, their hands resting on their sword hilts. Fresh fear, mixed with hot shame, washed over her, and tears blurred her vision. She heard the queen's voice, clear and commanding. "Joffrey, attend to her." And then her prince was there. "Step back, all of you," Joffrey commanded. He stood over her, resplendent in blue and black, his golden hair catching the sun like a halo. He offered his hand and gently helped her rise. "What troubles you, my lady? You've no cause for fear here. No one shall harm you. Sheath your blades." The wolf is merely her companion. He turned a cold eye toward Sandor Clegane. "And you, dog? Begone. You are distressing my future queen." The hound, ever obedient, gave a curt bow and melted back into the crowd. Sansa fought to compose herself, feeling utterly foolish. She was a Stark of Winterfell, born to be a lady, destined to be a queen. "It wasn't him, my prince," she managed to say. "It was the other one." The two strange knights shared a glance. "Pain?" laughed the younger man, adorned in green armor. The elder knight, clad in white, addressed Sansa with kindness. "Sir Ilyn frightens many, my lady. He presents a most formidable appearance." "As is only fitting," said Queen Cersei, who had descended from her carriage. The onlookers respectfully made way. "If evildoers do not fear the king's justice, then the wrong man holds the office." Finding her courage, Sansa spoke up. "Then it seems you have chosen precisely the right man, your grace." A ripple of laughter spread through those gathered around them. "Well said, child," remarked the knight in white. "A worthy daughter of Eddard Stark. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, however unexpected the circumstances. I am Sir Barristan Selmy, of the Kingsguard." He bowed courteously. Sansa recognized the name at once, and years of lessons from Septa Mordane rushed back to her. "The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard," she replied, "advisor to King Robert, and to King Aerys before him. The honor is mine, good sir. Even in the distant north, the songs tell of Barristan the Bold." The knight in green chuckled. "Barristan the Old, more like. Don't praise him too generously, girl. He's already got a high opinion of himself." He gave her a friendly smile. "Now then, if you can name me as easily, I'll have to admit you are truly the Hand's daughter." Beside her, Joffrey tensed. "Mind your tone when speaking to my betrothed." "I can answer," Sansa said quickly, hoping to soothe her prince. She smiled at the Green Knight. "Your helm bears golden antlers, my lord. The stag is the emblem of the royal house. King Robert has two brothers. Given your evident youth, you can only be Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and a counselor to the king. That is my guess." Sir Barristan allowed himself a soft chuckle. "His youth alone marked him as a posturing fool, and I shall call him exactly that." Lord Renly's own laughter led the general mirth, washing away the earlier strain. Sansa began to relax until Sir Ilyn Payne shouldered through the crowd to stand before her, his expression grim. He offered no words. Lady bared her teeth, a low growl rumbling in her throat, but Sansa quieted her with a soft touch. "I apologize if I gave offense, Sir Ilyn," she said, waiting for a reply that never came. The headsman's pale, empty eyes seemed to look straight through her clothes, then her skin, laying her soul bare. Without a sound, he turned and departed. Bewildered, Sansa looked to her prince. "Have I misspoken, your grace? Why does he not answer me?" "Sir Ilyn has found little use for conversation these past 14 years, Lord Renly remarked with a sly grin. Joffrey shot his uncle a venomous glance before taking Sansa's hands. King Aerys Targaryen had his tongue torn out with red-hot irons. Yet he speaks volumes with his blade, the queen added smoothly, and his loyalty to our kingdom is beyond doubt. She then offered a gracious smile. "Sansa, the council and I must confer until the king returns with your lord father. I fear we must reschedule your afternoon with Myrcella. Do convey my apologies to your dear sister. Joffrey, perhaps you might kindly occupy our guest today." "It would be my honor, mother," Joffrey replied with stiff courtesy. Taking Sansa's arm, he guided her away from the wheelhouse, and her heart soared. A full day beside her prince. She gazed at him adoringly. How chivalrous he was, rescuing her from the grim specter of Sere Island and the looming hound. It felt like a verse from the old ballads, like Serwyn of the Mirror Shield saving Princess Derissa from giants, or Prince Aemon, the Dragon Knight defending Queen Nerys's name against the vile lies of Sir Morgul. The press of Joffrey's hand on her sleeve quickened her pulse. "What would you have us do?" "Just be with you," Sansa thought, but she said, "Whatever pleases you, my prince." Joffrey considered briefly. "We could ride out." "Oh, I adore riding," Sansa replied. Joffrey glanced back at Lady, who trailed closely behind. "Your wolf might spook the horses, and my guard seems to unsettle you. Why not leave them both and venture out alone?" Sansa paused. "If you wish," she said, though uncertainty tinged her voice. "I could secure Lady." Still, she was puzzled. "I didn't realize you kept a dog." Joffrey laughed. "He's truly my mother's hound. She tasked him with guarding me, and so he does." "You mean the hound," she said, inwardly chiding herself for being so dim. Her prince would never favor a simpleton. "But is it safe to go without him?" Prince Joffrey looked irritated by the question. "Set your mind at ease, my lady. I am nearly a man grown, and I don't play at fighting with wooden sticks like your brothers. This is all the protection I require." He drew his sword, a finely crafted longsword scaled for a boy of 12, its blue steel gleaming, double-edged, with a leather grip and a golden lion's head pommel. Sansa admired it with a delighted gasp, and Joffrey's pride was plain. "I call it lion's tooth," he declared. And so they left her direwolf and his fearsome guardian behind, setting off east along the Triton's north bank with no companion but lion's tooth. The day was glorious, almost enchanted. The warm air hung thick with the perfume of blossoms, and the woods here possessed a soft, inviting beauty unlike any she had known in the north. Prince Joffrey rode a blood-bay courser, swift as the wind, and he pushed the animal with a daring recklessness that forced Sansa to urge her mare to keep pace. It was, she felt certain, a day made for adventure. They ventured along the river, investigating the hollows carved into the bank and following the trail of a shadow cat until it vanished into its den. As hunger set in, Joffrey spotted the telltale plume of a hearth fire and commanded his companions to secure provisions from the nearby holdfast for their prince and his lady. Their meal was river trout, cooked over the flames, and Sansa indulged in more wine than she ever had in her life. "At home, my father permits just a single cup, and only during a feast," she admitted to Joffrey. He merely smiled, topping off her goblet once more. "My intended may drink her fill," he declared. The ride continued at a leisurely pace after they ate. Joffrey's clear, high voice lifted in song as they traveled, and Sansa, feeling pleasantly light-headed, finally murmured, "Should we not return soon?" "In a moment," he assured her. "The famous site is just ahead, near the river's curve. That is where my father struck down Rhaegar Targaryen." He crushed his breastplate with a single blow. Joffrey mimed the swing of a massive warhammer. "Then my uncle Shaemi ended the Mad King, and the crown was won." "Wait, what is that noise?" A strange rhythmic clacking drifted through the trees. Snack, 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 and Sansa felt a sudden chill. "I don't know," she whispered, her earlier ease vanishing. "Joffrey, please, let's turn back." "I intend to see what it is," he stated, guiding his horse toward the sound. Sansa reluctantly followed. The wooden clatter grew louder, joined now by labored breaths and occasional grunts. "Someone is there," Sansa said, her anxiety spiking. She thought longingly of her direwolf lady, wishing for the comfort of her presence. "You are under my protection," Joffrey announced, drawing his blade, lion's tooth. The rasp of steel made Sansa shiver. "This way," he said, pushing through a thicket. They emerged into a clearing overlooking the water, where a boy and a girl were locked in a mock battle. Their swords were broom-handle sticks, and the boy, older and taller, was driving the girl backward with heavy swings. The girl, skinny and dressed in worn leathers, dodged and parried frantically, but a hard strike across her knuckles made her cry out and drop her stick. Joffrey laughed aloud. The boy, wide-eyed, immediately let his own stick fall. The girl sucked her injured fingers, shooting them a look of pure fury, and Sansa's heart sank. "Arya," she called, disbelief in her voice. "Go away," Arya yelled, tears of anger and pain welling in her eyes. "What are you doing here? Leave us be." Joffrey's gaze flicked between the sisters. "This is your sibling." Sansa nodded, her cheeks flushing. He then turned his attention to the boy, a gangly lad with a freckled face and unruly red hair. "And who are you?" Joffrey demanded, his tone dismissive of the other's greater age. "Micah, lord," the boy mumbled, averting his eyes in recognition. "He works for the butcher," Sansa offered quietly. "He's my friend." Arya snapped. "You leave him alone." A butcher's apprentice with knightly ambitions, Joffrey dismounted, his sword still in hand. A reckless, wine-fueled energy crackled around him. "Retrieve your blade, butcher's boy. Show us your skill." Micah stood frozen. Joffrey advanced. "Go on, pick it up." Unless you only brawl with little girls? She asked me to, m'lord, Micah stammered. She's the one who asked. One glance at Arya's flushed face told Sansa the truth, but Joffrey was not listening. The wine had stripped away any pretense of chivalry. Will you pick up your sword or not? Micah shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. It's just a stick, m'lord. That's not a sword, it's just a stick. And you're just a butcher's boy, not a knight. Joffrey raised Lion's Tooth and pressed the tip against Micah's cheek, just below the eye as the trembling boy stood frozen. Do you realize that was my lady sister you were striking? A vivid bead of blood appeared where the steel met flesh, tracing a slow crimson path down the boy's face. Stop, Arya shrieked, snatching up her own fallen stick. Sansa felt a cold dread. Arya, don't get involved. I promise I won't harm him. Severely, Prince Joffrey said to Arya, though his gaze never left the butcher's boy. Arya lunged. Sansa dismounted, but she was too late. Arya swung with all her strength. A sharp crack echoed as the wood connected with the back of the prince's skull, and then chaos erupted before Sansa's wide, terrified eyes. Joffrey stumbled, turning with a roar of fury. Micah bolted for the tree line as fast as he could run. Arya took another swing, but this time Joffrey parried with Lion's Tooth, sending the shattered remains of her stick flying. The back of his head was matted with blood, his eyes blazing. Sansa was screaming, "Stop, please, both of you, you're ruining everything!" But her pleas were lost. Arya snatched a stone and flung it at Joffrey. It struck his horse instead, sending the blood bay rearing before it galloped wildly after the fleeing Micah. "Don't stop it!" Sansa cried. Joffrey advanced on Arya, slashing with his sword and shouting vile, unspeakable curses. Arya scrambled backward, fear finally showing on her face as Joffrey drove her toward the woods, trapping her against a tree. Sansa stood paralyzed, watching through a blur of helpless tears. Then a gray streak shot past her. Suddenly Nymeria was there, leaping, her jaws clamping onto Joffrey's sword arm. The blade fell from his grasp as the wolf knocked him to the ground. They tumbled in the grass, the direwolf snarling and tearing, the prince shrieking in agony. "Get it off me!" he screamed. "Get it off!" Arya's voice cut through the air. "Nymeria!" The direwolf released Joffrey and trotted to Arya's side. The prince lay whimpering in the grass, clutching his savaged arm, his shirt saturated with blood. Arya looked down at him. "She didn't hurt you too badly." She picked up Lion's Tooth from where it had fallen and stood over him, gripping the sword with both hands. Joffrey made a pitiful, frightened noise as he stared up at her. "Please," he begged. "Don't. I'll tell my mother." "Leave him alone," Sansa screamed at her sister. Arya spun and hurled the sword skyward with all her might. The blue steel flashed in the sunlight as it spun in an arc over the river. It pierced the water with a splash and disappeared. Joffrey groaned. Arya sprinted to her horse, Nymeria loping beside her. Once they were gone, Sansa approached Prince Joffrey. His eyes were clenched, shut in pain, his breathing ragged. Sansa knelt. "Joffrey," she wept. "Look what they've done, my poor prince. Don't be afraid. I'll ride for help." Gently, she reached out to smooth his soft blonde hair. His eyes flew open, meeting hers with nothing but pure loathing and the most venomous contempt. "Then go," he spat, "and don't you dare touch me." "Idiard." "They've located her, my lord." Ned stood swiftly. "Our men, or the Lannisters?" "It was Jory," his steward Vayon Poole answered. "She is unharmed." "Thank the gods," Ned said. His own guards had scoured the city for Arya over 4 long days, while the Queen's men had conducted their own search. "Where is she? Have Jory bring her here immediately?" "I'm afraid not, my lord," Poole informed him. "The gate guards were Lannister men. They alerted the Queen the moment Jory brought her through. She is being taken directly before the king." "Curse that woman," Ned said, striding toward the door. "Find Sansa and bring her to the audience chamber." Ned Stark descended the stone steps of the tower in a crimson fury. For 3 days he had led the search parties himself, sleeping in brief, fitful hours since his daughter vanished. That morning, a profound weariness had settled in his bones, but now it was burned away by a rage that lent him a terrible strength. Voices called to him across the castle yard, but he paid them no mind, his pace a hurried march. He was the king's hand, and a hand must maintain his dignity, even in his haste. He could feel the weight of watching eyes and the murmur of speculation about what he would do next. Their host was Sir Raymond Derry, whose modest castle stood a half-day's ride south of the Trident. The royal party had descended upon him as uninvited guests while the hunt for Arya and the butcher's boy scoured both riverbanks. They were unwelcome. Sir Raymond lived under the king's peace, yet his family had fought for Rhaegar Targaryen, and his 3 elder brothers had died on that very battlefield, a fact neither King Robert nor the Lord himself had forgotten. With the king's men, Derry's own household, Lannister guards, and Stark soldiers all crammed into a space far too small, the air was thick with simmering tension. Ned found them in the appropriated audience chamber, a room crowded to stifling. He thought bitterly that alone he and Robert might have settled this quietly. The king was slumped in Derry's high seat at the far end, his expression closed and sullen. Cersei Lannister stood beside him, one hand resting on the shoulder of her son, Joffrey, whose arm was still wrapped in thick silken bandages, and there, in the center of the room with only Jory Cassell at her side, stood Arya, the focus of every hostile gaze. "Arya," Ned called, his voice cutting through the quiet. The sound of his boots echoed on the stone as he went to her. When she saw him, a choked cry escaped her and she began to sob. He knelt and gathered her into his arms. She trembled like a leaf in a storm. "I'm sorry," she wept over and over, her voice muffled against his chest. I'm sorry. "I know," he murmured. Holding her, she felt impossibly small and thin, a scrawny little girl. It was difficult to believe this fragile child was the cause of such uproar. "Are you hurt?" "No," she sniffled, her face smudged with dirt. Tears had carved pale tracks through the grime on her cheeks. "I'm hungry. I found some berries, but there wasn't anything else." "We will see you fed," Ned promised, his voice low. He rose then, turning to face the king, his gaze sweeping the room. Friendly faces were scarce. Beyond his own men, he found few. Sir Raymond's expression was carefully guarded. Lord Renly wore an ambiguous half-smile, and old Sir Barristan looked solemn. The rest were Lannister men, their hostility a palpable force. Their sole piece of luck was that both Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane were absent, still leading searches north of the river. "Why was I not informed my daughter had been found?" Ned's voice rang out, sharp with demand. "Why was she not brought to me immediately?" He directed the question at Robert, but it was Cersei Lannister who answered, her tone venomous. "How dare you address your king in such a manner?" The king stirred at that. "Be silent, woman," he snapped. He straightened in the seat, looking at Ned. "I'm sorry, Ned. I never intended to frighten the child. It seemed best to have her brought here and have this matter dealt with swiftly." "And what matter is that?" Ned asked, ice-coating each word. The Queen stepped forward. "You know perfectly well, Stark. This girl of yours attacked my son. Her and that butcher's boy. That beast of hers tried to rip his arm off." "That isn't true," Arya declared, her voice loud in the chamber. "She only bit him a little. He was hurting Micah." "Joffrey has told us what occurred," the Queen countered. "You and the butcher boy set upon him with clubs, while you loosed your wolf." "It didn't happen like that," Arya insisted, tears welling up once more. Ned placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Yes, it did," Prince Joffrey insisted, his chin lifted. He never once looked at Arya as he spoke. "They all came at me, and she threw my sword into the river." "Liar!" Arya shouted. "Be quiet," the prince shouted back. "Enough!" the king bellowed, surging to his feet, his voice heavy with annoyance. A hush fell over the hall. He fixed Arya with a glare from beneath his thick beard. "Now, girl, you will recount the events, all of them, and truthfully, to deceive your king is a grave offense." He then turned his gaze to his son. "You will have your say when she is finished. Until then, be silent." As Arya started her tale, Ned sensed the door open behind him. A glance back revealed Vayon Poole entering with Sansa. They took their place quietly at the rear of the hall, as Arya spoke. When she reached the moment she sent Joffrey's sword sailing into the center of the trident, Renly Baratheon burst into laughter. The king stiffened. "Sir Barristan, remove my brother from the hall before he suffocates." Lord Renly smothered his mirth. "My brother is too gracious. I can find the exit." He offered a bow to Joffrey. "Maybe later you'll explain how a girl of 9, no bigger than a drowned rat, managed to disarm you with a broomstick and consign your blade to the river." As the door closed behind him, Ned caught the words, "lion's tooth," followed by another burst of laughter. Prince Joffrey was ashen as he launched into his entirely contradictory account. When his son finished, the king heaved himself up, looking like a man who wished he were leagues away. "What in the 7 hells am I to believe? His story contradicts hers." They were not the only witnesses, Ned stated. "Sansa, come forward." Ned had heard her account the night Arya disappeared. He knew the truth. "Tell us what occurred." His eldest daughter approached with visible reluctance. She wore a gown of blue velvet edged with white, a silver chain at her throat. Her rich auburn hair gleamed from careful brushing. She glanced, wide-eyed, at her sister, then at the young prince. "I don't know," she whispered, her voice trembling as if she longed to flee. "I don't recall. It all happened in a blur. I didn't truly see... You traitor?" Arya screamed. She shot toward her sister like a bolt, slamming Sansa to the floor and raining blows upon her. "Liar, liar, liar, liar." "Arya? Cease this," Ned commanded. Jory hauled her off, her legs still kicking. Sansa was pale and trembling as Ned helped her up. "Are you injured?" he asked. But she was staring past him at Arya, seemingly deaf to his words. "The girl is as feral as that filthy pet of hers," Cersei Lannister declared. "Robert, she must be punished, 7 hells," Robert swore. "Cersei, look at her. She's a child. What would you have me do? Have her flogged in the square?" "Damn it all, children brawl. It's done. No real harm was inflicted. The Queen's fury was palpable. Joffrey will bear those marks for life." Robert Baratheon looked at his eldest son. "So he will. Perhaps they'll impart some wisdom. Ned, ensure your daughter is corrected. I will deal with my son." "Gladly, Your Grace," Ned replied, a wave of relief washing over him. Robert began to leave, but the Queen was not finished. "And what of the direwolf?" she called after him. "What of the creature that mauled your son?" The king halted, turned back, his brow furrowed. "I'd forgotten the cursed beast." Ned saw Arya go rigid in Jory's grasp. Jory spoke swiftly. "We found no sign of the direwolf, Your Grace." Robert did not seem displeased. "No? Let it be, then." The Queen raised her voice, a cold smile touching her lips. 100 golden dragons to the man who brings me its pelt?" "An expensive fur," Robert grumbled. "I want no part of this. You can buy your trophies with Lannister gold." The Queen regarded him with icy calm. "I had not thought you so stingy. The king I believed I married would have laid a wolfskin across my bed before nightfall." Robert's face darkened with rage. "That would be a neat trick, without a wolf." "We have a wolf," Cersei Lannister said. Her voice was soft, but her green eyes glittered with victory. It took a moment for her meaning to settle, but when it did, the king shrugged in irritation. "As you wish. Let Ser Ilyn handle it." "Robert, you cannot be serious," Ned objected. The king had no patience left for debate. "That's enough, Ned. I won't hear another word. A direwolf is a wild creature. It was only a matter of time before it turned on your daughter just as the other turned on my boy. Buy her a spaniel. She'll be far better off." It was only then that Sansa truly understood. Fear flashed in her eyes as she looked to her father. "He can't mean lady, can he?" She read the answer in his grim expression. "No," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Not lady. She didn't hurt anyone. She's gentle." "Lady wasn't even there!" Arya screamed, her small fists clenched. "Leave her alone!" "Make them stop," Sansa begged, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. "Please, father, don't let them. It wasn't Lady, it was Nymeria. Arya's wolf did it. You can't punish Lady. I'll train her, I swear it. Just don't let them hurt her." Her pleas dissolved into sobs. Ned could only pull her close, holding her as she shook. Over her head, he locked eyes with Robert. The man who had once been like a brother. "I beg you, Robert, in the name of our friendship, in memory of my sister, I am asking you." For a long, tense moment, the king stared at them. Then his gaze shifted to his queen, his expression hardening into contempt. Damn you, Cersei, he spat. Ned rose, carefully loosening Sansa's clinging hands. The exhaustion of the last days settled on him like a physical weight. Then see to it yourself, Robert, he said, his voice as hard and cold as the northern winter. If it must be done, at least find the stomach to do your own dirty work. Robert met Ned's stare with empty, lifeless eyes. Without a word, he turned and strode from the hall, his steps echoing with finality. A hollow quiet descended. "Where is the beast?" Cersei Lannister inquired once her husband had departed. A smug smile played on Prince Joffrey's lips beside her. Sir Barristan Selmy answered with clear reluctance. "The animal is secured outside the gatehouse, your grace?" "Fetch Island Pane," Cersei commanded. "No," Ned stated, the word bitter on his tongue. "Jory, escort the girls to their chambers, then bring me ice." He forced the order out, each syllable tasting of ash. "If this is to happen, I will see it done." Cersei studied him, her suspicion plain. "You, Lord Stark? What game is this? Why would you lift the blade yourself?" Every eye in the room was upon him, but it was Sansa's devastated gaze that pierced him deepest. "She is a creature of the North," he said, his voice low. "She merits more dignity than a headsman's block." He left the room, his vision blurred and his daughter's heartbroken cries following him. He found the direwolf pup tethered where they had left her. Ned lowered himself to the ground beside her for a long, silent moment. "Lady," he murmured. He had never given much thought to the names his children had chosen, but seeing the small wolf now, he understood Sansa's choice. She was the littlest, the most delicate, with a sweet and trusting nature. Her bright gold eyes watched him, and he stroked her soft gray coat. Soon, Jory arrived with the greatsword ice. When the grim task was finished, Ned spoke, his voice hollow. "Select 4 of our men, have them take her north, bury her in the crypts at Winterfell." "All that distance, my lord?" Jory asked, stunned. "All that distance," Ned confirmed. "The Lannister woman will never have her pelt." He was trudging back toward the tower, finally surrendering to the need for sleep, when the thunder of hooves announced a return. Sandor Clegane and his riders stormed through the castle gate, their hunt concluded. A bulky shape wrapped in a blood-soaked cloak was draped across the back of the hound's warhorse. "No trace of your girl, Lord Hand," Clegane growled down from his saddle, "but we didn't come back empty-handed. We found her little friend." He reached back and shoved the burden off. It landed with a sickening thud at Ned's feet. Dreading the words he would have to give Arya, Ned knelt and pulled back the cloak. It was not Nymeria. It was the butcher's boy, Micah. His small body was a map of dried blood savagely cloven from shoulder to waist by a downward strike of immense force. A cold fury settled in Ned's chest. "You rode him down," Ned stated. The hound's eyes glinted from within his monstrous helm. He ran. He took in Ned's stricken face and let out a short, brutal laugh, just not fast enough. Bran. He had been falling forever. A voice sighed to him from the endless dark, "Fly." But Bran had never learned how to fly. All he could do was fall. Master Luwin had once fashioned a small figure from clay, hardened it in a fire, dressed it in Bran's own clothes, and tossed it from a rooftop. Bran could still recall the sound of it breaking apart. "But I never fall," he whispered, even as he fell. The earth was a distant blur beneath layers of swirling gray fog, yet he felt the terrible speed of his descent and knew what awaited him at the end. In dreams, you couldn't fall forever. He was certain he would wake just before impact. That was how it always happened. But what if you don't? A voice wondered. The ground seemed nearer now, though still impossibly far, 1,000 miles yet closer than before. Here in the darkness, it was bitterly cold. No sun or stars shone, only the rising earth and the whispering mist. He felt a sob building in his throat. "Don't cry," something insisted, "fly." "I can't fly," Bran protested. "I can't, it's impossible. How would you know?" "Have you ever truly tried?" The voice was sharp and reedy. Bran turned his head, searching for its source. A crow was circling down alongside him, just beyond his grasp, keeping pace with his plunge. "Help me," Bran pleaded. "I am trying," the crow replied. "By the way, got any corn?" Dizzy as the darkness whirled, Bran fumbled in his pocket. When he opened his hand, golden grains slipped through his fingers, tumbling through the air with him. The crow alighted on his wrist and began to peck. "Are you truly a crow?" Bran asked. "Are you truly falling?" The bird returned. "It's only a dream," Bran insisted. "Is it?" asked the crow. "I'll wake when I hit the ground," Bran told it. "You'll die when you hit the ground," the crow stated simply before resuming its meal. Bran looked below. Now he could make out mountains, their crowns white with snow, and the slender gleam of rivers cutting through shadowed forests. He shut his eyes and let the tears come. "That won't help," the crow chided. "I told you the answer is flying, not weeping. How difficult can it be?" "Watch me." The crow launched from his hand, wings beating the air. "You have wings," Bran pointed out miserably. "Perhaps you do as well." Bran patted his own shoulders, searching for feathers. "There are more kinds of wings than one," the crow remarked. Bran stared at his arms and legs. They looked terribly thin, mere skin stretched over bone. Had he always been this frail? He struggled to remember. Then a face emerged from the gray mist, glowing with a golden light. "The things I do for love?" it sighed. Bran screamed. The crow burst upward, cawing loudly. "Not that!" it shrieked. "Forget that. You don't need it now. Set it aside, bury it." It landed hard on Bran's shoulder and pecked him, and the shining golden face vanished. Bran fell faster than ever, the gray mists screaming past as he hurtled downward. "What are you doing to me?" he wept to the crow. "Teaching you to fly." "I can't fly." "You're flying right now. I'm falling." "Every flight begins with a fall," the crow said. "Look down. I'm too scared?" "Look down." Bran looked. His stomach lurched. The ground was racing up to meet him, yet the whole world was unfurled beneath like a vast quilt of white, brown, and green. For an instant, the view was so breathtaking he forgot his fear. He could see the entire kingdom and every soul in it. Winterfell appeared as an eagle might see it. The proud towers shrunken, the walls mere scratches in the dirt. He spotted Maester Luwin on a balcony, peering through a polished bronze tube at the sky, frowning as he scribbled in a ledger. He saw his brother Robb in the yard, taller and more robust than Bran remembered, swinging a real steel sword in practice. He saw Hodor, the gentle giant from the stables, lifting an anvil to his shoulder as easily as another man might lift a bundle of straw, carrying it toward Meekind's forge. And in the quiet heart of the Godswood, the great white weirwood tree gazed solemnly at its own reflection in the dark pool, leaves stirring in a cold breeze. Bran felt the creature's awareness settle upon him as it turned from the still pool, its gaze meeting his with ancient understanding. He cast his sight eastward, where a longship cut through the waves of the Bight. In a cramped cabin, his mother sat alone, her eyes fixed on a knife stained dark with blood upon a table, while Ser Rodrik hung over the rail, sick and trembling. A titanic storm, black and crackling with lightning, brewed directly in their path, yet they sailed on, oblivious to the fury awaiting them. Looking south, he witnessed the mighty, churning flow of the Trident. He saw his father, his face a mask of sorrow, in desperate counsel with the king. He saw Sansa weeping into her pillow in the dark, and Arya, silent and stern, clutching her secrets close as shadows pressed in around them. One shadow was ashen and grim, bearing the fearsome visage of a hound. Another gleamed, splendid and golden in armor like the sun. Above them both towered a giant clad in stone, but when its helm was opened, there was only a void of thick black blood. Lifting his gaze further, he saw across the narrow sea to the free cities and the vast Dothraki grasslands, and farther still to Vaes Dothrak beneath its mountain, to the mythic shores of the Jade Sea, to Ashai by the shadow, where dragons stirred in the dawn. Then he looked north. The wall glittered like a blade of blue ice, and he saw Jon Snow alone in a chill bed, his flesh growing cold and hard as the ghost of warmth abandoned him. He looked beyond the wall, past endless snow-shrouded woods and frozen coasts, past rivers of grinding ice and lifeless white deserts. North and north and north he looked, to the shimmering curtain of light at the edge of the world, and then past it. He stared into the very heart of winter, and a cry of terror was torn from him, his tears scalding his cheeks. "Now you see?" the crow murmured from his shoulder. "Now you see why you must live." Why? Bran asked, confused, tumbling downward. Because winter is coming. Bran met the crow's stare. It had 3 eyes, and the third held a dreadful, knowing light. He looked below. There was only a frozen desert of snow and death, where sharp, blue-white spears of ice reached up to claim him. They shot toward him like lances, and he saw the remains of countless other dreamers pierced upon their tips. Fear gripped him utterly. Can a man still be brave if he's afraid? He heard his own small, distant voice ask. His father's answer echoed back. That is the only time a man can be brave. Now, Bran, the crow pressed. Choose, fly or die. Death screamed as it rose to meet him. Bran stretched out his arms and flew. Unseen wings drank the wind, hauling him skyward. The deadly ice fell away beneath. The heavens welcomed him. Bran soared. It was better than any climb, better than anything he had ever known. The world shrank below. I'm flying, he shouted with joy. I've noticed, said the 3-eyed crow. It launched itself. Wings beating against his face, slowing him, blinding him. He wavered in the air as feathers struck his cheeks. Its beak jabbed fiercely, and a sharp, blinding pain lanced through the center of his forehead. What are you doing? He screamed. The crow opened its beak and shrieked, a sound of pure alarm, and the gray mists trembled and swirled, tearing apart like a curtain. He saw then that the crow was a woman, a servant with long dark hair, familiar from Winterfell. Yes, he remembered her. And he understood he was in Winterfell, in a high bed within a cold tower room. The woman let a basin fall, water shattering across the floor, and fled down the stairs, crying, He's awake! He's awake! He's awake! Bran's hand went to his forehead, to the spot between his eyes. The spot where the crow had pecked him still burned, yet his skin was unbroken, with no blood or mark to be found. A wave of weakness and dizziness washed over him. He attempted to rise from the bed, but his body refused to obey. Then a shadow shifted beside him, and a weight settled gently upon his legs, though he felt no pressure. A pair of golden eyes, bright as a summer sun, met his gaze. The open window let in a chill, but the warmth radiating from the wolf wrapped around him like a steaming bath. His pup, Bran thought with a dawning sense of wonder. Or was it? The creature had grown so large, with a hand trembling like an aspen leaf. He reached out to stroke the thick fur. When his brother Robb burst into the chamber, breathless from the climb, the direwolf was tenderly licking Bran's cheek. Bran looked up, his expression serene. His name is Summer, he stated. Catelyn turned from the ship's rail, forcing a polite smile to her lips. We should reach King's Landing within the hour, Captain. Your crew has served us exceptionally well, she continued. Each oarsman shall have a silver stag as a token of my gratitude. Captain Moreo Ternitus offered a slight bow. You are too generous, Lady Stark. The honor of carrying a noble lady is reward enough for my men. But I suspect they will accept the silver all the same, Catelyn replied. As you say, Moreo agreed with a smile, his command of the common tongue fluent, bearing only a faint Tyroshi lilt. He had sailed the narrow sea for 3 decades, he'd told her, rising from oarsman to quartermaster, and finally to captain of his own trading galley. The Storm Dancer was his 4th and swiftest ship, a 2-masted vessel with 60 oars. She had certainly been the fastest option in White Harbor after Catelyn and Sir Roderick Castle's frantic ride downriver. The Tyroshi were known for their greed, and Sir Roderick had argued for hiring a humble fishing sloop from the Three Sisters, but Catelyn had insisted on the galley, a decision that had proven wise. Contrary winds had dogged much of their voyage. Without the power of the oars, they might still be struggling past the fingers instead of gliding toward their destination. So close now, she thought. Beneath the linen bandages, her fingers ached where the dagger had cut her. The pain was a necessary reminder, a scourge to keep her focused. She could no longer bend the last 2 fingers on her left hand, and the others had lost their deftness, but it was a small price for Bran's survival. Sir Roderick chose that moment to emerge on deck. "My good friend," Moreo exclaimed through his famously forked green beard. The Tyroshi did adore vibrant colors, even in their facial hair. "It gladdens me to see you looking improved." "Indeed," Sir Roderick said dryly. It has been nearly 2 days since I last wished for death. He bowed to Catelyn. My lady. He did look better, if somewhat thinner than when they had departed White Harbor. The rough waters of the Bight and the narrow sea had disagreed with him violently. During an unexpected squall off Dragonstone, he had nearly been swept overboard, only saved by clutching desperately to a rope until 3 crewmen could haul him back. The memory of that storm, with its shrieking winds and his own humiliating helplessness, had etched a new weariness into his face. "The captain informs me our journey is nearly done," Catelyn said. Sir Roderick managed a wry grin. "So soon?" He looked strangely diminished without his great white side whiskers, appearing less fierce and a decade older. Back in the midst of the heaving seas, after his magnificent mustache had become unspeakably soiled for the 3rd time during a bout of sickness over the rail. Submitting to a sailor's razor had seemed the only practical course. "I will leave you to your discussions," Captain Moreo said, bowing before taking his leave. The galley cut through the water with dragonfly grace, oars rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Sir Roderick gripped the rail, watching the coastline slip past. "I fear I have not been the most valiant of protectors on this journey." Catelyn placed a reassuring hand on his arm. "Yet here we are, Sir Roderick, safe and sound. That is what matters. That is the only thing of any real importance." Her hand moved clumsily under her cloak, fingers numb and searching. The dagger remained at her hip. She found herself needing to feel its shape now and again, a small comfort in the uncertainty. "Our next step is to find the king's master-at-arms and hope he is a man of honor." "Sir Aron Santagar is proud, yet he has integrity," Sir Roderick said. His hand lifted to stroke his beard, only to remember it was no longer there. He frowned, momentarily lost. "He might recognize the blade, it's true, but, my lady, the moment our feet touch the dock, we are in danger, and at court there are those who would know your face immediately." Catelyn's lips pressed into a thin line. "Littlefinger," she whispered. His youthful image appeared in her mind, though he was a boy no longer. With his father's passing, he was Lord Baelish now, yet the old nickname clung to him. Her brother Edmure had coined it years ago at Riverrun, a reference to his family's meager lands on the smallest of the fingers and Peter's own slight stature. Sir Roderick cleared his throat. "Lord Baelish once? Ah." He hesitated, groping for a tactful phrase. Catelyn was beyond such delicacies. "He was my father's ward. We were raised together at Riverrun. I considered him a brother, but his affection for me was not so fraternal. When my betrothal to Brandon Stark was announced, Pettier demanded the right to my hand by combat. It was pure folly. Brandon was a man grown. Pettier barely 15. I pleaded with Brandon to show mercy. He left him with a scar and his life. My father sent him away after that, and I have not laid eyes on him since." She turned her face to the sea mist, as if the sharp salt air could cleanse the recollection. "He sent a letter to Riverrun after Brandon's death, but I burned it unopened. By then I knew Ned would take his brother's place as my husband." Sir Roderick's fingers again wandered to where his whiskers should have been. "Littlefinger holds a seat on the small council now." "I never doubted he would climb high," Catelyn replied. "He possessed a sharp mind, even as a child, but cleverness and wisdom are not the same. I often wonder what the passing years have made of him." Above them, a lookout's cry rang down from the sails. Captain Moreo hurried across the deck, shouting commands, and suddenly the stunned dancer was a hive of motion as King's Landing rose into view upon its 3 hills. 3 centuries past, Catelyn knew, those slopes had been wooded, and just a few fishing huts had dotted the north bank where the Blackwater Rush met the sea. Then Aegon the Conqueror had sailed from Dragonstone. Here his forces landed, and there, on the tallest hill, he raised his first rough fortress of earth and timber. Now the city sprawled along the shore as far as she could see. Grand houses and vineyards and storehouses, brick warehouses and wooden inns and market stalls, taverns and cemeteries and pleasure houses, all jumbled together in a great stone tapestry. Even from this distance, the din of the fish markets carried over the water. Wide, tree-lined avenues wound between the structures, alongside twisting lanes and passages so tight 2 men could not pass through side by side. Visenya's hill was topped by the great sept of Baelor. its 7 crystal spires catching the light. Across the city on Rhaenys' hill loomed the scorched ruins of the Dragon Pit, its vast dome fallen in, its bronze gates sealed for 100 years. The Street of the Sisters connected them like a taut bowstring. In the distance, the city walls stood formidable and tall. Countless docks bristled along the water's edge, and the harbor teemed with vessels. Deep-sea fishers and river skiffs came and went. Ferrymen punted across the Blackwater's current, and merchant ships from Bravos, Pentos, and Lys disgorged their cargo. Catelyn's gaze swept across the riverfront, taking in the scene. The Queen's lavish barge was moored next to a stout whaling ship from the port of Ibn, its hull darkened with pitch. Further up the river, a line of slender golden warships sat in their docks, their sails rolled tight and their iron rams just breaking the water's surface. But it was the fortress on the high hill that dominated everything. The Red Keep loomed over the city, a formidable collection of 7 great drum towers topped with iron battlements, a massive gatehouse and sprawling halls connected by covered walkways. It was all built from the same distinctive pale red stone. Achaeon the Conqueror had ordered its construction, but it was his son, Maegor the Cruel, who saw it finished. In a brutal act of secrecy, Maegor then had every craftsman who worked on it executed, vowing that only the blood of the dragon would ever know the castle's true design. Now, however, the banners fluttering from its walls were golden, and the crowned stag of House Baratheon had replaced the 3-headed dragon of the Targaryens. A swan ship from the Summer Isles, its tall masts bearing billowing white sails, was heading out to sea as their own galley, the Stan Dancer, made for the dock. "My lady," Sir Roderick said, leaning close, "I've had time to think on our approach while I recovered. You should not go to the castle. Let me go in your place and bring Sir Aaron out to meet you somewhere discreet." She considered the old knight as the ship neared the pier. Captain Morio was barking orders in the coarse Valyrian dialect of the free cities. "You would face the same dangers I would," she pointed out. Sir Roderick allowed himself a faint smile. "I doubt that. I caught my reflection in the river water this morning and barely knew myself. My mother was the last to see me clean-shaven, and she has been gone for 40 years. I believe I will pass unnoticed, my lady." Morio bellowed another command. In unison, the 60 oars rose from the water, reversed, and then pulled backward to slow their approach. With a final shout, the oars were drawn in. As the hull bumped against the wooden dock, Taroshi sailors jumped down to secure the lines. Morio approached, all cheerful efficiency. "King's Landing, my lady, as requested. I dare say no ship has made a faster or smoother journey. Shall I have your belongings taken to the castle?" "We will not be going to the castle just yet," Catelyn replied. "Can you recommend an inn? Somewhere decent and quiet, not too far from the river." The Tyroshi captain stroked his dyed green beard, split in the middle. "Certainly. I know a few places that might serve, but first, if I may be so bold, we have the matter of the final payment we agreed upon, and the additional silver for the crew, which I believe was 60 stags." "That silver is for the oarsmen," Catelyn reminded him, her tone firm. "Without a doubt," Morio said smoothly. "Though perhaps it would be wiser if I held it for them until we returned to Tyrosh, for the sake of their families. If you pay them here, my lady, they will likely gamble it away or spend it all in one night of celebration." Sir Roderick grunted. "There are worse ways to face the coming cold. Winter is coming, after all." "A man must decide for himself," Catelyn stated. "They earned the silver. What they do with it is their own affair." "As you wish, my lady," Morio said with a bow, though his smile seemed a little tight. To be certain, Catelyn paid the crew herself, handing a silver stag to each rower. She gave a few coppers to a pair of men who carried their chests partway up Visenya's hill to the inn. Morio had named a sprawling, aged building on Eel Alley. The proprietor was a grim old woman with a cast in one eye who inspected them with deep suspicion and actually bit the coin Catelyn offered to test its worth. Her rooms, however, were spacious and well ventilated, and Morio had sworn her fish stew was the best in the realm. Most importantly, she asked no questions about their names or business. Once they were settled, Sir Roderick turned to Catelyn, his voice low. "I think it wise if we avoid the common room altogether. Even in a city like this, you could never be sure who might be watching. He was dressed in a ringmail shirt, with a dagger and longsword concealed beneath a dark hooded cloak. "I'll return by nightfall with Sir Aaron," he assured her. "Try to get some rest, my lady." Catelyn was exhausted. The journey had been wearying, and she was painfully aware she wasn't as young as she once was. Her room overlooked a narrow alley and a sea of rooftops, with a distant glimpse of the Blackwater. She watched Sir Roderick until he vanished into the bustling crowds, then resolved to follow his counsel. The mattress was filled with straw, not down, but sleep found her quickly all the same. She was roused by a persistent pounding at her door. Catelyn bolted upright. Beyond the window, the sunset painted the roofs of King's Landing a deep crimson. She had slept far longer than she meant to. Another heavy fist struck the wood, and a voice demanded, "Open this door by order of the king." "Just a moment," she called back. She swung her cloak around her shoulders. The dagger lay on the bedside stand. She seized it before drawing back the latch. The men who entered wore the black ringmail and golden cloaks of the city watch. Their captain smirked at the blade in her hand. "You won't be needing that, my lady? We're here to escort you to the castle." "On whose authority?" she challenged. He produced a ribbon. The sight of the gray wax seal, a mockingbird, made Catelyn's breath hitch. "Petyr?" she whispered. "So soon. Something must have gone wrong with Sir Roderick." She fixed her gaze on the guardsman. "Do you know who I am?" "No, my lady," he replied. "Lord Littlefinger's orders were simply to bring you to him and ensure you came to no harm." Catelyn gave a stiff nod. "You may wait outside while I make myself ready." She washed her hands in the basin and bound them in fresh linen. Her fingers felt clumsy and swollen as she fought with the laces of her bodice and fastened a plain brown cloak at her throat. How could Littlefinger have possibly known she was here? Sir Roderick would never have betrayed her. He was old and stubborn, fiercely loyal. Had the Lannisters arrived in the capital ahead of her? If that were true, Ned would be here as well, and he would have found her by now. The answer struck her then. Moreo. That Tyroshi knew exactly who they were and where to find them. She hoped the sellsword had been paid handsomely for his betrayal. A horse was waiting for her. As they set off, lamps were being lit along the shadowed streets, and Catelyn could feel the weight of the city's gaze upon her, surrounded as she was by guards in their gleaming gold cloaks. When they reached the Red Keep, the main gate was shut and the portcullis lowered for the evening, but 100 flickering lights glowed in the castle windows. The guards left their horses outside the walls and led her through a small hidden door, then up a seemingly endless spiral of stone steps to a tower chamber. He was alone, seated at a broad wooden table, writing by the light of an oil lamp. When she was shown in, he set his pen aside and looked up. "Cat," he said softly. "Why have I been brought here like some common criminal?" she demanded. He stood and waved a dismissive hand at the guards. "Leave us." Once they were gone, he said, "You were treated well, I trust?" My instructions were explicit. His eyes fell to her bandaged hands. "Your hands?" Catelyn brushed past his concern. "I am not in the habit of being hauled through the streets like a servant," she said, her voice cold. "Even as a boy, you understood courtesy. I have offended you, my lady. That was never my intention." He wore a look of contrition, a familiar practiced expression that brought a flood of old memories. Petyr had been a clever, mischievous child, and he had always known how to look sorry afterward. It was a particular talent of his. The years had altered him little. He had been a small boy, and he had grown into a slight man, still a shade shorter than Catelyn, lean and agile with the same sharp features and laughing gray-green eyes she remembered. He now sported a neat, pointed beard at his chin, and strands of silver had begun to weave through his dark hair, though he had not yet reached 30. These new touches of gray complemented the silver mockingbird that clasped his cloak. Even as a boy, he had always shown a fondness for silver. "How did you discover I was in the capital?" she inquired. "Lord Varys is aware of everything," Petyr replied with a knowing grin. "He will join us soon, but I wish to speak with you alone first." "It has been too many years, Cat. How long has it truly been?" Catelyn brushed aside his familiar tone. More pressing matters demanded her attention. Then it was the king's own spider who located me. Littlefinger gave a slight wince. "I would avoid that name if I were you. He is rather sensitive about it. A consequence of his condition, I suppose. Nothing occurs in this city without Varys learning of it. Frequently he knows of events before they even transpire. His sources are everywhere, his little birds, as he calls them. One such bird overheard news of your arrival. Fortunately, Varys chose to come to me with the information. Why you? She pressed. He offered a casual shrug. Why not me? I serve as Master of Coin, a counselor to the king himself. Selmy and Lord Renly have ridden north to meet Robert, and Lord Stannis has departed for Dragonstone, leaving only Maester Pycelle and myself here. The choice was clear. I have always been a friend to your sister Lysa, as Varys is well aware. Does Varys know about?
Lord Varys knows all there is to know, save for the reason behind your visit.
He raised an eyebrow. So, why are you here? A wife may long for her husband's company, and if a mother wishes her daughters near, who can deny her? Littlefinger let out a soft laugh. A fine answer, my lady, but you cannot expect me to accept it. I know you far too well. What were the Tully words once more? Her mouth felt parched. Family, duty, honor, she stated rigidly. He did understand her too well. Family, duty, honor, he repeated. Each of those would bind you to Winterfell, where our hand left you. No, something has occurred. This journey of yours hints at a certain urgency. I implore you, allow me to assist. Old dear friends should never hesitate to lean on one another. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Enter, Littlefinger called out. The man who entered was plump, perfumed, powdered, and as smooth and hairless as an egg. He wore a vest of intricate gold thread over flowing robes of purple silk, and his feet were clad in soft velvet slippers with pointed toes. Lady Stark, he said, taking her hand gently in both of his, what a profound joy to look upon you again after so long. His skin was soft and damp, and his breath carried the scent of lilacs. Oh, your poor hands! Have you suffered a burn, sweet lady? The fingers are so delicate. Our good Maester Pycelle prepares a remarkable salve. Shall I have a jar sent for you? Catelyn withdrew her fingers from his grasp. I thank you, my lord, but my own Maester Luwin has already tended to my injuries. Varys gave a little bow of his head. I was deeply saddened to hear of your son's tragedy. And he's so very young. The gods can be cruel indeed. On that point, we are in agreement, Lord Varys, she said. The title was merely a courtesy afforded to a council member. Varys was lord of nothing but his intricate web, master of none but his whisperers. The eunuch spread his soft hands in a placating gesture. I hope we agree on more than that, gentle lady. I hold your husband, our new hand, in the highest esteem, and I believe we share a love for our King Robert. Yes, she was compelled to say, without question. Never has a king been so adored as our Robert, Littlefinger quipped. He smiled slyly. At least when Lord Varys is within earshot? Dear lady, Varys said with exaggerated concern, in the free cities there exist men with remarkable healing gifts. You need only say the word, and I will dispatch for one to attend your beloved Bran. Maester Luwin is doing everything possible for Bran, she informed him flatly. She would not discuss Bran here, not with these men. She trusted Littlefinger only marginally, and Varys not in the slightest. She refused to let them glimpse her sorrow. Lord Baelish informs me I owe you thanks for arranging this meeting. Varys giggled, a high girlish sound. Oh, indeed. I suppose I must plead guilty. I do hope you can forgive me, kind lady. He settled himself comfortably into a chair and folded his hands neatly in his lap. Catelyn Stark fixed her gaze on the eunuch, a cold shock settling in her chest. He was like some sorcerer, she thought, spinning webs in the shadows. How could he know such things? What have you done with Sir Roderick? She demanded, her voice tight. Nearby, Petyr Baelish looked utterly perplexed. I seem to have arrived at the feast without my appetite. What dagger, and who is Sir Roderick? Sir Roderick Castle serves as master-at-arms at Winterfell, Varys replied smoothly. I assure you, my lady, the good knight is perfectly well. He paid a visit earlier today, meeting with Sir Aron Santagar in the armory to discuss a particular blade. As the sun was setting, they left the Red Keep together and made their way to that rather grim inn where you were lodged. They remain there now, sharing a flagon in the common room and awaiting your return. Sir Roderick was most troubled to discover you absent. How is any of this possible for you to know? The little birds sing their songs, Varys said with a faint, unsettling smile. Knowing things is the very essence of my role, sweet lady. He gave a slight shrug. You do have the dagger with you, I presume? Wordlessly, Catelyn drew the weapon from beneath her cloak and tossed it onto the table between them. Take it. Perhaps your little birds can also whisper the name of its owner. Varys picked up the knife with theatrical care, running his thumb along its lethal edge. A line of crimson welled instantly, and he let out a sharp gasp, dropping the blade back to the wood. It's sharp, Catelyn stated flatly. Valyrian steel never loses its bite, Littlefinger remarked as Varys nursed his bleeding thumb, shooting Catelyn a look of wounded reproach. Petyr then lifted the dagger, feeling its weight. He tossed it lightly into the air, catching it deftly with his other hand. Perfect balance. So you wish to find its owner? That's the purpose of this late audience. You had no need to seek out Ser Aaron, my lady. You should have come directly to me. And if I had, she asked, her eyes never leaving his, what would you have said? I would have told you that only one dagger of this kind exists in all of King's Landing. He pinched the blade between his fingers, drew his arm back, and with a fluid, expert motion sent it flying across the chamber. It struck the heavy oak door with a solid thunk, burying itself deep in the wood where it quivered. It belongs to me, yours. The claim made no sense. Petyr had not been in Winterfell. Until the tourney for Prince Joffrey's name day, he explained, walking over to wrench the dagger free. I wagered on Ser Jaime in the lists, along with half the court. A boyish, almost sheepish grin touched his lips. When Ser Loras Tyrell unseated him, many of us found ourselves lighter in purse. Ser Jaime lost 100 gold dragons, the queen mislaid an emerald pendant, and I lost this knife. Her grace recovered her jewel, but the victor claimed the rest of the spoils. Who? Catelyn demanded, her mouth suddenly dry, the ghost of the blade's cut aching in her fingers. Lord Varys watched her face intently as Littlefinger gave the answer. The imp? Tyrion Lannister. The castle yard echoed with the clatter of steel. Beneath layers of wool, boiled leather, and chainmail, a trickle of cold sweat traced a path down Jon's chest as he drove forward. Grenn gave ground awkwardly, his defense unraveling. As the larger boy raised his sword for a ponderous strike, Jon ducked low and swept his own practice blade against the back of Grenn's leg with a solid crunch, sending him lurching sideways. A clumsy downcut from Grenn was met with an overhand blow that left a dent in his helm. When Grenn tried a wild side swing, Jon parried it easily and slammed a mailed forearm into his chest, knocking the breath from him. Grenn landed hard on his backside in the slush. A final, sharp slash to his wrist made him cry out, and his sword tumbled from numb fingers. Enough! Sir Alliser Thorne's voice cut through the yard, sharp as a razor. Grenn clutched his injured hand. The bastard broke my wrist. The bastard sliced your leg, cracked your thick skull, and would have taken your hand clean off, Thorne corrected, his tone dripping with contempt. Or he would have if these were real blades. You're lucky the watch needs stable hands as much as it needs rangers, Sir Alliser remarked, nodding toward Jaren and Toad. Help the Aurochs up. He has a funeral to plan. Jon removed his helmet while the other recruits hauled Grenn upright. The crisp morning air was a relief against his skin. Resting his weight on his sword, he took a deep breath, letting himself enjoy the wind for just a second. That's a long sword, not a walking stick. Sir Alliser snapped. Are your legs giving out, Lord Snow? Jon despised that name, a taunt Sir Alliser had pinned on him his first day of training. The other boys had adopted it, and now he heard it constantly. He sheathed the blade. No, he answered. Thorne moved closer, his dark leathers rustling softly. He was a lean, hard man in his 50s, with threads of gray in his hair and eyes like black stone. The truth, he demanded. I'm tired, Jon confessed. His arm ached from the sword's weight, and his bruises were beginning to throb now that the bout was over. What you are is weak. I won. No, the Aurochs lost. A snicker came from one of the others. Jon knew better than to argue. He had defeated every opponent Sir Alliser set against him, yet it earned him no respect. The master-at-arms served up only scorn. Thorne loathed him, Jon was sure, though, admittedly, he seemed to despise the other recruits even more. "That's enough," Thorne announced. "I can only tolerate so much incompetence in a single day. If the others ever come, I hope they bring archers, because you lot are good for nothing but catching arrows." Jon trailed the group back to the armory, walking by himself. He often did. There were nearly 20 in his training group, yet not one he considered a friend. Most were older by a couple of years, but none were half the fighter Robb had been at 14. Darion was fast, but flinched from a hit. Pip wielded his sword like a dagger. Jaren had no strength. Gren was sluggish and awkward. Halder struck with brutal force, but charged straight into every counter. The more time Jon spent with them, the more his contempt grew. Inside, he hung his sword and scabbard on a wall hook, paying no mind to the others. Methodically, he started removing his mail, leather, and sweat-damp woolens. Iron braziers holding lumps of coal glowed at each end of the long room, yet Jon shivered. The cold was a constant companion here. Soon, he'd forget what it felt like to be truly warm. A wave of exhaustion hit him as he pulled on the coarse black wool they wore every day. He sank onto a bench, his fingers clumsy on his cloak's clasps. So cold, he thought, his mind drifting to Winterfell's warm halls, where hot water pulsed through the walls like lifeblood. There was little warmth to be found at Castle Black. The walls were icy, and the people even colder. No one had warned him the Night's Watch would be like this, no one except Tyrion Lannister. The dwarf had told him the hard truth on the road north, but by then it was too late to turn back. Jon wondered if his father had known what the wall would truly be like. He must have, Jon decided, and that only made the sting sharper. Even his uncle had left him in this frozen place at the edge of the world. Here, the cheerful Benjen Stark, he remembered, seemed a stranger. As First Ranger, Benjen spent his days and nights with Lord Commander Mormont, Maester Aemon, and the other officers, while Jon was left under the less than gentle care of Ser Alliser Thorne. 3 days after their arrival, Jon learned Benjen was to lead a handful of men on a ranging beyond the wall. That evening, he found his uncle in the timbered common hall and begged to join them. Benjen refused him bluntly. "This isn't Winterfell," he said, cutting his meat with his dagger. "On the wall, a man gets only what he earns. You're no ranger, Jon, just a green boy who still smells of summer," Benjen Stark said, his voice cutting through the cold air. Foolishly, Jon tried to argue. "My name day is soon, I'll be 15, he insisted. "I'm nearly a man grown." His uncle's frown deepened. "You're a boy now, and you'll stay a boy until Ser Alliser deems you ready to be a man of the Night's Watch. If you believed your Stark name would grant you special treatment, you were mistaken. We leave our old families behind when we take our vows. Your father will always have my respect, but these men," he said, gesturing with his dagger toward the hardened brothers in black around them, "are my family now." The next morning, Jon rose before dawn to see his uncle off. One of Benjen's rangers, a large, rough-looking man, was singing a crude tune as he prepared his horse, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Benjen allowed himself a faint smile at the song, but offered no such warmth to his nephew. "How many times must I refuse you, Jon? We will talk when I return." Watching his uncle guide his horse into the dark tunnel, Jon was suddenly haunted by the words Tyrion Lannister had shared on the King's Road. A grim vision flashed in his mind, Benjen Stark fallen, his lifeblood stark and red against the snow. The image turned his stomach. What kind of person was he becoming? Later, in the bleak solitude of his cell, he found Ghost and pressed his face into the direwolf's thick white fur. If loneliness was his lot, he would wear it as his shield. Castle Black had no proper godswood, just a modest sept tended by a perpetually drunk septon, but Jon felt no urge to pray to any gods, old or new. If they truly existed, he thought bitterly, they were as merciless and unyielding as the deepest winter. His heart ached for his true brothers back at Winterfell. Little Rickon, with his shining eyes pleading for treats, Robb, his greatest rival and closest friend, Bran, endlessly curious and determined to tag along. He missed the girls as well, even Sansa, who had taken to calling him nothing but my half-brother once she learned the meaning of the word bastard. And Arya. He missed her most of all, more than even Robb. She was a skinny scrap of a thing, always with skinned knees, a wild nest of hair, and torn clothing so stubborn and fierce. Arya never quite belonged, just as he hadn't, yet she could always make him smile. He would have given anything in that moment to be with her, to ruffle her hair again and see her scowl, to hear her finish his thoughts with her own. The memory of her voice echoed, "You broke my wrist, bastard boy?" A sullen voice pulled him from his thoughts. Gren stood over him, thick-necked and flushed, backed by 3 others. Jon recognized Todder, a short, unpleasant boy everyone called Toad. The other 2 were the rapists Yoren had brought from the Fingers. Jon had deliberately forgotten their names, avoiding them whenever possible. They were brutes, the lot of them, without a shred of honor. Jon got to his feet. "I'd be happy to break the other one for you if you ask politely." Gren was 16 and towered over him. All 4 were larger, but they didn't frighten him. He'd bested each of them in the training yard. "Maybe we'll be the ones doing the breaking," one of the rapists sneered. "Give it a try," Jon challenged, reaching for his sword. One of them seized his arm, wrenching it behind his back. "You make the rest of us look bad," Toad whined. "You looked plenty bad before I ever got here," Jon shot back. The boy holding him jerked his arm upward sharply, sending a lance of pain through his shoulder, but Jon refused to cry out. Toad moved in close. "The little lord has a sharp tongue," he said, his small shiny eyes like a pig's. "Was that mouth a gift from your mother, bastard? What was she, some tavern whore? Tell us her name." "Maybe I had a turn with her myself," he laughed. Jon twisted like an eel, driving his heel down hard on the instep of the boy restraining him. A yelp of pain followed, and Jon was free. He launched himself at Toad, knocking him backward over a bench and landing on his chest, hands closing around his throat, slamming his head against the hard earth. The 2 from the Fingers hauled him off, throwing him roughly to the ground. Then Gren began to kick him. Jon was scrambling back from the assault when a thunderous voice sliced through the armory's dimness. "Ino, stand down." He pushed himself upright. Donal Noy stood before them, his expression dark. "Take your brawling to the yard," the armorer growled. "Bring it into my domain again, and I'll make your problems my own. You won't enjoy that." Toad remained on the ground, tentatively probing the back of his skull. His fingertips came back stained red. "The bastard meant to finish me, truth," one of the other recruits chimed in. "Saw it plain. My wrist is broke," Gren insisted, thrusting it toward Noy for examination. The armorer afforded it the briefest look. "A sprain, at worst. Maester Aemon has a balm for it. Off you go, Todder, that head needs stitching. The rest of you, back to your quarters. Not you, Snow. You remain." Jon dropped onto a rough wooden bench as the others filed out, ignoring their venomous glances and the unspoken vows of payback hanging in the air. His arm pulsed with a dull ache. "The Night's Watch cannot afford to waste a single man," Donal Noy stated once they were alone. "Even a wretch like Toad. You'll earn no glory killing him." Fury ignited in Jon's chest. "He claimed my mother was a whore, I heard. What of it?" "Lord Eddard Stark did not consort with whores," Jon said, his voice like ice. "His honor did not stop him from siring a bastard, did it?" A cold rage settled over Jon. "May I leave?" "You'll leave when I permit it." Jon fixed a sullen gaze on the smoke coiling from the brazier until Noya's thick fingers grasped his chin, forcing his head around. "Eyes on me when I'm speaking, boy." Jon met his stare. The armorer had a barrel of a chest and a belly to match. His nose was broad and flattened, and a perpetual shadow of stubble clung to his jaw. The left sleeve of his black wool tunic was pinned at the shoulder with a silver brooch shaped as a longsword. "Words won't reshape your mother's truth. She was who she was. Nothing that fool says alters it. We've men on this wall whose mothers worked in brothels. Not mine," Jon thought, stubborn. He knew nothing of her. Eddard Stark had refused all tales. Yet she visited his dreams so often her face almost felt real. In those dreams she was noble and beautiful, her eyes gentle. "You believe you've suffered a high lord's natural son?" The armorer continued. "That lad Jaren is a Septon's byblow, and Cotter Pike was born to a tavern girl. Now he commands Eastwatch." I don't care, John said, the words hollow. I don't care about them, or you, or Ser Alliser, or Benjen Stark, or any of it. I despise this place, it's frozen. Correct. Cold and hard and cruel. That's the wall, and the men who hold it. Nothing like the tales from your childhood. Well, piss on those tales and piss on your nursemaid. This is your reality. You're here for life, same as all of us. Life, John echoed, the taste bitter. The armorer could speak of life. He'd lived one. He'd only sworn his vows after losing an arm at the siege of Storm's End. Before that, he'd forged steel for Stannis Baratheon, the king's own brother. He'd traveled the realm, feasted, fought in countless battles, and loved women in ports from Lannisport to White Harbor. They said it was Donal Noye who hammered out King Robert's warhammer, the very one that ended Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident. He'd done everything Jon would never do, and then, when he was old, past 30, a glancing axe blow festered until the arm was forfeit. Only then, broken, had Donal Noye come to the wall, when his real life was already spent. Yes, life, Noye said. A long one or a short one. That's your choice, Snow. Stay on this path, and one of your brothers will cut your throat as you sleep. They are not my brothers, Jon snapped. They hate me because I'm superior. No. They hate you because you conduct yourself as if you are. They looked at him and saw a castle-raised bastard acting like a nobleman's son. The armorer moved closer, his voice low. You're not a lordling? Don't forget that. You carry the name Snow, not Stark. You're a bastard and a brute. A brute? Jon nearly choked on the word. The charge felt so unfair it stole the air from his lungs. They came for me, all 4 of them. 4 you've shamed in the yard, 4 who likely fear you now. I've watched you spar. You don't train, you destroy. Give you a sharp blade and they'd be corpses. You know it, I know it, they know it. You leave them with nothing. You strip their pride. Does that make you feel strong? Jon paused. He did feel strong when he won. Why shouldn't he? Yet the armorer twisted that, making victory sound like a cruelty. They're older than me, he shot back. Bigger and stronger, everyone. I'll bet your master-at-arms at Winterfell taught you how to handle larger opponents. Who was he? Some retired knight. Sir Roderick Cassel, Jon answered cautiously. He sensed a trap tightening around him. Donal Noye leaned in until their faces were close. Now consider this, lad. Most of these boys never had a master-at-arms before Sir Alliser. Their fathers were plowmen and carters, poachers and blacksmiths, miners and deckhands on trading ships. What they know of fighting was learned in shipholds, back alleys in Old Town or Lannisport, in roadside taverns and brothels along the King's Road. Maybe they knocked sticks together before arriving, but I swear not 1 in 20 ever owned a real sword. His expression was hard. So how does your victory taste now, Lord Snow? Stop calling me that, Jon snapped, but the heat had drained from his anger. Suddenly he felt hollow and ashamed. I never meant I didn't consider. You'd better start considering, Noye warned. That, or keep a dagger beside your bed. Now go. When Jon stepped out of the armory, the sun was high and the clouds had parted. He turned away from the light and lifted his gaze to the wall, now shimmering blue and crystalline under the sun. Even after weeks here, the sight could still make him shiver. Centuries of wind-driven grit had scarred and dulled its surface, often leaving it the pale gray of a cloudy sky. But when sunlight struck it fully on a clear day, it blazed to life, a massive blue-white precipice swallowing half the heavens. The greatest structure ever raised by human hands, Benjen Stark had told him on the King's Road when they first glimpsed the wall from afar, and beyond doubt the most pointless. Tyrion Lannister had added with a smirk, though even the imp fell quiet as they drew nearer. You could see it from miles away, a faint blue line across the northern horizon, spanning east and west until it vanished from sight, immense and unbroken. It seemed to whisper, "This is where the world ends." When Castle Black finally came into view, its timber keeps and stone towers had looked like toy blocks tossed in the snow beneath that endless curtain of ice. The ancient fortress of the Black Brothers was no Winterfell, not a true castle at all. Without walls, it couldn't be defended from south, east, or west, but only the north mattered to the Night's Watch, and to the north rose the wall. Nearly 700 feet high, it stood 3 times taller than the strongest tower it sheltered. His uncle claimed the top was wide enough for a dozen armored knights to ride side by side. Up there, the gaunt frames of huge catapults and wooden cranes stood like skeletons of giant birds, and among them moved men in black, small as ants. Standing outside the armory and looking up, John felt that same overwhelming awe he'd known on the King's Road when he first saw it. The wall had that effect. There were moments John could almost ignore its presence, like the ground beneath his boots or the sky overhead. And then there were times when it felt like the only thing that existed. It was ancient, far older than the Seven Kingdoms themselves, and whenever he stood at its base and tilted his head back, a wave of vertigo would wash over him. He could sense the immense crushing weight of all that frozen mass looming above, a precarious mountain of ice that seemed ready to crash down, and with a strange certainty, John felt that if it ever did fall, the entire world would fall with it. "Makes a man curious about what's on the other side, doesn't it?" came a voice he recognized. John turned. "Lannister. I didn't notice. I believed I was alone." Swaddled in layers of fur, Tyrion Lannister resembled nothing so much as a diminutive, shaggy bear. There's a certain value in catching people off guard. You never learn what secrets they might let slip. "You won't hear any from me," John replied. He'd had little interaction with the dwarf since their arrival. As the Queen's brother, Tyrion had been treated as a distinguished guest of the Night's Watch. The Lord Commander had granted him chambers in the King's Tower, a grand name for a place no monarch had set foot in for a century, and Lannister took his meals at Mormont's table, passing his days riding along the wall and his evenings drinking and gaming with Sir Alliser, Bowen Marsh, and the other senior officers. "Oh, I managed to learn something no matter where I am," the small man said, using a twisted black cane to point upward, as I was remarking. "Why is it that whenever one man builds a wall, the very next man is consumed with knowing what lies beyond it?" He tilted his head, his odd, mismatched eyes fixed on John. "You do want to know what's over there, don't you?" "It's nothing remarkable," John said. In truth, he yearned to ride out with his uncle Benjen Stark on his rangings, to venture into the eerie depths of the haunted forest, to face Mance Rayder's wildlings and guard the realm from the threat of the others. But voicing your desires was a weakness. The rangers report it's just more woods, mountains, and frozen lakes. A lot of snow and ice, and let's not overlook the Grumpkins and Snarks, Tyrion added with a smirk. "We mustn't forget them, Lord Snow. Otherwise, what's the point of this enormous thing?" "Don't call me that." The dwarf raised an eyebrow. "Would you prefer the imp? Let them see their words wound you, and you'll never escape the ridicule. If they insist on giving you a name, claim it. Make it your own. Then it loses its power to hurt you." He gestured with his cane. "Walk with me. They'll be ladling out some questionable stew in the common hall soon, and I could use a bowl of something hot." John was also hungry, so he fell into step beside Lannister, adjusting his stride to the man's short, labored gait. The wind was picking up, making the old wooden structures groan around them. In the distance, a loose shutter banged rhythmically, left unattended. At one point, a thick slab of snow slid from a rooftop and landed with a soft thump nearby. "I don't see your wolf," Lannister observed as they walked. "I keep him chained in the old stables during training. They stable all the horses in the east barn now, so he's left in peace. Otherwise, he stays with me. My quarters are in Hardin's tower. The one with the crumbled battlement, yes? Rubble in the courtyard below, and a list to it like our glorious King Robert after a feast? I assumed all those structures were deserted." Joan shrugged. "Nobody cares where you sleep. Most of the old keeps are empty. You can choose any cell you like." Once, Castle Black had held 5,000 fighting men along with their mounts, servants, and arms. Now it sheltered barely a tenth of that number, and whole sections were crumbling into decay. Tyrion Lannister's laughter fogged in the frigid air. "I'll be sure to advise your father to round up more stonemasons before your tower comes down on your head." John could hear the mockery lacing the words, but he couldn't argue with the truth of it. The isolation of his chosen tower did, however, offer one unexpected solace. On clear nights, from the highest window he could reach, the stars over the haunted forest shone with a cold, piercing clarity he'd never seen in the south, a silent spectacle that both chilled and steadied him. The wall was once defended by 19 formidable strongholds, yet only 3 remained manned. Eastwatch, battered by the gray sea winds, the Shadow Tower, clinging to the mountains where the wall ceased, and Castle Black, positioned between them at the King's Road's end. The abandoned keeps stood as lonely, spectral places where icy gusts howled through empty windows, and the memories of the dead seemed to linger on the battlements. "It's best I'm alone," Jon insisted, his tone stubborn. "The others are all frightened of ghost, smart lads," Lannister remarked before shifting the topic. "There's talk your uncle has been gone too long." A sudden, unwelcome memory flashed in Jon's mind, a furious wish he'd once made, picturing Benjen Stark lifeless in the snow. He averted his gaze, uneasy under the dwarf's perceptive stare. "He promised to return by my name day," Jon confessed. That day had slipped by unnoticed 2 weeks prior. They were searching for Ser Waymar Royce, whose father serves Lord Arryn. Uncle Benjen thought the search might lead them near the Shadow Tower, deep in the mountains. "I've heard many rangers have gone missing lately," Lannister commented as they climbed the steps to the common hall. He pushed the door open with a grin. "Maybe the Grumpkins have a hearty appetite this season." The hall inside was vast and chilly, the roaring fire and the great hearth doing little to dispel the drafts. Crows nested high in the timbered ceiling, their calls echoing above as Jon collected a bowl of stew and a crust of black bread from the cooks. Near the fire, Gren and Toad and their companions were laughing and trading loud insults. Jon watched them briefly, then deliberately chose a seat far removed from the others. Tyrion Lannister settled opposite him, eyeing the stew with suspicion. "Barley, onion, carrot," he muttered under his breath. "Would it kill them to remember a turnip is not a kind of meat?" "It's mutton stew," Jon said, pulling off his gloves to warm his hands over the bowl's rising steam. The rich aroma made his stomach growl. "Snow." Jon recognized the voice of Alliser Thorne, but it held an unfamiliar, almost curious edge. He turned. "The Lord Commander demands your presence, immediately." For a heartbeat, Jon was frozen by fear. Why would the Lord Commander want him? Had they received word about Benjen? A wild, panicked thought seized him. His uncle was dead, that dark vision made real. "Is it about my uncle?" he blurted. "Has he returned safely?" "The Lord Commander does not appreciate waiting," Sir Alliser replied coldly, "and I do not tolerate my orders being questioned by bastards." Tyrion Lannister slid off the bench and stood. "Enough, Thorne. You're scaring the boy. Stay out of affairs that don't concern you, Lannister. You don't belong here." "Yet I hold a place at court," the dwarf said, a sharp smile playing on his lips. "A word in the right ear, and you'll die a bitter old man before you ever train another recruit. Now, tell Snow why the old bear needs him. Is there news of his uncle?" "No," Sir Alliser answered tersely. "This is a separate matter. A raven arrived at dawn from Winterfell, bearing a message about his brother." He paused, then corrected himself with deliberate coldness. "His half-brother—" "Bran," Jon whispered, scrambling to his feet so quickly the bench scraped the stone floor. "Something's happened to Bran." Tyrion Lannister reached out and placed a hand on his arm. "Jon," he said quietly, "I am truly sorry." Jon barely registered the words. He shook off Tyrion's hand and strode across the hall, breaking into a run as he shoved through the doors. He sprinted toward the commander's keep, his boots kicking through crusted drifts of old snow. The guards barely had time to step aside before he was taking the tower stairs 2 at a time. When he finally burst into the Lord Commander's chambers, his boots were soaked through and he stood wild-eyed and breathless. "Bran," he gasped. "What does the message say about Bran?" Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, was a bear of a man with a great bald head and a thick, grizzled beard. A raven perched on his arm, pecking corn kernels from his palm. "They tell me you can read." He gave his arm a shake, sending the bird flapping to the windowsill where it settled, beady eyes watching. Lord Commander Mormont pulled a tightly rolled parchment from his belt and offered it to Jon. "Corn," the raven croaked. "Corn. Corn." Jon's thumb found the direwolf pressed into the white wax of the broken seal. He knew his brother Robb's handwriting, but the letters swam and blurred before his eyes. He was weeping, and it was through this hot veil of tears that the meaning finally sharpened into focus. He lifted his head. He woke up, The gods gave him back. Crippled, Mormont said, not unkindly. I'm sorry, lad. Read the rest. John looked at the page, but the other words held no weight. Nothing else mattered. Bran would live. My brother is going to live, he stated, the declaration solid in the air between them. The Lord Commander shook his head slowly, scooped another handful of corn, and gave a low whistle. The raven returned to his shoulder, squawking, "Live, live," a smile breaking across his face, the letter clutched in his hand. John took the stairs 2 at a time. My brother is going to live, he announced to the guards at their post. They merely exchanged a glance. He burst into the common hall where Tyrion Lannister was pushing away an empty plate. In a surge of pure joy, John grabbed the dwarf under his arms, lifted him clear off the floor, and spun him in a wild circle. Bran is going to live, he whooped. Lannister looked utterly bewildered. Setting him down, John shoved the parchment into his hands. Here, read it, he insisted. Others were turning to look, their curiosity piqued. Nearby, John spotted Gren, one hand wrapped in a thick woolen bandage. The boy looked more nervous and pained than threatening. John approached him. Gren shuffled back a step, hands coming up in a warding gesture. You keep your distance, bastard. John's smile didn't falter. I'm sorry about your wrist. Robb pulled that same move on me once, though with a practice sword. Hurt like blazes. Yours must be agony. Tell you what, if you're willing, I can show you how to block it. The voice of Sir Alliser Thorne cut in from across the room. Lord Snow aims for my position, it seems. His sneer was a familiar, ugly thing. I'd have better luck teaching a wolf to juggle than you will drilling this great oaf. I'll take that bet, Sir Alliser, John shot back, the words out before he could reconsider. I would pay good coin to see Ghost juggle. He heard Gren's sharp intake of breath. A heavy silence dropped over the hall. Then, from beside him, Tyrion Lannister let out a loud, snorting guffaw. A few black brothers at a nearby table joined in, and the laughter rippled down the benches, infecting even the cooks at the hearth. Birds rustled in the rafters, disturbed by the noise, and finally a reluctant chuckle escaped Gren himself. Sir Alliser's gaze never left John. As the mirth swelled around him, his face darkened like a thunderhead, his sword hand clenching into a white-knuckled fist. That, he said at last, his voice dripping with venom, was a grave mistake, Lord Snow. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark passed through the immense bronze doors of the Red Keep, every muscle aching, his stomach empty, his temper frayed. He was still atop his horse, his mind fixed on the prospect of a steaming bath, a hot meal, and a deep bed, when the King's steward informed him that Grand Maester Pycelle had called an urgent session of the small council. The hand's presence was humbly requested at his earliest convenience. My earliest convenience is tomorrow, Ned snapped, swinging down from the saddle. The steward offered a deep, obsequious bow. I shall convey your regrets to the council, my lord. No, damn it all, Ned sighed. He could not afford to slight the council before his work had even started. I will attend. Allow me a moment to make myself somewhat more presentable. Of course, my lord, the steward replied. If it suits you, we have prepared Lord Aaron's old apartments in the Tower of the Hand. Your belongings will be taken there directly, my thanks, Ned said, tugging off his riding gloves and stuffing them into his belt. The rest of his household was filing through the gate behind him. He spotted Vayon Poole, his own steward, and called him over, a new worry surfacing. It appears the council has pressing business. See my daughters to their chambers. Tell Jory to make certain they stay put. Arya is not to go wandering. Poole bowed his understanding. Ned faced the royal steward once more. My supply train is still making its way through the city streets. I will require suitable attire. The steward bowed. It would be my honor to provide it. Thus, Ned found himself entering the council chambers, weary to his very bones and clad in another man's finery, where 4 members of the king's small council awaited his arrival. The room was opulent, a stark contrast to the austere halls of Winterfell. Instead of simple rushes, the floor was layered with thick Myrish carpets, and a magnificent screen from the summer aisles dominated one corner, its carved surface alive with 100 fantastical creatures painted in vivid hues. Tapestries from the free cities adorned the stone walls, and a pair of Valyrian sphinxes, their garnet eyes gleaming from faces of black marble, stood silent guard at the door. The first to approach him was the counselor he trusted least, the eunuch Varys. "Lord Stark, I was most distressed to learn of your difficulties on the King's Road. We have all been diligent in lighting candles for Prince Joffrey at the Sept. My prayers are fervent for his swift recovery." His touch left faint traces of scented powder on Ned's sleeve, and his perfume hung in the air, cloying and sweet like blossoms left to wither on a tomb. "It seems your prayers have found an audience," Ned replied, his tone courteous but distant. "The prince's health improves with each passing day." He extracted himself from the eunuch's grasp and walked toward the ornate screen, where Lord Renly stood in quiet conversation with a man of slight stature who could be none other than Petyr Baelish. Renly had been a mere child when Robert took the throne, but he had matured into a likeness of his elder brother so striking it gave Ned a jarring sense of dislocation. Each glimpse of him was like a sudden leap backward in time, as if he were seeing Robert again in the flush of his triumph at the Trident. "I see your journey concluded without further incident, Lord Stark," Renly offered. "As did yours," Ned answered. "You must pardon the observation, but there are moments you bear a remarkable resemblance to King Robert. An inferior version, I assure you," Renly said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Though decidedly more fashionable," Littlefinger interjected, a smirk playing on his lips. "Lord Renly's tailor bills are the envy of half the ladies at court and the despair of the royal treasurer." The claim held truth. Renly was resplendent in dark green velvet, a dozen golden stags prancing across his doublet. A half-cape of cloth of gold was tossed over one shoulder, secured by a brooch bearing a large emerald. "There are far greater sins," Renly retorted with easy laughter. "Your own choice of attire, for instance, springs immediately to mind." Littlefinger let the barb pass unchallenged, his gaze settling on Ned with an expression of amused boldness. "I have long anticipated making your acquaintance, Lord Stark. I assume Lady Catelyn has spoken of me." "She has," Ned confirmed, a frosty edge entering his voice. The man's glib presumption irritated him. "I also understand you were acquainted with my brother Brandon." A chuckle escaped Lord Renly. Varys, having drifted nearer, listened with apparent interest. "I knew him rather more intimately than I might have wished," Littlefinger said. "I still bear a memento of his regard. Did Brandon ever mention our interactions?" "Frequently, and with considerable passion," Ned stated, hoping to close the subject. He had little taste for this courtly dance of veiled insults and verbal thrusts. It was all a tedious performance. "I would have thought such passion ill-fitting for a Stark," Littlefinger mused. "Here in the warmer South, the talk is that your blood runs cold as the northern winds, and that you risk dissolving into a puddle the moment you travel past the neck. You need not fear any melting on my account, Lord Baelish. I can assure you of that." Ned turned his attention to the council table. "Maester Pycelle, I hope you're in good health." The Grand Maester offered a benign smile from his high-backed chair at the table's end. "As well as any man of my advanced years might hope, my lord," he answered, his voice a soft rumble. "Though I confess my energies are not what they once were." Fringes of thin white hair encircled his expansive, bald crown, softening a face of grandfatherly benevolence. The collar of his order was not a simple band of metal, but a massive construction of 24 interwoven chains that rested heavily from his throat to his chest. Each link seemed forged from a different substance: iron dark as night, gold that shone like fire, copper gleaming dully beside lead, steel and tin and silver, brass and bronze and platinum. The metal was studded with gems, garnets, amethysts, black pearls, and the occasional flash of emerald or ruby. "Perhaps when you are ready we might commence," the Grand Maester suggested, his plump hands folding together over his broad middle. "I worry. I'll doze off if we linger any longer." "As you wish." The king's chair at the head of the table stood vacant, its cushions stitched with the golden-crowned stag of House Baratheon. Ned settled into the seat beside it, the place reserved for the king's closest advisor. "My lords," he began with formal courtesy, "I apologize for the delay." "You are the king's hand," Varys replied smoothly. "We await your convenience, Lord Stark." As the other counselors took their familiar places, a sharp, unsettling realization washed over Eddard Stark. He was an outsider in this chamber, a stranger among these men. He recalled Robert's bitter words in the crypts beneath Winterfell. "I am surrounded by flatterers and fools," the king had grumbled. Ned's gaze traveled down the length of the table, silently questioning which of these faces belonged to which category. He felt he already knew the answer. "We are only 5, he observed. Lord Stannis departed for Dragonstone shortly after the king journeyed north. Varys supplied, and our valiant Sir Barristan undoubtedly rides at the king's side through the city streets, as is proper for the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Perhaps we should wait for Sir Barristan and the king to join us," Ned proposed. Renly Baratheon let out a bright laugh. "If we wait for my brother to bestow his royal company upon us, we may be sitting here until winter comes again." "Our good King Robert bears many burdens," Varys said. "He entrusts certain lesser matters to our care, to ease his load." "What Lord Varys means," Lord Renly clarified, his tone lightly mocking, "is that all this tedious business of coins, harvests, and justice bores my royal brother to absolute distraction. So, the glorious task of ruling the realm falls to us. He does favor us with the occasional royal decree." He produced a tightly rolled parchment from his sleeve and placed it on the table. "This morning, he commanded me to ride ahead with all haste and bid Grand Maester Pycelle to gather this council immediately. He has a matter of great urgency for us." Littlefinger offered a thin smile and passed the parchment to Ned. It bore the royal seal. Ned broke the wax with his thumb, smoothed the letter, and read the king's urgent command, his disbelief growing with every word. Was there no limit to Robert's recklessness? And to perform this act in Ned's own name, that was an insult layered upon injury. "Gods have mercy," he muttered. "What Lord Eddard means to express," Lord Renly announced to the room, "is that His Grace has ordered us to stage a grand tournament to celebrate his appointment as Hand of the King." "How grand?" Littlefinger inquired, his voice deceptively calm. Ned read the figures aloud from the letter. 40,000 golden dragons to the champion, 20,000 to the runner-up, another 20 for the winner of the melee, and 10,000 for the victor of the archery contest. 90,000 gold pieces. Littlefinger sighed, as if calculating a grocery bill. "And we must account for the secondary costs. Robert will demand a legendary feast. That means cooks, carpenters, serving girls, singers, jugglers, fools. Fools we have in abundance," Lord Renly interjected dryly. Grand Maester Pycelle turned to Littlefinger. "Can the treasury sustain such an expense?" "What treasury would that be?" Littlefinger replied, a wry twist to his mouth. "Spare us the pretense, Maester. You know as well as I that the coffers have been hollow for years. I will have to borrow the funds. No doubt the Lannisters will be most obliging. We already owe Lord Tywin some 3 million dragons. What is another 100,000? Ned felt the breath leave him. You are saying the crown is 3 million gold pieces in debt? The crown is over 6 million gold pieces in debt, Lord Stark, Littlefinger corrected, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. The Lannisters hold the largest portion, but we have also borrowed from Lord Tyrell, the Iron Bank of Bravos, and several Tyroshi trading syndicates. Lately, I've been forced to treat with the faith itself. The High Septon bargains more fiercely than a Dornish merchant haggling over a basket of fish. Ned was horrified. The Mad King Arius left a treasury overflowing with gold. How could you permit this to happen? Littlefinger merely shrugged, a gesture of infuriating nonchalance. The Master of Coin finds the money. The King and the Hand spend it. I refuse to believe Jon Arryn would have allowed Robert to bankrupt the realm, Ned said, his voice rising with heat. Grand Maester Pycelle shook his bald head, the links of his chain whispering together. Lord Arryn was a cautious man, yet I fear the king does not always heed sound advice. My brother the king adores his tournaments and feasts, Renly Baratheon remarked, and he despises what he names counting pennies. I will address this with his grace, Ned stated. Such a tournament is a luxury the kingdom cannot bear. Address him as you wish, Lord Renly replied, yet we must still prepare our own course. Another time, Ned said, perhaps too curtly, judging by their expressions. He needed to remember he was no longer in Winterfell, where only the king held higher authority. Here, he was merely first among peers. My apologies, my lords, he continued, softening his tone. I am weary. Let us adjourn for today and reconvene when our minds are clearer. Without waiting for agreement, he rose, gave a brief nod, and moved toward the door. Outside the castle yard was a tumult of arriving wagons and riders, churned mud and restless horses, a chorus of shouts filling the air. The king had not yet arrived, he was informed. After the ugliness at the Trident, the Starks and their retinue had ridden well ahead of the main column, eager to put distance between themselves and the Lannisters, whose presence thickened the air with unspoken tension. Robert had been scarcely seen. Rumor claimed he traveled in the great wheelhouse, drunk more often than sober. If true, he might be hours behind, yet he would still arrive far too soon for Ned's comfort. One glance at Sansa's sorrowful face was enough to make the cold anger coil inside him once more. The final leg of their journey had been a trial. Sansa had blamed Arya, insisting it should have been the direwolf Nymeria who died. Arya, for her part, had retreated into a silent, distant shell after learning the fate of her butcher's boy. Sansa wept herself to sleep each night. Arya brooded in wordless resentment by day, and Eddard Stark found himself haunted by dreams of a frozen hell reserved solely for the Starks of Winterfell. He crossed the outer yard, passed beneath a raised portcullis into the inner bailey, and was making his way toward what he believed was the Tower of the Hand when Littlefinger materialized before him. "You're headed the wrong way, Stark. Follow me." Ned followed with hesitation. Littlefinger guided him into a tower down a winding stair, across a sunken courtyard overgrown with weeds, and along a deserted corridor where empty suits of armor stood like silent guardians along the walls. They were relics from the Targaryen reign, fashioned of black steel with dragon-scale crests upon their helms, now layered in dust and neglect. "This is not the path to my chambers," Ned observed. "Did I claim it was?" Littlefinger retorted, his voice thick with mockery. "I'm taking you to the dungeons to cut your throat and wall up your corpse. Honestly, Stark, we've no time for your suspicions." "Your wife is waiting? What game are you playing, Littlefinger?" "Catelyn is at Winterfell, hundreds of leagues from here." "Is she?" Littlefinger's gray-green eyes sparkled with amusement. "Then it seems someone has staged a most convincing performance. For the last time, come along, or stay, and I'll keep her company myself." He hurried down the steps. Ned followed warily, wondering if this endlessly trying day would ever conclude. He had no appetite for these convoluted schemes, yet he was starting to understand that for a man like Littlefinger, such intrigues were as essential as bread and wine. At the bottom of the stair lay a heavy door of oak banded with iron. Pettier Baelish lifted the crossbar and motioned Ned through. They emerged into the reddish light of dusk, standing on a rocky bluff high above the river. "We're outside the castle walls," Ned said. "You're a difficult man to deceive, Stark," Littlefinger replied with a smirk. "Was it the open sky that betrayed it, or perhaps the fresh air?" "Keep close. There are handholds carved into the rock. Try not to plummet to your death. Catelyn would be most displeased." With that, he swung over the edge of the cliff, descending with the agility of a squirrel. Ned examined the rocky face for a moment, then followed at a more measured pace. The niches were there, just as Littlefinger had said, shallow cuts invisible from below, unless one knew precisely where to look. The river churned far below, a dizzying drop that Ned Stark refused to contemplate more than absolutely necessary. He kept his cheek pressed to the cold stone, descending until his boots finally met the muddy path beside the water. There, Pettier Baelish lounged against a boulder, idly finishing an apple. "Age is catching up with you, Stark," he remarked, tossing the core into the swift current. "No matter. We ride from here." Two horses stood waiting. Ned mounted and followed Baelish along the trail as it wound into the city, the clatter of hooves a stark contrast to the earlier silence. Baelish finally halted before a 3-story timbered building, its windows glowing with lamplight against the evening sky. Raucous laughter and the tinny sound of a lute spilled from within, floating over the river's murmur. A heavy chain held an ornate lamp by the door, its red glass globe casting a lurid glow. Ned dismounted, fury tightening his chest. He grabbed Baelish by the shoulder and whirled him around. "A brothel," he spat. "You dragged me through the city to a brothel?" "Your wife is inside," Littlefinger replied simply. It was the last straw. "Brandon showed you far too much mercy," Ned growled, slamming the smaller man against the wall and pressing his dagger to the point of that neat chin beard. "My lord, stop!" a voice called urgently. He is telling the truth. Ned spun, blade ready, as an elderly man with white hair hurried forward, his brown, rough-spun tunic flapping. The loose skin beneath his chin trembled with his haste. "This does not concern you," Ned began, then stopped, recognition dawning. He lowered the dagger, stunned. "Sir Roderick?" Roderick Castle nodded. "Your lady awaits you upstairs?" Ned was utterly bewildered. "Catelyn is here? This isn't another of Littlefinger's twisted games," he sheathed his blade. "I only wish it were, Stark," Littlefinger said, brushing off his doublet. "Now follow me and try to look a bit more like a man seeking pleasure and a bit less like the king's hand. Being recognized would be unfortunate. Maybe leer at a serving girl on the way through. Sell the part." They entered a crowded common room where a plump singer belted out a ribald tune. Young women in thin shifts and scraps of silk nestled in the laps of patrons, their laughter bright and empty. No one glanced Ned's way. Sir Roderick remained below as Littlefinger guided him up 2 flights of stairs, down a hallway, and through a door. Inside, Catelyn was waiting. She gasped at the sight of him, rushing into his arms and holding him with a desperate strength. "My lady," Ned breathed, astonished. "Oh, excellent," Littlefinger said, shutting the door. "You do know her." "I feared you would not come," she whispered into his tunic. "Petyr has kept me informed. He told me of the trouble with Arya and the prince. How are our girls?" "Grieving and furious," he said, holding her. "Cat, I don't understand. Why are you in King's Landing? What has happened?" His mind raced to the worst possibility. "Is it Bran? Is he—" He could not voice the word. "It is about Bran, but not as you fear," Catelyn said. Ned shook his head, lost. "Then how? Why are you here, my love? What is this place?" "Precisely what it seems," Littlefinger said, settling comfortably onto a window seat. "A brothel. Can you imagine a less probable spot to encounter a Catelyn Tully?" He offered a thin smile. "It so happens I own this establishment, which simplified matters. I am deeply invested in ensuring the Lannisters remain unaware that Cat is in the capital." "Why?" Ned demanded. Then he saw her hands, the stiff, awkward way she held them. The angry red scars, the last 2 fingers on her left hand stubbornly unbending. "You're injured?" He took her hands gently, turning them over. A cold dread settled in his stomach. Gods. These are sword cuts, or how did this happen? From beneath her cloak, Catelyn drew a dagger and placed it in his palm. Her voice was low and steady. This was meant to open Bran's throat and let his life pour out onto his bed. Ned's head snapped up. But who would? She pressed a finger gently to his lips. "Let me tell the whole story, my love. It will be quicker that way. Just listen." So he listened, and she laid out every detail, from the flames in the library tower to the whispers of Varys, the guardsmen, and the ever-scheming Littlefinger. When she finished, Eddard Stark sat stunned beside the table, the dagger resting in his palm. Bran's direwolf had saved his son, he thought numbly. He recalled Jon's words when they discovered the pups in the snow. "Your children were meant to have these pups, my lord." And he had ordered Sansa's wolf killed. For what? Was this hollow feeling guilt, or was it dread? If the old gods had truly sent those wolves, what terrible mistake had he made? With effort, Ned wrenched his mind back to the blade and its implications. The imp's dagger, he muttered. It defied reason. His fingers closed around the sleek dragon-bone hilt, and in a sudden burst of frustration, he drove the point deep into the wooden table, feeling it bite and hold. The weapon stood there, taunting him. Why would Tyrion Lannister want Bran dead? The boy never did him any harm. Do you Starks have nothing but winter frost filling your heads? Littlefinger inquired, his tone dripping with false sympathy. The imp would never act on his own. Ned stood and began to pace the length of the chamber. If the queen had a hand in this, or, gods forbid, the king himself? No, I cannot believe that. Yet even as he spoke, a memory surfaced. That cold morning on the Barrowlands and Robert's casual talk of using assassins against the exiled Targaryen princess, he remembered the horrific fate of Rhaegar's infant son, The king's averted gaze then, just as he had looked away in Derry's hall more recently. He could still hear Sansa's desperate pleas, an echo of Lyanna's voice from long ago. Most likely the king knew nothing, Littlefinger suggested smoothly. It wouldn't be the first time. Our beloved Robert is quite skilled at ignoring unpleasant truths. Ned had no answer. The image of the butcher's boy, his body brutally cloven, flashed before him, followed by the king's utter silence afterward. A throbbing pain began behind his eyes. Littlefinger ambled to the table and yanked the dagger free. The accusation is treason, regardless. Accuse the king, and you'll be greeting ill and pain before you finish the sentence. The queen, if you can find proof, and if you can make Robert actually listen, then maybe— We have proof, Ned insisted. We have the dagger. This? Littlefinger flipped the knife casually, catching it by the hilt. A fine piece of steel, but it's a double-edged sword, my lord. The imp will simply claim it was lost or stolen during his visit to Winterfell. With his hired knife dead, who can contradict him? He tossed the blade lightly to Ned. My advice is to drop this in the nearest river and pretend it was never made. Ned fixed him with an icy stare. Lord Baelish, I am a Stark of Winterfell. My son lies broken, perhaps dying. He and Catelyn would both be dead if not for a wolf pup found in the snow. If you honestly think I could forget that, you are as great a fool now as when you challenged my brother. A fool I may be, Stark, Littlefinger replied with a thin smile. Yet here I stand, while your brother has been turning to dust in his frozen grave for 14 years. If you're so eager to join him, I won't stand in your way. But I'd rather not receive an invitation to the event, thank you very much. You would be the last man I'd willingly include in any gathering, Lord Baelish. You cut me to the quick. Littlefinger placed a hand over his heart in mock injury. Personally, I've always found you Starks a dreary bunch, but Cat, for reasons that escape me, seems fond of you. For her sake, I'll attempt to keep you breathing. A fool's errand, I admit, but I could never deny your wife anything. He paused at the door. A moment alone, that's all I ask, Catelyn said. Very well, Littlefinger conceded, strolling out. Don't linger. It's well past time the Hand and I return to the Red Keep, before our absence becomes a topic of gossip. Catelyn moved to Ned and took his hands in hers, her touch a silent anchor in the rising storm. I will not forget the kindness you have shown me, Peder. When your men found me, I could not tell if I was being taken to a friend or a foe. I have discovered you are far more than a friend. I have found a brother I believed was gone forever. Peder Baelish offered a thin smile. I am hopelessly sentimental, my dear. You must keep that secret. I have labored for years to persuade the court that I am a heartless and cunning man. I would hate for all that effort to be wasted. Ned did not believe a single word, yet he kept his tone courteous. You have my gratitude as well, Lord Baelish. Oh, now that is a rare prize, Littlefinger said as he departed. Once the door shut, Ned turned back to Catelyn. Once you are safe at Winterfell, send orders under my seal to Helman Tallheart and Galbart Glover. They are to muster 100 archers apiece and reinforce Moat Cailin. 200 resolute bowmen can hold the neck against any host. Command Lord Manderley to strengthen the defenses of White Harbor and ensure they are fully garrisoned, and from this moment, I want Theon Greyjoy watched closely. If war comes, we will desperately need his father's ships. War? Fear was clear on Catelyn's face. It will not come to that, Ned assured her, hoping it was true. He held her once more. The Lannisters show no mercy to those they perceive as weak, as Aerys Targaryen learned to his grief, but they would not dare strike the north without the full might of the realm behind them, and that they will not have. I must continue this mummer's farce as if all is well. Remember why I am here, my love. If I find proof the Lannisters killed Jon Arryn. He felt Catelyn shiver against him. Her scarred hands held him tightly. If, she whispered, what then, my love? That was the perilous heart of it, Ned knew. All justice comes from the king, he told her. When I know the truth, I must go to Robert. And pray he is still the man I remember, he thought to himself, and not the stranger he fears the crown has made him. Are you quite sure you must depart so quickly? The Lord Commander asked him. Absolutely certain, Lord Mormont, Tyrion replied. My brother Jaime will be wondering where I've gotten to. He might conclude you've persuaded me to take the black. I wish I had. Mormont seized a crab claw and crushed it in his fist. Old as he was, the Lord Commander still possessed the strength of a bear. You've a clever mind, Tyrion. The wall has need of men like you. Tyrion grinned. Then I shall comb the 7 kingdoms for dwarfs and send them all to you, Lord Mormont. As the others chuckled, he sucked the meat from a crab leg and reached for more. The crabs had arrived from Eastwatch just that morning, packed in snow, and they were delicious. Sir Alliser Thorne was the only man at the table who did not smile. Lannister mocks us. Only you, Sir Alliser, Tyrion said. This time the laughter around them felt uneasy and strained. Thorne's dark eyes fixed on Tyrion with pure contempt. You have a bold tongue for someone who is less than half a man. Perhaps you and I should step into the yard? Why? Asked Tyrion. The crabs are right here. The comment drew louder, more relieved laughter from the others. Sir Alliser rose, his mouth a hard line. Come and make your jests with a sword in your hand. Tyrion looked meaningfully at his own hand. Why? I do have steel in my hand, Sir Alliser, though it appears to be a crab fork. Shall we duel? He hopped onto his chair and began prodding at Thorne's chest with the tiny utensil. Howls of laughter filled the tower room. The Lord Commander began to cough and gasp, bits of crab flying from his mouth. Even his raven joined the cacophony, cawing loudly from its perch. Duel! 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 Sir Alliser Thorne left the room with such rigid dignity it looked as though he were sitting on a spear. Mormont was still wheezing for air. Tyrion clapped him on the back. To the victor go the spoils, he announced. I'll take Thorne's portion of the crab, Tyrion declared. It took a moment for the Lord Commander to collect himself. That was an unkind provocation aimed at Sir Alliser, he chided. Tyrion settled into his seat and sampled the wine. When a man deliberately makes himself a target, he shouldn't be surprised when arrows fly. Your Sir Alliser possesses less wit than most corpses I've encountered. Not true, interjected the Lord Steward, Bowen Marsh, whose round red face reminded Tyrion of ripe fruit. You should hear the amusing nicknames he bestows upon the recruits he trains. Tyrion was familiar with a few of those so-called amusing names. I have no doubt the recruits have invented a few choice names for him in return, he replied. You must look past the surface, my lords. A man like Sir Alliser Thorne belongs in your stables, not shaping the next generation of your defenders. We have no shortage of stable hands, Lord Mormont muttered, the frustration clear in his voice. That appears to be the primary export to the wall these days. Horseboys, petty criminals, and worse. Sir Alliser is a sworn knight, one of the very few to take the black during my command. He fought with courage at King's Landing. On the losing side, Sir Jeremy Riker noted with dry humor. I should know, I stood on those same battlements. Tywin Lannister presented us with a marvelous option. Take the black or admire our own heads on spikes before sunset. No offense meant, Tyrion. None taken, Sir Jeremy. My father does have a particular fondness for spiked displays, especially those belonging to individuals who have irritated him, and a face as distinguished as yours? No doubt he envisioned it gracing the wall above the King's Gate. It would have made a striking decoration. My thanks, Sir Jeremy answered with a wry smile. Lord Commander Mormont cleared his throat gruffly. At times, Tyrion, I fear Sir Alliser saw you clearly. You do mock our purpose here. Tyrion gave a slight shrug. Every man requires mocking now and then, Lord Commander, lest we begin to believe our own grandeur. More wine, if you please. He extended his cup. As Riker refilled it, Bowen Marsh observed, You have a substantial thirst for a man of your stature. Oh, I believe Lord Tyrion is a very large man, Maester Aemon's soft voice carried from the far end of the table. Though he spoke quietly, the high officers fell into a respectful silence to hear the ancient Maester. I believe he is a giant who has walked among us here at the edge of the world. Tyrion responded with uncharacteristic gentleness. I have been called many things, my lord, but giant is rarely among them. Nonetheless, Maester Aemon said, his clouded, milk-white eyes seeming to find Tyrion's face, I believe it to be true. For once, Tyrion Lannister was speechless. He could only dip his head respectfully and murmur, You are too generous, Maester Aemon. The blind man smiled, a tiny, wrinkled figure seemingly swallowed by his heavy maester's collar. I have been called many things, my lord, he said, but generous is seldom one of them. This time Tyrion himself sparked the round of laughter. Much later, after the meal was finished and the others had departed, Mormont offered Tyrion a seat by the fire and a cup of mulled spirits so potent they stung his eyes. "The King's Road grows treacherous this far north," the Lord Commander advised as they drank. Tyrion simply said, "I have Jick and Morek. Yoren is heading south again as well." "Yoren is but one man. The watch will see you safely to Winterfell," Mormont declared in a tone that permitted no debate. "3 of my men will suffice." "If you insist, my lord," Tyrion conceded. A sudden impulsive thought struck him, a memory of the young recruit's solemn face during a rare, shared moment watching the sunset from the wall. You could send young Snow, a chance to see his family might lift his spirits. Mormont's frown was visible through his thick gray beard. "Snow? Ah, the Stark bastard. I think not. The new recruits must learn to leave their old lives behind, their families, their homes. A visit would only stir up sentiments better left buried. I understand this well, my own kin." His voice trailed off, heavy with unspoken history. "My sister Mage now holds Bear Island in my stead, following my son's disgrace. There are nieces there whose faces I have never known." He took a long drink. "And Jon Snow is still a boy. You will have 3 seasoned swords to ensure your safety. Your concern is most touching, Lord Mormont." The strong drink was making Tyrion's head feel light, though not so light that he missed the old bear's unspoken request. "I hope I might find a way to repay such kindness." "You can," Mormont stated plainly. "Your sister counsels the king, your brother is a celebrated knight, and your father the most formidable lord in all the realm. Speak to them on our behalf. Make them understand our plight here. You have witnessed it yourself. The Night's Watch is fading. Our numbers have fallen below 1,000. 600 here, another 200 at the Shadowed Tower, and fewer still at Eastwatch. Barely a third of those are fighting men. The wall stretches 100 leagues. Consider it. If an assault comes, I can spare but 3 men to guard each mile. 3 and a fraction, to be precise," Tyrion remarked, stifling a yawn. Mormont paid the correction no mind. The old commander stretched his hands toward the hearth's warmth. "I dispatched Benjen Stark to learn the fate of Yoan Royce's son, who vanished on his first ranging. The Royce lad was greener than spring grass, yet he demanded his own command, citing his knightly birthright. Unwilling to insult his lord father, I relented. I sent him out with 2 men I counted among our best. More's the pity." "Fool," the raven croaked. Tyrion looked up. The bird stared down with shiny black eyes, feathers rustling. "Fool," it repeated. Doubtless the old bear would take it poorly if he wrung the creature's neck. A shame. The Lord Commander ignored the bothersome bird entirely. "Gerd was nearly my age and had served on the wall even longer," he continued. "Yet it appears he broke his vows and ran. I would never have believed it of him, but Lord Eddard sent his head from Winterfell. Of Royce there is no trace. 1 deserter and 2 men lost, and now Ben Stark has also disappeared." He released a heavy sigh. "Who do I send to find him? In 2 years I turn 70. Too old and too weary for this duty, yet if I lay it down, who will take it up? A Lyserthorn? Bowen Marsh? I would need to be as blind as Maester Aemon not to see their true measure. The Watch has become a gathering of resentful boys and exhausted old men. Aside from those at this table tonight, I might have 20 who can read their letters, and fewer still who can truly think or scheme or command. There was a time the Watch spent its summers building, each Lord Commander raising the wall higher than he found it. Now we struggle merely to survive." Tyrion understood the man was utterly serious. He felt a pang of sympathy for him. Lord Mormont had given the better part of his life to this wall, and he needed to believe that sacrifice held purpose. "You have my word. The king will be told of your need," Tyrion said solemnly, "and I will speak with my father and my brother Jaime besides." And he would. Tyrion Lannister always kept his word. He left the rest unspoken. That King Robert would pay no heed, Lord Tywin would question his sanity, and Jaime would simply laugh. "You are still young, Tyrion," Mormont observed. "How many winters have you known?" He gave a shrug. 8 or 9, I lose count. And every one of them brief. Just as you say, my lord. He had been born in the heart of a terrible winter, one the maesters claimed lasted almost 3 years, yet Tyrion's earliest memories were all of spring. When I was a child, they said a long summer always foretold a long winter. This summer has lasted 9 years, Tyrion, with the 10th fast approaching. Think on that. A sudden, reckless memory surfaced in Tyrion's mind. A fleeting image of a journey to Lannisport during an unseasonably warm autumn, where a traveling seer had laughed at the notion of endless winter, calling men fools for fearing the cold more than the slow rot of complacency. He pushed the thought aside. "When I was a boy," Tyrion replied, his tone shifting from grave to brightly sardonic, "my wet nurse claimed that if men were virtuous enough, the gods would bless the world with a summer that never ended. Perhaps we've all been better behaved than we imagined, and the great summer is finally here." He offered a grin. The Lord Commander did not return it. "You cannot truly believe that, my lord. The days are already growing shorter." There is no room for doubt. Maester Aemon has received letters from the Citadel, their findings matching his own. The end of summer is upon us. Mormont reached out and grasped Tyrion firmly by the arm. "You must make them see. I tell you, the darkness is gathering. There are savage creatures in the forest now, dire wolves, mammoths, snow bears as large as aurochs, and in my dreams I have seen shapes far darker." "In your dreams?" Tyrion repeated, his mind already longing for another cup of strong wine. Mormont seemed oblivious to the skepticism in his tone. The fisherfolk near Eastwatch claimed to have seen white walkers along the shore. This time Tyrion could not stay silent. The fisherfolk of Lannisport often claim to spot merlings. Ser Dennis Mallister reports that the mountain clans are fleeing south, slipping past the Shadow Tower in greater numbers than ever recorded. "They are running, my lord." "But what are they running from?" Lord Mormont moved to the window and gazed out into the blackness. "These are old bones, Lannister, but they have never known a cold like this. Carry my words to the king, I beg you. Winter is coming, and when the long night falls, only the Night's Watch will stand between the realm and the darkness pouring from the north. May the gods pity us all if we are unprepared. May the gods pity me if I don't find my bed tonight. Yoren insists we ride at dawn." Tyrion rose to his feet, drowsy from wine and weary of apocalyptic warnings. "I thank you for your hospitality, Lord Mormont." "Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them and make them believe. That is the only thanks I require." He gave a sharp whistle and his raven flew to his shoulder. Mormont smiled, feeding the bird some kernels from his pocket, and that was how Tyrion took his leave. The cold outside was biting. Bundled in his furs, Tyrion Lannister tugged on his gloves and offered a grim nod to the shivering sentries posted outside the commander's keep. He started across the courtyard toward his own quarters in the king's tower, walking as swiftly as his short legs allowed. Patches of frozen snow crackled under his boots, and his breath plumed in the air like a personal standard. He shoved his hands deep into his armpits and quickened his pace, hoping Morek had thought to warm his bed with bricks from the hearth. Behind the king's tower, the wall shimmered under the moonlight, vast and enigmatic. Tyrion paused to look up at it, his legs aching from the cold and his hurried steps. A peculiar, reckless impulse seized him then, a desire to gaze once more from the edge of the known world. It would be his final chance, he reasoned. Tomorrow he would turn south, and he could not fathom any reason to ever return to this icy wasteland. The king's tower stood before him, promising warmth and a soft mattress, yet Tyrion found himself walking past it, drawn toward the immense pale barrier of the wall. A wooden stairway climbed the southern face, fixed upon massive beams driven deep into the ice. It zigzagged back and forth, winding upward like a crooked lightning bolt. The Black brothers assured him it was sturdier than it appeared, but Tyrion's legs were cramping too severely to consider the climb. Instead, he went to the iron cage beside the well, climbed inside, and gave the bell rope 3 hard, quick pulls. He waited what felt like an age standing within the bars with the wall at his back. He had nearly talked himself out of this sudden whim and resolved to seek his bed when the cage jerked and began to rise. It lifted him slowly in hesitant fits at first, then more steadily. The ground dropped away, the cage swayed, and Tyrion gripped the iron bars tightly. Even through his gloves, he could feel the penetrating cold of the metal. Morek's room showed a welcome glow of firelight, which Tyrion noted with a flicker of approval, though the Lord Commander's tower stood dark and silent. The old bear clearly had more sense than to linger in the chill. Then the cage carried him higher, past the towers, until Castle Black sprawled below, etched in the stark light of the moon. From this vantage, its desolation was laid bare, windowless keeps, walls crumbling into ruin, courtyards choked with rubble and broken stone. Farther off, the faint lights of Mole's Town twinkled, that little village nestled half a league to the south along the King's Road. Here and there, icy streams caught the moonlight like scattered silver threads as they cut across the plains from the mountain heights. Beyond that, the world fell away into a windswept emptiness of hills and rocky fields patched with snow. A thick voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. "Seven hells! It's the dwarf!" The cage jerked to a halt, swaying gently as the ropes groaned in protest. "Get him in, damn it!" With a grunt and the loud complaint of wood, the cage slid sideways until the massive face of the wall loomed below. Tyrion waited for the swinging to still before pushing the door open and hopping down onto the ice. Two bulky figures in black waited there, one leaning against the winch, the other steadying the cage with a gloved hand. Their faces were wrapped in woolen scarves, leaving only their eyes visible, and they were swollen with layers against the cold. "What brings you up here at this hour?" asked the man by the winch. "A final look," Tyrion replied. The men exchanged weary glances. "Look all you like," the second one said. "Just mind you don't slip off the edge, little man. The old bear would have our hides." A small wooden shack huddled under the great crane. As the winch men opened its door to return inside, Tyrion caught the dull glow of a brazier and a fleeting gust of warmth. Then he was alone. The cold up here was biting, and the wind tugged at his clothes with an insistent, almost intimate force. The top of the wall was wider than the King's Road in many places, so Tyrion felt no real fear of falling, though the footing was slicker than he preferred. The brothers regularly spread crushed stone across the walkways, but the wall's own slow breath seemed to swallow the gravel over time, melting it back into the ice until the path lay bare once more. It was a losing battle against the cold, but one Tyrion could manage. He gazed east, then west, along the vast white road that stretched into the distance, a dark abyss yawning on either side. On a whim, he turned west and began to walk, keeping to the path nearest the northern edge where the gravel looked freshest. The cold painted his cheeks a ruddy red, and his legs protested with every step, but he pushed the discomfort aside. The wind swirled around him, gravel crunched under his boots. Ahead, the wall rose and fell with the contours of the hills until it vanished beyond the western horizon. He passed a massive catapult, tall as a city wall, its base buried deep in the ice. Its throwing arm had been removed for repairs and then forgotten, lying discarded and half embedded like a child's broken toy. Just beyond it, a muffled voice called out, "Who goes there? Halt!" Tyrion stopped. "If I halt too long, I'll freeze where I stand, Jon," he said, as a shaggy pale shape slid forward silently to sniff at his furs. "Hello, ghost?" Jon Snow moved closer. Bundled in furs and leather, with the hood of his cloak shadowing his face, he seemed broader and heavier. "Lannister," he said, pulling down his scarf to uncover his mouth. He carried a tall, iron-tipped spear and wore a sword at his side. Across his chest hung a gleaming black war horn banded with silver. "This is the last place I would have expected to see you." "This is the last place I would have expected to be seen," Tyrion admitted, a wry smile touching his lips as he considered the absurdity of their meeting here, on the roof of the world. A sudden, reckless curiosity took hold of me. "If I reach out to Ghost, do you suppose he'll bite my hand clean off?" "Not while I'm standing here," Jon assured me. I reached out and scratched the white direwolf behind his ears. Those red eyes regarded me without a flicker of emotion. The creature already stood as high as my chest. Give it another year, I thought with a sinking feeling, and I'll be the one looking up. "What brings you to the top of the world on a night like this?" I asked. "Aside from the dedicated freezing of your extremities, I pulled night watch," Jon replied. "Again, Sir Alistair has been gracious enough to ensure the watch commander takes a particular interest in my schedule. He operates under the charming theory that if I'm kept awake half the night, I'll doze off during morning drills. I'm happy to report I've been a constant disappointment to him." I couldn't help but grin. And has Ghost mastered any party tricks? Learn to juggle, perhaps. Not yet, Jon said, a smile touching his own lips. But Gren held his ground against Halder in the yard today, and PIP isn't fumbling his sword nearly as much as he used to. PIP, his true name is Pipar, the wiry lad with the prominent ears. He saw me training with Gren and asked for a few pointers. It seems Sir Alistair never bothered to show him how to properly hold a blade. Jon turned his gaze to the vast northern darkness. I have a long stretch of wall to patrol. Care to join me? Only if we amble, I said. The watch commander did order me to walk about to keep my blood from turning to ice. He was regrettably vague on the recommended speed. So we walked, with Ghost gliding silently beside Jon like a pale, four-legged shadow. I depart tomorrow, I mentioned. I know. Jon's voice carried a note of unexpected melancholy. It was a lonely sound up here in the wind. I intend to stop at Winterfell on my journey south. If there's any message you'd like me to pass along, tell Robb. I'm going to command the Night's Watch and protect the realm, so he might as well take up embroidery with the girls and have Mikken melt his sword into cookpots. The bitterness in his jest was as sharp as the northern air. Your brother outweighs me by a considerable margin, I said with a laugh. I must respectfully decline to deliver any message that could result in my premature demise. A softer thought seemed to strike him. Rickon will probably ask when I'm coming back. Try to make him understand where I've gone if you can. Tell him he can have all my things while I'm away. That part, at least, he'll like. It seemed everyone was lining up to make requests of Tyrion Lannister today. You do realize you could put all of this in a letter, I pointed out. Rickon hasn't learned his letters yet. As for Bran, he fell silent abruptly, the name hanging between us in the cold. I don't know what to say to Bran. Help him, Tyrion? What kind of help could I possibly offer? I'm no maester to mend his bones or ease his hurt. I have no magic to restore his legs. You helped me when I needed it, Jon Snow said, his voice low and earnest. I gave you nothing of substance, I countered. Only words. Then give your words to Bran as well. It was a hopeless image. You're asking a lame man to teach a cripple how to dance, I said. No matter how sincere the instruction, the result is bound to be a tragic spectacle. Still, I felt the old, familiar ache for a brother, though mine was a far more complicated knot. I do know what it is to love a brother, Lord Snow. I will give Bran whatever poor help my words can provide. Thank you, my Lord of Lannister. He tugged off his heavy glove and extended his bare hand into the space between us. Friend. The gesture struck me with a force I hadn't anticipated. Most of my relatives are bastards, I said, my smile turning wry. But you're the first I've ever called a friend. I used my teeth to pull at my own glove, then clasped his hand firmly. His grip was strong and sure, a young man's grip. When we had both gloved our hands again, Jon Snow turned suddenly and strode to the icy northern edge of the parapet. Before him, the wall plunged down into nothingness. Beyond him stretched only the endless waiting wild. I moved to stand beside him, and there we were, the dwarf and the bastard, shoulder to shoulder on the very rim of the known world. The Night's Watch had long ago forbidden the forest from creeping within half a mile of the wall's northern face. The great stands of ironwood, sentinel, and oak that once grew there had been cleared ages past, leaving a wide, barren kill zone where no enemy could hope to approach unseen. Tyrion had been told that in other stretches along the wall, in the long miles between the manned castles, the wilderness had slowly reclaimed the land over the years. In some spots, tall gray-green pines and bone-white weirwoods had taken root right up against the icy barrier. But Castle Black consumed firewood at a staggering rate, and here the Black brothers' axes held the tree line at a distance. It was never truly gone, however. From this height, Tyrion could make it out, a mass of dark timber just beyond the cleared ground, standing like a second wall running beside the first, a wall of pure shadow. Few blades had ever bitten into that deep wood, where not even moonlight could pierce the ancient weave of root, thorn, and overhanging branch. Out there, the trees grew to monstrous size, and rangers claimed they seemed to brood, holding no kinship with men. Little wonder the Night's Watch called it the Haunted Forest. Standing there, gazing into that vast darkness unbroken by any fire, with the wind cutting through him and the cold a sharp blade in his belly, Tyrion Lannister found he could nearly give credence to the whispers of the others, those foes from the deepest night. His old jests about grumpkins and snarks suddenly felt hollow and foolish. "My uncle is out there somewhere," Jon Snow murmured, resting on his spear as he peered into the black. "That first night they posted me up here, I kept thinking, Uncle Benjen will ride in tonight, and I'll be the first to spot him and sound the horn, but he never came. Not that night, nor any night after." "He may yet return," Tyrion offered. Somewhere far to the north, a wolf's howl pierced the quiet. Another answered, then another. Ghost lifted his head, ears pricked, listening. "If he doesn't come back," Jon vowed, his voice low and firm, "Ghost and I will ride out and find him." He laid a hand on the direwolf's broad head. "I don't doubt it," Tyrion replied, though privately he wondered, "and who will go searching for you if you vanish as well?" A chill that had nothing to do with the wind crept up his spine. Arya could tell her father had been arguing with the council again. It was written plainly on his face when he finally came to the evening meal, later than usual, as had become his habit. The first dish, a rich soup of sweet pumpkin, had already been cleared when Ned Stark walked into the small hall. It was named so to distinguish it from the vast Great Hall, where the king could host 1,000. But this room was still sizable, with a high arched ceiling and benches enough for 200 at its long tables. "My lord," Jory said, rising as Lord Eddard entered. The rest of the guard stood with him. Each man wore a new cloak, thick gray wool bordered with white satin, fastened by a clasp of wrought silver shaped like a hand clutching the fabric. These marked them as men of the Hand's personal guard. There were only 50, so most benches remained empty. "Sit," Eddard Stark commanded. "I see you didn't wait on me. I'm glad to know some in this city still have sense." He gestured for the meal to continue. Servants hurried in with platters of ribs, roasted with a crust of garlic and fragrant herbs. "There's talk in the yard of a tourney, my lord," Jory mentioned as he sat back down. "They say knights will ride in from every corner of the realm to joust and feast, all to honor your appointment as Hand." Arya saw her father was not pleased by the news. "Do they also say this is the last thing I would ever want?" Sansa's eyes went as wide as the dinner plates. "A tourney," she whispered, awed. She was seated between Septa Mordane and Jane Poole, as far from Arya as she could manage without earning their father's disapproval. "Will we be allowed to attend, father?" "You know my thoughts on this, Sansa, it appears. I must organize Robert's entertainments and act grateful for the honor. That does not mean I must expose my daughters to such nonsense, but please," Sansa implored. "I truly wish to see it." Septa Mordane added gently, "Princess Myrcella will be there, my lord. And she is younger than Lady Sansa. Every lady of the court is required to attend such a grand occasion, and as this tourney is in your honor, it would seem very strange if your own family were absent." Father's expression grew troubled. "I imagine you're right." "All right then, I will secure a place for you, Sansa." His gaze then fell upon Arya. "For both of you." "I don't want anything to do with their stupid tourney," Arya declared. She was certain Prince Joffrey would be there, and she despised him. Sansa raised her chin. "It will be a magnificent event. You wouldn't enjoy it anyway." A flash of irritation crossed Father's face. "That's enough, Sansa. Another word like that and I will reconsider. I'm exhausted by this constant battle between you two. You are sisters. I expect you to act like it. Is that clear?" Sansa pressed her lips together and gave a slight nod. Arya dropped her head, glowering at her plate. She felt the hot prick of tears and scrubbed at her eyes furiously, refusing to let them fall. For a moment, the only noise was the scrape of cutlery. "Please excuse me," her father said to the table. "I find I have little appetite this evening." He then left the hall. Once he was gone, Sansa immediately began whispering eagerly with Jane Poole. Further down the table, Jory chuckled at some jest, and Hullen launched into one of his discourses on horses. "A war horse, mind you, isn't necessarily your best pick for the joust. Not the same beast, no sir. Not the same at all." The other men had heard this lecture before. Desmond, Jax, and Hullen's son Harwin all protested at once, and Porther called loudly for more wine. Nobody spoke to Arya. She told herself she preferred it that way. She would have taken all her meals alone in her room if permitted. Sometimes she was, when father had to dine with the king or some visiting dignitary. The rest of the time, they ate in his solar, just the three of them. Those were the moments Arya missed her brothers most acutely. She longed to pester Bran, to play with little Rickon, and to see Robb's warm smile. She yearned for Jon to ruffle her hair, call her little sister, and understand her thoughts before she finished saying them, but they were all gone. She had no one left but Sansa, and Sansa wouldn't speak to her unless father insisted. Back in Winterfell, they had taken meals in the Great Hall nearly every other day. Her father often said a lord must break bread with his men if he hoped to keep their loyalty. "Understand the men who follow you?" she once heard him tell Robb, "and let them know you. Never ask men to die for a stranger." There he always kept an extra seat at his high table, inviting a different man to join him each evening. One night it might be Vaon Poole, and the conversation would turn to accounts, grain stores, and household management. Another time it could be Mikken, and her father would listen intently as the smith spoke of armor, swordcraft, forge temperatures, and the secrets of tempering steel. On other occasions it was Hullen with his interminable talk of horseflesh, or Septon Chael from the library, or Jory, or Ser Roderick, or even old Nan with her endless tales. Arya had loved nothing more than to sit quietly by her father's side and listen to them all. She had even loved listening to the men on the lower benches, the rugged free-riders, the polished knights, and eager squires, the seasoned old soldiers. She used to pelt them with snowballs and help them filch tarts from the kitchens. Their wives would give her sweet scones, she'd invent silly names for their babies, and she played monsters and maidens and hide the treasure with their children. Fat Tom had nicknamed her Arya Underfoot because he said she was always under everyone's feet. She had liked that name far better than Arya Horseface, but that was Winterfell, a whole lifetime ago, and now everything was different. This was their first meal in the common hall since arriving in the capital, and Arya detested it. She hated the sound of their voices now, their laughter, the stories they told. They had been her friends once, she had felt safe among them. Now she knew that safety was an illusion. They had stood by and let the queen have Lady killed, which was terrible enough, but then the hound had found Micah. The memory was a cold stone in her stomach, turning the food to ash in her mouth. The lively hall around her felt like a cruel mockery of the home she had lost. Jane Poole had whispered to Arya that the boy had been hacked into so many fragments they returned him to the butcher in a sack, the man initially mistaking the contents for butchered pork. And not a single soul had protested or drawn a sword, not Harwin with all his brave talk, nor Alan who aspired to knighthood, nor Jory the captain of the guard. Not even her lord father. "He was my friend," Arya murmured into her cold plate, the words too quiet for anyone to catch. Her untouched ribs had cooled, a slick layer of fat hardening beneath them. The sight turned her stomach. She shoved back from the table. "And just where do you believe you're going, young lady?" Septa Mordain inquired. "I'm not hungry." Remembering her manners felt like lifting a stone. "May I be excused, please?" she forced out. "You may not," the Septa declared. "You've barely eaten. You will sit and finish your meal. You finish it." Before anyone could react, Arya darted for the doorway as masculine laughter erupted and Septa Mordain's calls chased her, growing shriller. Fat Tom stood guard at the Tower of the Hand entrance. He blinked, seeing Arya charge toward him amid the Septa's shouts. "Hold on there, little lady," he began, reaching out. But Arya ducked between his legs and was suddenly racing up the coiled stone steps, her footsteps pounding while Fat Tom wheezed in pursuit. Her bedchamber was the sole place in all of King's Landing that Arya cherished, and its best feature was the door, a great slab of dark oak banded with black iron. Slamming it shut and dropping the heavy crossbar meant no one could enter, not Septa Mordain or Fat Tom or Sansa or Jory or even the Hound. Nobody. She slammed it now. With the bar secured, Arya finally felt safe enough to weep. She curled into the window seat, sniffling, hating everyone and herself most of all. Every terrible thing was her fault. Sansa said it, and Jane too. Fat Tom rapped on the door. "Arya, girl, what's the trouble?" he called. "You in there?" "No," she yelled. The knocking ceased. Soon she heard his heavy tread moving away. Fat Tom was never hard to deceive. Arya moved to the chest at her bed's foot. Kneeling, she flung open the lid and began hauling out armfuls of clothing, silks, satins, velvets, and wools, tossing them onto the floor. It lay hidden at the very bottom. Arya lifted it almost gently and slid the slim blade from its sheath. Needle. Thinking of Micah again flooded her eyes with tears. Her fault, her fault, her fault. If only she had never begged him to practice swords with her. A new pounding shook her door, fiercer than before. Arya Stark, you open this door immediately, do you hear me? Arya whirled, needle gripped in her hand. You better not come in here, she shouted, slashing fiercely at the empty air. The Hand will hear of this. Septa Mordain fumed. I don't care, Arya screamed back. Go away. You will regret this defiance, I promise you that. Arya pressed her ear to the door until the Septa's footsteps faded. She returned to the window, needle in hand, and stared down into the courtyard. If she could only climb like Bran, she thought, she'd slip out the window, descend the tower, and flee this awful place, away from Sansa and Septa Mordain and Prince Joffrey, away from them all. She'd snatch food from the kitchens, take Needle and her sturdy boots and a thick cloak. She could find Nymeria in the forests near the Trident, and together they'd journey back to Winterfell or race all the way to Jon at the Wall. She ached for Jon to be with her now. Maybe then the crushing loneliness would ease. A gentle knock at the door pulled her from the window and her dreams of flight. Arya, her father's voice came, calm and steady. Open the door.
We need to speak, her father said. Arya moved across the chamber and lifted the heavy wooden bar. Lord Eddard Stark stood alone in the corridor, his expression more sorrowful than furious, which somehow made the knot in Arya's stomach tighten. She gave a small, silent nod, unable to meet his gaze as he entered and shut the door behind him. Whose blade is that you're holding? It's mine, Arya said, suddenly remembering the sword in her grip, its familiar weight a fleeting comfort.
Hand it to me. With great reluctance, she passed the weapon over, a cold fear settling in her chest that she might never feel its hilt in her palm again. Her father turned the slender blade in the lamplight, his thumb testing its sharp point. A duelist's weapon, he observed quietly, but this maker's mark is known to me. This came from Meekin's forge. Arya stared at the floor, incapable of deception. Lord Eddard Stark released a weary sigh. My own daughter armed with steel from my smithy, and I am the last to know of it. They expect the hand of the king to govern the realm, yet I cannot seem to govern my own home. Tell me, Arya, how did this sword come to be yours? She bit her lip and stayed silent. She would not give Jon away, not even to their father. After a long pause, he spoke again, his tone heavy. Perhaps the how is not what truly matters. He studied the sword with a grave intensity. This is not a child's plaything, and certainly not meant for a girl. What do you imagine Septa Mordain would say? I wasn't playing, Arya shot back, her defiance flaring. And I can't stand Septa Mordain. That is sufficient, her father said, his voice turning sharp. The Septa is only performing her duty, though the gods themselves know you have made it a trial for her. Your mother and I tasked her with making a lady of you, a feat that seems more impossible with each passing day. I don't want to be a lady, Arya's temper ignited. Her father looked from her furious face to the slender blade. Perhaps I should break this little toy over my knee and be done with this foolishness. Needle wouldn't break, Arya declared, though her voice wavered. Her father's eyes softened slightly. It has a name, then. Of course it does. He sighed, a deep sound of resignation. Arya, child, there is a fierceness in you. My own father called it the wolf blood. My sister Lyanna had a measure of it, and my brother Brandon was full of it. That wildness led them both to early graves. A rare melancholy tinged his words. He seldom spoke of the family lost before she was born. Lyanna might have borne a sword, had our father permitted it. You remind me of her at times. There is a look of her in you. Lyanna was beautiful, Arya said, surprised. Everyone always said that. It was never said of her. She was, Eddard Stark agreed. Beautiful, headstrong, and gone too soon. He held Needle out, the steel a line between them. What did you intend to do with this, Arya? Who did you mean to challenge? Your sister? The Septa? Do you have any notion of how to use it? The only thing that came to mind was Jon's first, simple lesson. You stick them with the pointy end, she mumbled. A faint, unexpected snort of laughter escaped her father. I suppose that is the heart of the matter. Arya felt a desperate need to make him understand. I was trying to learn, I truly was, but, her vision blurred with hot tears, I asked Micah to practice with me. The full weight of her grief crashed down, and she turned away, her small frame trembling. It was me who asked him, she wept. It's my fault. Then his arms were around her, strong and steady. She turned into his embrace, sobbing against his tunic. No, my sweet girl, he murmured into her hair. Mourn your friend, but do not carry that blame. You did not take the butcher's boy's life. That crime belongs to the Hound and to the cruel woman he serves. I hate them, Arya confessed, her face flushed and wet. The Hound and the Queen and the King and Prince Joffrey. I hate every one of them, Joffrey lied. It didn't happen like he said. And I hate Sansa, too. She did remember, she only lied so Joffrey would favor her. Everyone tells lies, her father said gently. Or did you truly believe I'd accept that Nymeria simply ran away? Arya flushed with guilt. Jory swore he wouldn't tell. Jory kept his oath, her father replied, a faint smile touching his lips. Some things I do not need to be told. I see them for myself. Even a man without sight could have understood that your wolf would never have abandoned you by choice. We had to drive her off with stones, she confessed, her voice thick with misery. I shouted at her to run, to find her freedom, insisting I didn't want her anymore. We could hear other wolves calling in the distance, and Jory assured me the forest was teeming with game for her to hunt, but she just kept trailing after us. In the end, we had no choice but to throw stones. I struck her twice, the way she yelped and looked back at me. I felt so ashamed, but it was the right thing, wasn't it? The Queen would have had her killed.
It was the right thing,
her father affirmed, his voice low. And even the deception you practiced carried a certain honor. He had set Needle aside when he moved to hold her. Now he retrieved the slender blade and walked to the window, gazing silently into the courtyard. When he turned, his expression was deeply contemplative. He settled onto the window seat, the sword resting across his knees. Arya, come sit. There are things I must help you understand. She perched nervously on the very edge of her bed. You are young to bear the weight of my worries, he began, but you carry the name Stark of Winterfell. You know the words of our house. Winter is coming, Arya whispered, the familiar phrase feeling heavier than ever. The harsh and bitter times, her father echoed. We had a taste of them at the Trident, and again when Bran fell. You, my sweet girl, were born into the long summer. It is all you have ever known. But now, winter approaches in truth. Never forget the symbol of our family, Arya. The direwolf, she said, her heart aching for Nymeria. She wrapped her arms around her knees, a sudden chill of fear settling in her stomach. Listen to me about wolves, he said, leaning forward. When the snows fall and the cold winds howl, the wolf that runs alone will perish, but the pack endures. Summer is for petty disagreements. In winter, we must shelter each other, share our warmth, and combine our strength. So if you must harbor hatred, Arya, direct it at those who genuinely wish us harm. Septa Mordane is a good woman. And Sansa. Sansa is your blood. You may be as different as dawn and dusk, but the same river of life runs through you both. You need her, as she needs you, and I need you both more than you know. He sounded so weary it made her heart ache. I don't truly hate Sansa, she told him, and for once it felt almost entirely true. Only sometimes. I do not wish to scare you, he said, but I will not offer you comforting lies. We have entered a shadowed and perilous place. This is not our home. There are those here who wish us ill. We cannot afford to wage war within our own family. Your defiance, your disappearing acts, your sharp tongue, your disobedience, at Winterfell, these were merely the careless games of a summer child. Here, with winter at our doorstep, they become a dangerous luxury. It is time to leave those games behind. I will, Arya vowed, feeling a surge of fierce love for him. I can be strong. I can be as strong as Robb. He extended Needle to her, offering the hilt. Take it. She stared at the blade, almost afraid to believe it. For a heartbeat, she feared it would vanish if she reached for it. But her father's voice was steady. Go on. It belongs to you. I can really keep it? she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Truly. Truly. A faint smile touched his lips. If I confiscated it, I'd likely find a mace concealed beneath your pillow within a week. Do try not to impale your sister, no matter how great the temptation. I won't, I promise. Clutching Needle tightly to her chest, she watched him leave. The following morning at breakfast, she swallowed her pride, apologized to Septa Mordain, and asked for forgiveness. The Septa studied her with skeptical eyes, but a nod from her father sealed the matter. 3 days later, around noon, her father's steward, Vayon Poole, directed Arya to the small hall. The tables had been cleared away, and the benches lined the walls, leaving the room feeling cavernous and empty. "You are late, boy." The unfamiliar voice seemed to come from the very air. A thin man with a bald head and a prominent hooked nose emerged from the shadows. In his hands were 2 slender wooden practice swords. "Tomorrow you will be here at midday." His speech held a distinct musical accent, perhaps from Braavos or one of the other free cities. "Who are you?" Arya asked, her grip tightening on Needle. The man who would be her teacher announced himself with a simple declaration. He threw one of the wooden practice swords toward her. Her hands fumbled the catch, and the blade clattered loudly on the stone floor. "Tomorrow you will not miss," he stated. "Retrieve it." It was more than a mere stick. It was a finely crafted wooden sword, complete with a proper hilt, guard, and pommel. Arya lifted it, gripping it tightly with both hands and holding it out before her. The weight was surprising, far heavier than her slender needle. Her bald instructor clicked his tongue. "That is incorrect. This is not a massive greatsword requiring 2 hands. You will hold it in 1. "It's too heavy," Arya protested. "Its weight is deliberate, to build your strength and for proper balance. The core is weighted with lead, precisely so. 1 hand is all that is required." Arya removed her right hand, wiping her damp palm on her trousers before shifting the sword to her left. He gave a slight nod. "The left is good. Everything is reversed. It will confuse your opponents. Now your stance is wrong. Turn your body sideways. Yes, just so. You are thin as a spear shaft, you know. That is also good. You present a smaller target. Now, the grip. Let me see." He stepped closer, examining her hand, adjusting her fingers with a firm touch. "Just so. Do not clutch it so desperately. The grip must be deft, delicate." "What if I drop it?" Arya asked. "The steel must become a part of your arm," the bald man explained. "Can you drop a part of your own arm?" "No. For 9 years, Syrio Forel served as first sword to the Sea Lord of Braavos. He knows these things. Listen to him." It was the 3rd time he had called her that. "I'm a girl," Arya objected. "Boy, girl," Syrio Forel said with a dismissive wave. "You are a sword, that is all." He clicked his teeth. "Just so, that is the grip. You are not holding a brutish battle axe, you are holding a needle," Arya finished for him, her voice fierce. "Just so, now we begin the dance. Remember, child, we do not learn the iron dance of Westeros, the knight's clumsy dance of hacking and hammering. This is the Braavos' dance, the water dance. It is swift and sudden. All men are made of water, did you know? Pierce them, and the water leaks out, and they die." He stepped back, raising his own wooden blade. "Now, you will try to strike me." Arya tried. She tried for what felt like an eternity, until her muscles burned and ached, while Syrio Forel clicked his teeth and called out corrections. The true work, she sensed, would begin the next day.